from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. This is the 2023 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Featuring interviews with Jason Fazekas of Mount Pleasant, Bell Vernon's Matt Humbert, Yacht's Benny Hoffer, Sean Liotta of Burrell, Derry's Mike Arone, Latrobe's Ron Prady, Roger Beidel of Ligonier Valley, Jeanette head coach Tom Pallone, John Ruane of Penn Trafford, Hempfield's Nick Kiefer, Norwin's Mike Brown, Aaron Albert of Kiski area, Ty George of Greensburg Salem, Franklin Regional head coach Lance Getze, Southmoreland's Tim Bukowski, Greensburg Central Catholic head coach J.T. Thompson, St. Vincent head coach Aaron Smetanka, and head coach Dan Date of Seton Hill University. Let's start the show. The Westmoreland Sports Network takes you live to Manor Valley Golf Course for the 2023 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show. With Jonathan Whaley, here's Dan Flickinger.
You are looking live at the 18th hole here at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export as we welcome you to our annual Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to, again, Manor Valley. I'm Dan Flickinger, being joined alongside Jonathan Whaley, just two of the many voices you'll be hearing from here tonight. Many of our Westmoreland Sports Network staff will be here talking to area coaches, and we'll also be hearing from many coaches as well here tonight. First of all, I want to give a big thank you out to our man, Vinny D, Vince DiAugustine, for having us out. Now, we've been on their patio before, but Jonathan, not this specific patio. They extended it, so we're even closer to the 18th green behind us, and it is absolutely beautiful. If you haven't seen it yet, you have to come out and check it out. It is gorgeous out.
Well, we weren't able to have this view last year because of the threatening weather out here at Manor Valley, but you're right. We're much closer to the action, and I can remember the year before when we were out here, not as close to the patio, but the golfers coming behind us, and I remember some of them when you were talking, and then I wasn't having the talk. They would be talking back there like, what's going on, up here? And I would say, well, we're doing a high school football kickoff show, so it's a great environment. And when I was telling you when I got together with you this afternoon, it's like, Dan, what is it like to have a view like this? It reminds me, and you were saying similarly, like you'd see at the Masters Golf Tournament or a College Football Today program. So this is a great venue. We're happy to be here, and I think the viewers will appreciate it on what is a beautiful late summer day in Western PA. And before you know it, less than a week, opening kickoff, and I'm looking forward to it, as I'm sure all the players, coaches, and our staff members who will be all over the place once again, bringing you the best on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
And it's already been kind of fall weather, right? I mean, it's a beautiful day today. Yeah, we're right in the sun, so it gets a little bit hot here and there, but a nice breeze blowing. You have a little bit of that crispness at night now, and of course, by the time kickoff comes around, John, it'll probably be 95 degrees, as it usually is, but we are just so excited to get underway. This is our 14th year, it's hard to believe, of covering high school and college sports on the Westmoreland Sports Network. But Jonathan, we don't have much time, so I have a lot of coaches to get to, so let's just jump into probably the biggest storyline coming in after last year, and that is if the Bell Vernon area Leopards can repeat as state champions. Wow, what a season they had last year, a WPIAL title and their first ever state championship, beating Newman Goretti, and then of course that win over Avonworth, and Quentin Martin dazzling everybody along the way. And a lot of those guys come back for Matt Humbert this year.
Well, Matt Humbert, I remember the first time I met Matt Humbert, and then that was back when Greg Potter was coaching Franklin Regional Panthers, and I was talking to him over the phone to get a little insight. And I remember him describing, and he's got a great personality too, by the way, with Coach Humbert, and you'll get to see that maybe a little bit here today. But we had a great running back at Franklin Regional. I nicknamed him the Great Dane, Dane Brown, big-time rusher, went to Cornell University. And when I was asking him about Dane Brown as a running back, he said to me, Jonathan, he's an all-day sandwich. And I never forget that. And what he was meaning by that is he's such a dominant physical player that you're going to have to deal with him all game long. And now he's got one that's more athletic than what the Great Dane was, and he took Bell Vernon to heights they had never been to before. And you're right, a lot of weapons still coming back for Coach Humbert. I would not be surprised. There'll definitely be a team that's going to draw a lot of fan support and well-deserved.
Yeah, and we talked with Quentin Martin. You're going to see that coming up before we talk with Coach Humbert, and he wasn't shy about it. He said, that's our goal this year, another state championship. One of the other big storylines from last year, Jonathan, how about those Greater Latrobe Wildcats winning their first playoff game since 1968? They do it in thrilling fashion in overtime against Highlands. And I'll tell you what, they bring back some real talent, and they're still a pretty young team. So look out for the Wildcats the next couple of years.
Well, Coach Ron Pratty, you've got to give him his props. He took Latrobe where they hadn't been before. And the previous couple of seasons, they were just a middling team at best. Not even talking about having a winning season, just trying to win a couple games. Coach comes in last year, and all of a sudden he turned that program around, began to change the culture. And you want to change the culture, but the results follow. I think the results came quicker than really most people would have thought with Greater Latrobe. And again, that'll be a team that I think can continue to rise and maybe be even more successful in terms of wins and losses this year.
Yeah, and he just brings that respect, obviously, being a longtime assistant at Penn Trafford, just that winning attitude. The Franklin Regional Panthers, a conference title last year, came up short in the playoffs, certainly a shorter run than they wanted to. But they also return a pretty good nucleus coming back this season. And I know Coach Getze and the guys, after spending some time there at training camp, Jonathan, they're looking forward to getting into the playoffs and winning a playoff game and seeing how far they can go.
Last season, and I'm going to talk to Coach Getze during our show, I used the name that was used given. You'll remember that, and some of our older viewers will, with the team. We were the cardiac kids over there at Franklin Regional, because I don't know how my heart survived it. 3 overtime games in the season, and as Coach said, we were in position to win each of those games and would have had an even better record, but we didn't close the deal. But when you've got Mr. Electricity, a player like Aiden Udock, who the only thing Franklin Regional fans would like to see, if there is a medication out there that they can give to Aiden Udock so he stays healthy, because he literally is, in terms of WPL playing talent, when the ball is in his hands, on offense, defense, or special teams, you're on the edge of your seat because he can take it all the way. That's the difference maker. We just need him to finish his senior season, healthy.
That's right. That's right. That's a big thing, certainly, as Coach Getze has actually just arrived. We're talking about Franklin Regional. How about that?
Okay.
So, you know, some of the big performances last year, we talk about those teams. Certainly, Penn Trafford just doing it again, beating Franklin Regional, get into the postseason. They had to fight and claw their way. They get in. So a nice season for them. Greensburg Central Catholic had an excellent regular season. Certainly had a disappointment in the playoffs. They're kind of a different team this year under a new head coach. And let's talk about some of the new coaches here briefly, Jonathan, as we have to send it to break and bring up Coach Dan Day here in just a couple of moments. But, you know, when you look at the new head coaches, you have Mike Brown, who was at Hempfield the last 2 years. He is now at Norwin. Ty George, the new head coach at Greensburg Salem. Nick Kiefer, a longtime assistant for Hempfield. He's now the head coach there. And John Thompson, we'll be talking with him too, the new Greensburg Central Catholic head coach with Marco Thomas leaving. So we certainly have a very different roster of head coaches we'll be talking to this year, even compared to last year.
Yes, and that again changes something that's going to happen. And with some of these young men, with Nick Kiefer, I've known Nick for a long time. A lot of that was because his wife was part of that Hempfield softball coaching staff under legendary coach Bob Kalp, and he would be coming around, you know, to help her out when I was doing those games. And he's worked hard. He's been an assistant, as you mentioned, for 9 years. he's got an opportunity, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do with that in his first year.
All right, well, we are going to take our first time out here of the Westmoreland Sports Network High School Football Kickoff Show. We will be joined by our first head coach of the day, Dan Day from Seton Hill, right after this message on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
It's not just a home or a car. It's the 6 months you saved for your Ultra HD flat screen, just in time for football season. And the overtime you worked for that third car, so your teen can drive himself to practice. While other insurance companies just see them as a bundle or combo, State Farm agent Alex Hetrick sees your home and car as things you work really hard for. Alex understands what your things really mean to you. Talk to State Farm agent Alex Hetrick in Murraysville for your home and auto insurance today.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Coach, building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta fagioli, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy has been providing the Greensburg community with professional, personalized physical therapy since 2003. We specialize in sports medicine, orthopedics, and women's health. Our priority is always centered on caring for you. To make an appointment, call 724-830-8815 or visit DeAndrethPhysicalTherapy.com. Let us help you improve the quality of your life with Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy.
Seton Hill University is more than academics. It's an experience. It's student clubs, camaraderie, leadership opportunities, individualized guidance from faculty, and much more. Here, you'll join a community dedicated to transforming the world. With an above-average career placement rate and career services for life, Seton Hill University will support you far beyond graduation day. Start your Seton Hill experience by scheduling a campus visit at setonhill.edu/visit.
All right, we are back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, live from Manor Valley Golf Course on the patio, and this is really strange, Coach. Typically, we have sun for this, exactly. I was going to say, we typically finish off the show in the nighttime, and instead, I really want to thank you for coming out. Typically, we have our show on Sundays when Seton Hill football breaks camp. You guys are still in camp right now, and you had to come over real quick to join us. So seriously, thank you so much for doing that. I know how tough it is to get away, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, buddy.
It's the opportunity to talk about our guys and our program, and anytime I get to spend a little more time
That's
with
right.
fans, I'll sign up.
Well, Coach, let's talk a little bit about the Griffins. A disappointing season last year because of the expectations that you had. The Griffins finished 2-9 overall last year, wins against Mercyhurst and Edinboro. And Coach, I know we talked a lot leading up to the season that you guys expected to contend for a winning record last year, and it just didn't happen. So what were some of the things that maybe just didn't go right for you that kind of led to that finishing record?
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one, when you look at overall offensive production from start to finish, right? From week one, moving forward, our very first trip in the red zone in 2022 was an interception. That's the very first drive we took offensively, and I think that took a lot of the confidence out of that unit.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that we ever really recovered, from that. And we started 3 different quarterbacks throughout the year, and I think anybody that's been in that position, you're probably not very confident, right, when having to, kind of switch a couple different trigger men. But at the end of the day, when Tyler Bradley came in and had an opportunity to get us some good production and was 2-3 in his 5 starts, we were able to get some more production and opportunity. I think.
Here, let's switch mics here.
Oh, that one?
Yeah. I think we can hear you now.
I think that, looking at overall, when we had that early disappointment, I think we struggled to bounce back a little bit, just as a team and with confidence. And our defense was unbelievable last season, top to bottom, the entire way out. And that was, in my opinion, just kind of where we were, a lack of offense and a little bit of a lack of confidence. Yep. So, I think as we keep, moving into next season, we do have a new offensive coordinator. So we've brought in a new offensive coordinator, really a new offensive staff. So really excited about the growth that we've been able to have throughout spring with our new system, right? And largely offensively, our pieces are the same, with I would say the exception being the quarterback position. So it's been a great fall camp, to this point of being able to see the growth within the offensive unit, and really the defense continues to just get, I would say schematically better and better every single year in what they've been able to produce under our defensive coordinator, Coach Kevin May.
Well, this is going to be a little bit awkward till we figure out this microphone situation. But certainly, Coach, a massive bright spot last year was Jalen McDuffie. Wow, just an incredible season for him. PSAC West Defensive Player of the Year, 118 tackles. He had 21 for a loss and 11 sacks. He was just absolutely dominant. All-American, pretty much every accolade you can think of. Talk about, Coach, just reflecting back on that year. You've seen a lot of football and just how dominant Jalen was last season.
Yeah, when you look at Jalen's production, I mean, he could cancel drives by himself. I mean, you just knew there's going to be certain drives throughout the game that he's going to be able to stand up and absolutely stop. I mean, the defensive production that he had, I think Mercyhurst, he had, 4.5 sacks in that game, alone. And I think, the other part, right, that you don't see on necessarily the field, his stats were unbelievable, right? He was an incredible leader for a football team, and just it continued to, in a senior season to come back and finish that at Seton Hill and want to be able to continue his career the way he did. We had disappointment for what we expected, and he was a major leader through that disappointment to keep our guys just continuing to come out every day and work together to get better.
So let's take a look at this year. Well, first of all, let me ask you, I know that Jalen was hoping to maybe get drafted or get signed, into a camp. What's he kind of doing right now?
Yeah, he's still working out. I mean, he's had a handful of XFL workouts, so that's really what he's got his eye on right now is hopefully an opportunity. If you're seeing that now, I mean, those guys are getting picked up all over the place, so that's what we're hoping for right now is for him to get an XFL opportunity.
Well, again, let's take a look at this year. You mentioned your revamped offense, a new system, a new offensive coordinator in Blaze Holzer, Coach Holzer. Coach, why make the move, and kind of talk about your impressions of how the offense has operated in training camp?
Yeah, I mean, I think just given our production, right, I don't know that we had a choice but to kind of, give that side of the ball a little bit of a jolt, and kind of change the outlook, change the way that we were approaching things. And sometimes, Dan, me, like I've been with Rob Dutton was our old offensive coordinator. Like him and I were best friends, but we had to change how we were approaching that side of the ball. I think it's difficult when you can look at the talent, right, that you have and feel like our production isn't matching that, right? Like if the players are ready to win, but we're not doing that, we're going to need to make, some adjustments. And so that's where we brought in, Coach Holzer was the pass game coordinator, Tiffin. And that's where I felt like we struggled the most, was just kind of pushing the ball downfield and having a little bit more of a pass game identity. So Coach Holzer came into the spring and the change between it's not just the pass game. I mean, it's been how it all fits together, and the culture and the belief on that side of the ball has been absolute, complete night and day.
You mentioned your variety of quarterbacks that you had to use last year. Eddie Scott and Jake McCormick and those guys. Where does it kind of slide in right now? What is the story through camp right now at the quarterback position for you?
Kofi Kwa, who is going into his his third year with us, so he's a redshirt sophomore. He took a few snaps in the Edinburgh game last year, and he had a great spring, growing under Coach Holzer, and through, that entire spring practice, he really showed a ton of growth. And then coming into fall camp, he's really become the front runner. I mean, the absolute, front runner and where we're at as a program, for him to be able to lead us. He does so many, he's very, very talented. He does so many kind of unscripted, production, whether it be with his feet, if things break down, and being able to go get that first down. He does a really, really good job of extending drives.
Now, you being a line guy, as I always joke around with you about, you definitely want to talk about those guys up front. But for you guys this year, I mean, you bring back a strong core of your building blocks of your offense. You look at Ashawn Berry, Paul Newell, Mason Hoyt, Marshall. So these guys come back, and that has to make you feel good as a head coach to. I always say building blocks of a team, you're up front, whether it's offense or defense. And here you are returning some pretty good veterans there.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much starting experience between Kai, and Ashawn, who started since they were freshmen. Mason's had games he started ever since he was a sophomore, and Paul was a full-time starter last year, got time his sophomore year. Those guys are so experienced. And now our left tackle was really probably our biggest question mark. In Giovanni Torres, who's a redshirt freshman, a guy we brought in last year that, it's hard to say that you're out playing for seniors, but Giovanni's one of our best offensive linemen right now. So, for me, that is the group I'm so proud of the growth of that group in general. And then there's a couple guys that are still, battling with a guy that we had brought in at tackle, Nikita Ufrov, and Willard Agile Provenchal. He's been awesome too throughout training camp, and Christian Robinson. So we've got some depth at that position also that I don't feel like we've had in the past few years.
Jai McGriff returns. I know you have a smile on your face every time you talk about him. Get the ball in space to that guy, and he can make some things happen. We saw that happen last year. How does he kind of make that next step? And not just him, but you have a lot of experience as a running back, and then up front coming back, Coach. So you got to be excited about the running game.
And you know me, I want to run the ball, right? But that's that's something we want to continue to establish, that identity. But our running back room is the deepest room on the entire roster. I mean, with Jai. As your number one, Kyron, Bryce Dare, who we saw a little bit earlier last year, and then he had gotten an injury. We've got Trey Mason, who we didn't see last year, who's battling in that position, as well as Pearson Hendricks. I mean, we have 5 backs that we feel like we could go out tomorrow, and if any of those 5 backs are starting, we're in a good position. You feel pretty doggone good about the running game.
Talk a little about your defense, Coach. When you lose a guy like Jalen McDuffie, it's tough, but he's not the only linebacker you lost.
For sure. Yep.
You lost some really good ones. Nario Walks, Jaden Mack.
Yep.
Where does that production come from? How do other guys fill in, and who's kind of flashed on defense?
No doubt. And I think that was the number one kind of target that I wanted when I came back to Seton Hill, was that unique blueprint on defense. And that's what Kevin, May, our defense coordinator, brings. The production. You don't replace Jalen McDuffie, right? And even I know maybe it didn't show up all the time stats-wise, but a guy that did his job every single game, Nario Walks, Jaden Mack was the same way. You know what I mean? Those guys were unbelievable in what they did and what they produced. So you don't just replace that production, of players like that, but the scheme itself is really designed, to be able to be the sum of the parts, is where, we never expected, truthfully, when you put in the system, that a flex linebacker, which is a position in which Jalen plays, this defense is not designed for him to be the number one tackler. Jalen just made that happen, right? So I'm just excited about the experience we're still bringing back, on that side of the ball, but how they fit into the system and how those guys do their jobs to a high level to still be able to produce.
You had mentioned that Cody Rubrecht may see some playing time this year. Greensburg-Salem Golden Lion, who was he was a one-man wrecking crew for the Golden Lions last year. How has he kind of splashed onto the scene so early?
Unbelievable. Well, I would say this. His biggest
decision that he made that really helped him is we have a voluntary July camp where our guys come. The only thing we can do is they work out with our strength and conditioning coordinator, but our players then will run some 7-on-7s, and they'll, kind of do some installs, and they teach the new guys. And Cody was at every single one of those sessions. And had he not been, I don't know that he would be in a position to make the splash he's making right now. But his camp is him, and another freshman I would mention is Jaden Llanos out of New Jersey. Those are two freshmen that have exploded onto the scene that I wouldn't be surprised to see them pretty early.
Well, it goes to show, Coach, you come in, do the work, put the work in, show the coaches that you're doing it. Obviously, you got to have some talent behind it too, but hey, hard work, right, always beats beats talent, I guess, right? So, yeah, that's pretty cool to see that, we may see Cody get some playing time. Picked to finish 6th in the PSAC this year, and it's almost like a broken record in terms of when I ask you how do you see the PSAC stacking up.
No doubt.
Because the PSAC West is just such a meat grinder, but how do you see it stacking up this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's largely the same, right? Like, I think there's a couple programs right now that have really established themselves as kind of that year-in, year-out contender, and then I think, honestly, the rest of the West right now are all really good football teams, right? I don't think that you can look at – I mean, you look at Clarion last year and some of the wins that they had as one of the, a program that was – I think they were picked to finish maybe 7th right behind us, and – I mean, they're a team right now that, honestly, they're pretty scary. You know what I mean? So, from top to bottom, there's nobody you can look at that.
Not many weeks off in the PSAC.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, it's always a challenge.
Coach, this is so strange to cut this. I feel like we're cutting it way short because, again, we usually go last.
Yeah,
we usually go for at least a half hour, I think. But since we're going first, we got to make sure we keep up with the schedule of the show. The first game for the Griffins this year, again, will be at Wheeling.
Yes.
I don't know how that kind of worked out, I guess.
Schedule-wise, we opened up last year 4 out of 5 on the road. So I wanted to go back so it would even it in 2 years.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, so for the second straight year, Seton Hill will be at Wheeling to start the season, and I want to get it right. That'll be Thursday, August 31st at 7 o'clock. You'll be able to watch the game right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. And, Coach, it's always so much fun talking with you. We'll have plenty more times this year where we'll get to chat and talk Griffins football, and hopefully I know you guys, one of your goals is to get that winning season.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you're looking for this year. So, hey, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes. I just want to take a minute real quick. Kelly, if you could help me here. So when we opened the show, I wanted to bring up a special guest. Now, we're very excited to talk to all the coaches tonight, right? But this guest, I think, means a little more. I think he's the most special guest of the night. My little buddy Landon here. He is 8 months old, rocking the Westmoreland Sports Network shirt. Huh, buddy? You want to? He can't talk. He's only 8 months. He can't talk quite yet. But he better be able to talk soon so we can put him to work, huh? We'll put you to work? Oh, he's going to
There
the
he goes.
microphone. There you go. Don't let any of the coaches see that.
I think we got a sideline reporter right here.
Yeah, I think so, right? Can you interview Coach Day when you get older? Yeah? Okay. He might just chew on the microphone. So, yeah, you can interview Coach Day when you get older. How's that? All right, there you go. Little Landon, I had to bring him up for our special guest. Now he's going to try to grab my phone here. So, you like the Westmoreland Sports Network shirt, Coach?
I love it.
I had that made for
you.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
He'll have a staff shirt soon. That's your picture. You're on the front of that. Okay, anyway. All right, so we'll continue next. We'll have more high school football coaches coming up. We're also going to talk with Aaron Smetanka later on from St. Vincent. So thank you so much, Coach Day.
Absolutely.
We will be back to Manor Valley Golf Course right after these messages on WSN.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
When you're in pain or suffering from an injury, all you want is to get back on your feet, back to living your life. At East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, that's what we've done for 35 years. Our staff is skilled, experienced, and compassionate. Our facilities are modern and welcoming, and our focus is on you. So if you want to feel better, play better, and live better, call us today or visit one of our 6 offices.
East Suburban.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
It was returned to prominence for Franklin Regional Football last year as the Panthers captured the Big East Conference Championship. However, the season ended on a sour note for FR as they suffered a shutout loss against Woodland Hills in the playoffs. With one of the most explosive players in the WPIAL back in the mix to lead the way, Franklin Regional's out to show that 2022 was no fluke. As impressive as the 6-4 mark was for the Panthers, they could have been even better if not for 3 overtime losses. An upset of Gateway in the conference opener last September served as a signature win in the tenure of head coach Lance Getze. Owen Sinclair, a senior lineman and linebacker, detailed the recipe for success in 2022.
Well, I think we were just really a tight-knit group last year. A lot of these guys have been playing together since we were 6 and 7 years old. So I think the camaraderie we had as a team was really nice. And, I think you saw it on the field. We just gelled as an O-line, had really good quarterback to receiver play and everything like that during the game. So I think, that's stuff like that's really evident when it comes out on the field.
Receiver play should be a strength once again, as Aiden Hudock returns after compiling nearly 1,000 yards receiving and a team-best 15 touchdowns. There will be a different player on the other end of that connection, though, as Chase Lemke takes over at quarterback. While Lemke may not match the 1,000 yards each passing and rushing that Roman Sarnik posted last year, Hudock is confident in his QB.
He's definitely grown a lot since the beginning of the year, not playing as much as Roman. He's learning a lot more. He's getting his movements down a lot better. Some of the strengths will definitely be him if he can tuck the ball and run a little bit just like Roman did. And definitely if all of our wideouts can find a way to get in the gap and make a play.
When touchdowns can't be had, the Panthers should be able to get 3 points from standout kicker Joey Bain, who's back in the mix. The question mark is along the offensive line, though, where 3 starters must be replaced. But Sinclair and Andrew Davola figure to be paramount there, as well as defensively. After posting a couple of shutouts and suffocating the Gators last year, that unit should be a strength once again.
Really just our communication and our front line play, I think, is the biggest part. I think if those guys are able to take control of the game, it's really, it takes a lot of pressure off the secondary and the linebackers. So I think, it really just starts up with those guys up front and them being able to control the game. And we got some great guys that are able to lead that, like Davola and Slezak.
The Panthers won't catch anybody by surprise this year, but the team is still confident it can return to the postseason. Hudock detailed the areas that the team must address in order to take the next steps.
No mental mistakes, not getting as many flags as we did last year, and definitely just winning as many as we can. We should definitely at least get the conference championship again, but if not farther, I'm hoping to go farther.
A couple of stiff tests bookend the schedule for Franklin Regional. A team that typically uses a second scrimmage will play Week 0 against Thomas Jefferson at home. They will also host Penn Trafford to conclude the regular season. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
At World Class Transmission Service, we're committed to providing excellence in customer service, the highest quality work, and the most cost-effective solutions for you. We'll have you back on the road fast and with the least effect on your wallet. Don't let our low prices fool you. The quality of our work is of the highest standard. Our qualified, professional, and experienced team uses the most advanced, modern equipment to diagnose, repair, and service your vehicle. To learn more, call or stop in today.
Okay, we are back live at Manor Valley Golf Course as the 12th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show continues. And to my left is the Big East Conference Coach of the Year of the Franklin Regional Panthers, Lance Getze, in his 3rd season as the head coach, 5th season as a head coach. The first 2 seasons he was the head coach of the Charleroi Cougars. He has 23 years coaching on the varsity level. Last season, the Panthers went 6-4 overall and 4-1 in the Big East Class 5A Conference and were those conference champions, which was unexpected based on the preseason pundits. And he, as a result, earned that Coach of the Year honor. The Panthers, with that great finish, did lose in the first round of the playoffs to Woodland Hills at home back on November 14th, 21-0. But overall, Coach, it's been a tremendous year last year. You've got a number of good players coming back. the future looks bright. This morning, you guys scrimmaged at Hampton, so maybe share with our viewers a little bit some of your thoughts on the scrimmage.
Well, I think first off, we had just one injury, but hopefully it's not too serious, and coaches are always looking for those scrimmages healthy, and that's the number one goal. But also to get a look at some of the young guys and see how they perform, and our guys are coming along. They've still got a lot of work to go yet, but they didn't look too bad, and I thought that we did a lot of great things. But I like the film that we put together because I think there's a lot we can learn from it.
Okay, now last season the Panthers were, I referred at our open, the Cardiac Kids. I'm sure you can remember those Cleveland Brown teams that earned that moniker because of the drama, intense finishes they played. Well, that describes in a nutshell last season for the Panthers. 3 of their 4 defeats coming in overtime. Have you experienced in your coaching career a season like last year in terms of the drama?
Maybe not, probably not, because I never was in a season where my losses were all in overtime. But that just shows that the parity in 5A and how good all these teams are, and how good our team was as far as the fight within our players. So yeah, it was pretty exciting. I think the fans enjoyed it, the players enjoyed it, but we got to learn a little bit about how to win in overtime.
Right. Yeah. Close those ones out, as coaches like to say. Well, this year's squad has a number of players back, and we'll talk about some of those young men in a minute. But I would be remiss about the biggest graduation loss, I think, is a player I nicknamed Hombre, Roman Sarnick, who became the first Franklin Regional quarterback to both pass and rush for over 1,000 yards in a season. He passed for 1,187 yards, rushed for 1,008. That seems like the toughest position to fill, considering all the different elements his skill set brought to the table. We're talking about the offensive numbers. The defensive numbers were just as stellar. Let's talk about that position. Give your thoughts about Roman and what he meant to the team and how the quarterback position is shaping up.
Well, I think Roman just has that mentality, that football mentality. He played quarterback like a linebacker because he played linebacker on defense. What he did for our team as far as motivating, just by his efforts and the work he put in, is something that you can't replace. He's a tremendous kid to coach. One of my favorite players I've ever coached, and definitely somebody that we're going to miss.
All right, now speaking of that position, you got big shoes to fill. Talk a little bit about how that's coming along.
We have a junior, Chase Lemke, who's been working really hard, and he has a very good mind and work ethic, and I think that he's coming along. Still got a ways to go, but I think he's willing to learn and put the work in, and hopefully he continues to grow day by day, week by week.
Okay. Now, when we talked back in July, there were a couple of spots on the offensive line that need to be filled. How has that process been going so far in camp to find some replacements?
We're still looking to see that starting 5, and who's going to be, but we got a lot of young kids working. We also got a kid that came back out for football. He's a wrestler, Giuliano Marion, and I think he's going to be on that offensive line, and he's really working out really well. He's a great young man, hard worker, and shown to be a leader already amongst his teammates. So. And then we also have Davola and Owen Sinclair on the line back from last year. And then, I think the other kids are working very hard and battling to see who could get those other 2 positions.
The cupboard for the Panthers is far from bare, folks out there, if you're wondering. Share with our viewers, Coach, some insight about some of those talented and terrific returning standouts, starting with Mr. Electricity. Senior do-it-all performer, wears number 16 in the program, Aiden Udog, a returning first-team all-conference designee. He's a game changer at wide receiver, folks, cornerback, free safety, kick returner, and punt returner. And does he sell some of the popcorn at halftime of the stadium before going to the locker room?
No, I don't think we asked him to do anything like that yet. No, Aiden obviously is a great talent. One of the top athletes I've ever coached, and I think he could be a top athlete in the WPL this year. He does a lot of things for us offensively. We put him in the backfield, we put him out wide, different positions. We try to move him around. But Aiden also is a kid that doesn't let up a lot of passes when he's playing corners. So, and you mentioned the kicking game. Him as a return man is definitely a weapon. So, Aiden, the sky's the limit for him. He just got to continue to work hard and never settle for where he is and always try to get better. And I think great things are ahead for him.
I would really excited about if he can stay healthy, how great a senior season that young man could record.
No doubt about it. I agree with that 100%.
Now we got to talk about young man, the junior linebacker, had a sensational year last year. He wears number 18, Austin Kearns. He paced the squad in total tackles last year with 86, with 47 of those stops of the solo variety. He led the outfit in tackles per game as well with 9.6 impact.
Yeah, Austin was thrown into the fire his freshman year due to injuries, and he played well at the Mike linebacker. And then, with Owen Sinclair being there and healthy, Austin could play the will and does a great job for us. Smart kid, worked hard in the offseason in the weight room, and we're looking for big things from him again.
Well, that was the next guy I was going to ask you about. Owen wears number 57. You mentioned the senior, first team all-conference honoree. And the next player, junior defensive tackle, offensive lineman. You mentioned his name earlier, but maybe amplify on him. Number 54, Andrew Davola, was a second-team all-conference performer. Sinclair finished the season tied for second in tackles with Sarnick, and Davola with 60. And then meanwhile, Davola finished the campaign tied for first in tackles for loss with Sarnick with 18. Those young men got to be a key to your team's fortunes.
Oh, there's no doubt. Owen is the quarterback of our defense. He's in the middle, making all the calls, and just doing whatever he can to get everybody in a position and still be an impact player. We're looking for big things from him on the offensive line as well. He might play a little bit of center, but also maybe a little bit of guard this year. And then Andrew Davola, that's a kid who's defensive tackle. I thought one of the top defensive tackles in our conference last year as a sophomore. And then in offense, he might play a little tackle, but also a little guard. So those two, their work ethics, the work that they put in, not even when we have practice, before practice or after practice, helps make them the players they are.
Have there been, Coach, and we're visiting with Lance Getze, the head mentor of the Franklin Regional Panthers here on the show, have there been any players who have caught your eye with their improved performance in camp so far?
There's a lot of kids that caught my eye. I think, running back Kyle DePill, and he plays outside linebacker. I mentioned Marion at the offensive tackle. He's also an outside linebacker. He's had a great camp. Aju Gentili is somebody that, is going to do his junior year. People haven't really heard about him. I think he's going to do some good things for us as a backup running back, and playing different positions on the defense. He's going to surprise a lot of people. But we're looking to see what a Gunnar Perez does at the H-back and what a Heath Sleva does at the free safety. So we got a lot of kids that we're hoping to make that next step, but they definitely have the potential.
Now, in year number 3, coming in now, do you feel that your program is even more better adjusted to the way you want the players to be performing on offense and defense and special teams?
Yeah, I think every year you get a little bit better understanding the system offensively, defensively. So, this junior class they were freshmen whenever I first started as the head coach. But, every year I think you could add a little bit more into the packages that we do offensively and defensively because of the understanding.
Now, have there been any changes on the coaching staff from last season or not?
Oh, yeah. We had a couple coaches that had to leave. One he was a student, and another one moved his family down to Tampa Bay. And so we brought in some coaches. We got a new offensive line coach that was at Woodland Hills, played there, made the Big 33. And Brian Johnson, we have Aaron Lucas. He was played in Ohio, and he coached at Geneva College before. And Lafayette Pitts, Woodland Hills, Pitt star. He's coming over to help us with the defensive backs. And then we got a guy that just got hired as a teacher. He's been coaching in Virginia for a while, Mike Vanderwater.
So you do have a number of new faces on that.
Yeah, we do. We keep on trying to grow. We added some guys, and I think that they stepped up, and it's allows me to relax a little bit more.
All right. Well, Coach, the Panthers open the season on Friday at Panther Stadium. They'll take on Bill Churpak and the Thomas Jefferson Jaguars with a 7 p.m. kickoff in a Week 0 game. You certainly don't have a weak sister to open the campaign with TJ coming to town.
Oh, no doubt. With the conference that we play in, we felt like we needed to play somebody that's going to prepare us for that conference run. So, and there's nobody that has done it better than Bill Churpak and TJ. So we're excited about the challenge, and we know that it's going to be a challenge. So, next week's going to be fun.
Coach, I'll see you on Friday at Panther Stadium for the opener.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
That is head coach Lance Getze of the Franklin Regional Panthers, ready to come back here for his third season as the head coach. And he's got a lot of talented players there. And with some of these talented young players he just talked about, it'll be a good place to be, I think, when you're watching football on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be back with more of our high school football coaches preview show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendell VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendell VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendell VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendellVW.com. We would love to meet you.
I feel like it's definitely very important, like for high school, because a lot of kids, get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs. So like doing the events like in a school setting, I feel like definitely like try to prevent kids from like going to like parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to, talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Despite a record of just 4-7 a year ago, Southmoreland did return to the WPIAL playoffs, and they boasted one of the most impressive passing combinations in the form of Ty Keffer and Caden Kiefer. This year, the Scotties not only have that duo back, but they've added Dejon Craggett, a running back transfer from GCC that allows them to match up favorably against any combination of skill position players in 3A. Keffer, playing varsity football for the first time last year, led the WPIAL in receptions and also surpassed 1,000 yards receiving, scoring 18 times. Now with some valuable experience under his belt to add with size and athleticism, the sky is the limit for the senior. Kiefer, meanwhile, returns behind center after topping 1,500 yards passing. It could be a three-headed monster on offense for the Scotties this year, however, as Craggett joins the team from Greensburg Central Catholic, where he rushed for 1,000 yards in 2022. He and another former Centurion, Ethan Shawley, should give the Scotties a big boost, according to Keffer.
Oh, they're amazing. They already like this. They already like the school. They have energy. They have the energy that we need. They're athletes too. Like they're gonna cause an impact.
Shawley, a standout linebacker, should help fortify a defense that has been an area of focus throughout the offseason. Competing with the likes of Bell Vernon area, Elizabeth Forward, and Mount Pleasant, Southmoreland will also need strong play on the line, with Aiden Corvin among the anchors for that group.
I think our defense is looking absolutely stout this year. I think defense is a big important thing for us.
For a program that endured a nearly 40-year playoff drought until 2019, reaching the postseason has become the expectation now. For second-year head coach Tim Bukowski, his team now has the talent to take the next step.
Oh, we want to win a playoff game. We haven't won a playoff game, I don't think, in school history. We want to get there, get a good seeding, and then win a playoff game.
The Scotties non-conference includes McGuffey in Week 0, as well as matchups against Ligonier Valley and Derry area. And the Scotties will conclude the regular season at home against rival Mount Pleasant area. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
From the Manor Valley Golf Course here in Export, we continue with the high school football kickoff show. Sean Myers now joined by the second-year head coach of the Southmoreland Scotties, Tim Bukowski. First off, Tim, thanks for doing this again. Good to be talking to you for the second time in a few weeks. How's everything going with you?
Good to be here, Sean.
obviously excited about the season and getting the first scrimmage under our belt today. So we're ready to go.
Now, we went around to about a dozen different camps, and I've talked to many coaches over the years, and usually the first thing I look at is the players who moved on from a team a year ago, and then you look at who's coming back. And often there's questions of, will the guys who are back able to replace the production of the guys who's left? When I look at your team, I see a team that is pretty clearly going to be able to replace the production that you lost from last year because you have some absolute stars back. Let's talk first about your star receiver, Ty Keffer. What he did last year in his first year in football was incredible, over 1,000 yards. It seems like the sky's the limit for him. So what's next?
Well, that's a good question. Ty had a great season, obviously. His first year since midgets, 73 catches. Just got better as the season went on. He started off again today. He did the same thing that he did last year, a couple of touchdowns. Kiefer trusts him when the ball's in the air. It's almost a feeling for me that I know he's going to catch it and score almost every time. So he's a great player. I know that he's worked on his routes. I can tell when he's running, any type of route, he's putting double moves in, and he's just perfected that craft a little bit. But the hands are, have always been good.
So that's Keffer. Now let's talk about Kiefer, your starting quarterback, Caden Kiefer. He had a really nice season. Obviously, he was the guy that was throwing the ball to your star receiver. He passed for over 1,500 yards, had nearly 20 touchdowns through the air. How does he take the next step in 2023?
Well, I think he did. I think more leadership. Both of those guys were voted captains. So I see Caden. He's more vocal this year, and last year maybe not telling players where to move or what to do. But I can see when we break the huddle, he's making sure everybody knows what they're doing, and he's spinning it just a little bit faster. He actually shredded down a little bit, lost some weight, and I know he wants to run the ball a little more. And he tucked it today and took off a couple of times. And I think you'll see a little bit more run from him. But yeah, he did a great job last year and had good numbers. And his production, I think, will be as good, if not better.
And now we talk about these two guys who had great seasons in 2022, and yet collectively the team had a losing record. Now you did make the playoffs, which I know is a big accomplishment, but how do you go from 4-7 to getting a winning record and maybe taking the next step or the next couple of steps here this season?
Right. Making the playoffs is always a big deal, at Southmoreland, and the thing we didn't do was beat playoff teams. The wins we had were teams that didn't make the playoffs, so that's a big focus. I know these guys, are ready to take the next step. We hit the weight room a lot harder this year than we did in the past. Since we've been here each year, it's gotten bigger and bigger. The guys just working out and off-season growth. So, beating playoff teams, taking it to the next level and winning a playoff game are obviously very important. And I'm betting on my guys. I truly think it will happen.
Well, let's talk about the playoffs because Southmoreland was one of the biggest stories in the WPIAL a few years ago when they snapped that nearly 40-year playoff drought. And you weren't the head coach, but you were around the program at the time and were a major part of it. Now it seems like it really has taken a new level for this program because it's almost an expectation now to make the playoffs. Is it fair to say that just in the past half-decade, expectations have really skyrocketed?
100%. They truly feel they're a playoff contender every year now. Even some games that we did lose, we were in the games, we just didn't finish. So now the expectation week to week is, we can beat anybody. So let's go out and play our best game and, see what happens. But we won't back down from any challenge this season.
Well, we talked about the receiver, the quarterback. Well, you've also got some new guys in the mix now who are going to be real impact players on the offensive side and on the defensive side. And Deshaun Craggett, who had a really good year last year at Greensburg Central Catholic, is chief amongst them. How much does he add to this team?
Well, today was the first day to actually get to see it live, and he's a special player. He's very elusive, a big, strong young man. He's around 195 pounds, and he runs a 4.38 40, so you can't coach that. And we're blessed to have him. We expect that he's going to have a great season. Basically, last year he had about 10 or 11 carries a game. I think he'll see a little more than that this year. And he's electric. He's at the second level before you can blink. And our offensive line, today, basing it off of that, is going to get him in the second level real quick, and he'll finish the runs.
Well, you mentioned you had the scrimmage against Brentwood, and I know you were pretty happy with how your team performed, including the offensive line and including the defense. So defensively, where are the biggest areas where you need to improve from last year, and who are some of the guys who are going to be catalysts for that improvement?
Well, we've been trying to get better on defense every year. When we got here until now, we've come a long way. We truly feel this is the best defense we've had athletically, size-wise. We have some guys. Cam Phillips is in the secondary. He looked outstanding today. He came up and made a lot of plays on the run. He's a good running back as well who will get carries and just really look good at safety. Gabe Kabuski's his partner back there. And Gabe's a sophomore, big kid wrestler, 6'2". Our middle linebackers, Ethan Shawley, who moved in, transferred to Geibel as well. He's a tough, hard-nosed football player who brings a lot of energy to the defense. He's a vocal leader. And I noticed since Ethan's been stepping up and being vocal, other guys are. Next to him, Stanley Chapman's a 6'2", 220-pound sophomore linebacker who can run. The two of them together make a nice package, and we look forward to them making plays sideline to sideline. They're just tough guys. Austin Moe on the outside, 3-year starter. John DeMarco left our staff and went to Elizabeth Forward, and he said, I just wish I could find an Austin Moe. He's the guy that doesn't jump out. He just makes every play. He's in the right position. And Austin's a real good football player. We have Keffer at one corner, Wyatt Richter at the other. Those guys have been there for 2 years. Richter had a nice interception today and brought it back. And defensive line-wise, we have Jarrell Braxton, who was the third member of the guys that went to Geibel, and Jarrell's a big kid. He's playing center and nose guard. He listens. He did a great job today at the scrimmage. Aiden Corvin, who's a third captain that we've mentioned, and Aiden's just they couldn't block him today. He's just one of those guys that anybody he plays against, they're in for a long night. And those combined, a lot of new faces, but a lot of speed, and a lot of toughness that we expect. The third guy on the defensive line is Elliot Primus. Elliot's a young man who his freshman year until now, it's amazing, what he's turned into. He had 11 and a half sacks last year. He's 6'4", 210, and he's a weight room warrior. You'll be hearing his name on a college campus in a couple of years. He's really good.
I know you mentioned Elizabeth Forward. That's a team that for quite a while now has been one of the best in whatever classification they've competed in the WPIAL. And certainly Bell Vernon is one of the best, not only in the WPIAL, but they are the defending state champions. It seems like those are two teams that you're going to have to go through. Mount Pleasant is another team that finished ahead of you. How do you take that jump and compete with and defeat those teams?
Well, Bell Vernon has basically the whole team back from a state championship team, and they're very tough. For us to compete with them, we got to have a great night, and they have to make some mistakes, obviously. Last year, I don't think we gave them a tough enough game. So, when they come to our place this year, I hope that we step up to the challenge and play them tough. Elizabeth Forwards, they're big up front. They just have a huge line. I think athletically, we match up well. Our line just has to step up that night and fight, every play against some bigger guys. And, we look forward to that matchup, and obviously – with Coach DeMarco and I, our relationship and being good friends and, coaching together at Clairton and, him being on my staff, I know our guys are gonna give it their all to beat Coach.
You mentioned the Clairton Bears. You were there during a pretty good run for that program, certainly to say the least. I don't know that Southmoreland is going to ever get to that level necessarily because almost no team ever has. But when you think of how to build this in a sustainable winner year after year, what comes to mind for you? And on the other side of it, what do you like so much about being at Southmoreland?
Well, first of all, the people are great out there. Very supportive. Since I've been there, booster clubs, they give you everything you want. They want to win. They've been through a lot of bad years, and now they see the program at the point where we are, very competitive. Good football. We play good football, and they basically want to win, and we want to provide that for them. I see we're getting most of the athletes now. When I started there, I would look at the soccer team and go, those guys should be over here playing football. And now it's kind of the other way around. We're getting the guys that we should. We're getting bigger and stronger, faster, and not only just commitment in the weight room, but belief. Our guys believe now that they're good football players, and they are. We have a lot of good football players, and on Friday nights, they got to play us tough because we're not the homecoming game anymore.
Absolutely. Well, Tim, no doubt after seeing your team at camp and reading some stories, I would say that very few teams have me more excited to see on Friday night than the Southmoreland Scotties this year. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Thanks so much for doing this.
Yep. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
That is Tim Bukowski, the head coach of the Southmoreland Scotties. We'll take a break very quickly, but we've got plenty more to get to as we continue the 2023 high school football kickoff show. It's here. It's on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge summer savings. Save big with 0% financing on new Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Or receive up to $7,500 in special lease bonus cash. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual Fungo Man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
It was a tough season in 2022 for Greensburg-Salem. Despite an incredible campaign from quarterback Cody Ruprecht, the Golden Lions had a 5-game losing skid that derailed their playoff hopes. Now with new head coach Ty George bringing his brand of energy to the program, the Golden Lions hope to get back to their winning tradition. George, a former player at Hempfield area and Seton Hill, had been the offensive coordinator under previous head coach Dave Kiefer. One of his biggest tasks this year will be to fill the void left by Ruprecht, who both passed for and rushed for over 1,000 yards in 2022. Taking over at QB is Peyton Chismar, who saw limited action last year. George, a standout QB in his high school days, should be a good voice to aid in Chismar's development, as the new coach's impact has already been felt, says senior Julian Stevens.
I like the way he brings his energy, his mentality, and just like how he's hard. He's starting to get hard on us, and I like that. The small stuff that gets us to the big stuff that's the main goal. So that's why I like him a lot. It's like just doing the stuff he does to make us better.
Stevens, a tight end, will be among the passing weapons for Chismar, as will Keegan Young, Dom Rosenstill, and Marquise Walker. Running back Kai Bruno is the most accomplished offensive player, though, after rushing for more than 500 yards and scoring 8 times last season. He and Stevens have a similar approach for the Golden Lions to improve this campaign.
We're just going to work harder with our line, our defense. We're going to work harder than them, condition harder, practice harder, everything.
From going from that record to this year, we're just going to go day in and day out, week by week, game by game, and just minute by minute.
Defensive improvement must be had to contend in the Interstate Conference, as Greensburg-Salem yielded 42 or more points in every loss. While Belle Vernon area appears to be the heavy favorite, the Golden Lions could be in the mix to end their 3-year playoff drive if they can fortify that side of the football.
Well, obviously we got to stop the run first. That's the main priority. And then I have a tons of faith, 110% faith in our secondary. I know good corners, good safeties, and we just got to, our D-line and the linebackers got to stop the run, and we'll be good across the board.
The Golden Lions will have redemption on their mind to begin this season as they open on the road against rival Hempfield area. They'll follow with non-conference matchups against Derry area and Ligonier Valley, and they'll begin the Interstate Conference against Mount Pleasant. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
And we continue here on the high school football kickoff show, looking ahead at the 2023 season. We'll stay within the Interstate Conference in Class 3A, as I'm now joined by Ty George, the first-year head coach for the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions. Now, you've got big shoes to fill because Dave Kiefer was one of the more interesting characters that we talked to, so you've got a lot of pressure here, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. How has the transition gone? Because you had been at Salem for 3 years as an assistant. Now everything is on your shoulders because you are the man in charge. How's that transition been?
Overall, I think it's going pretty well. Pretty fortunate, to be able to still have Dave around. We teach together at the middle school, which has been a big help. And, just kind of the other guys on my staff being able to help guide me and lead me through this process for the first time. It's really been a tremendous help. So I've enjoyed it, and pretty smooth transition so far. And any bumps along the way, like I said, I've had some pretty good guidance and help. So it's been good.
Let's look back at last year. It was a nice start to the season after that tough loss against Hempfield area. Your team rebounded and routed off some wins, but once you got into the conference, it was tough sledding. Obviously a very competitive conference. What was the mindset like for the players throughout the offseason, the ones who were coming back after that tough 2022?
I think the best part about coming back in the same conference is, we went through a year, we kind of saw where we hit some snags along the way, and the guys have really had that motivating force along our off season here each month to kind of correct and right some of those wrongs. So I think going forward, we can kind of see and look back, remember where we messed up here or made a mistake here and there, and we've kind of used that, like I said, as a driving force to have success, hopefully, second time around.
We were talking to Seton Hill head coach Dan Day a little bit earlier in the show, and you know something about playing high school quarterback, going on to play receiver collegiately. Well, that happened with a Greensburg-Salem guy, Cody Rubrecht, who played quarterback last year and had really an incredible season considering that he's probably not a natural QB. Now he's playing receiver at Seton Hill. I'm sure you'd love to have a guy like that back. Obviously, he's moved on. What are you going to miss most about him and what he provided?
Everybody looks at all the stats that Cody put up, and again, he broke tons of records for us, receiving, throwing, running. He kind of did it all. But he's such a good kid, wholesome kid, hard worker, and I know that he's carrying that on at Seton Hill as well. So, just the person he was, the leader who was, the example he set in the locker room, those, again, are big shoes to fill. And like I've alluded to before, you can't just replace a Cody Rubrecht like that. It's going to be by committee as a whole group and a whole team. We're going to have to pick up the slack. So, but he'll definitely be missed.
Peyton Chismar is the heir apparent at quarterback, and he played a little bit last year. He has some experience. I know he's been in the system. How do you help ease his transition to put him in the best spots possible?
It's been beneficial to us that he got to take some snaps last year, so it shouldn't be too new to him. I think setting up game plans and critiquing things that fit his skill set. He has a different skill set than Cody had, and we're going to kind of allude to that throughout the season and work to some of his strengths. So, he has all the intangibles. He has a strong arm. He's accurate. He's getting a better command of the offense. So I really think, playing to his strengths and using them throughout the season are really going to pay dividends.
Now, you did lose your top rusher because that was Rubrecht, but you returned your top running back in Kai Bruno, another guy who's gotten plenty of reps. He ran for more than 500 yards last year. Does he take on a bigger role, and what stands out about his development?
He definitely has, and I'll tell you what, we've been talking as coaches throughout the offseason. His commitment level and the effort and energy and work that he's put in has been tremendous. We can't ask any more for him from an offseason perspective. He's taken on more of a leadership role. He's not that sophomore anymore. Now he's a junior, and much more is going to be expected of him going forward, and I think he knows that, and I think he's embracing that. So we're looking for big things from him this year, and I think he's going to have a great season.
With some graduations at the receiver position, opportunity abounds for players to step up. Who are some guys that you think will become integral at that position this year?
I think we have a couple kids. Julian Stevens is one that stands out. He's returning, and again, he has experience at the position. We have some other kids as well. Keegan Young, Dom Rosenstill are some of the wide receivers for us that I think have gotten some experience and gotten some reps that will be able to play. So, and again, I think them as sophomores getting some time on the field in varsity minutes, it's kind of going to ease that transition. So I think that's going to pay off for us as well.
One of the keys to having a good offense or even a good defense is winning in the trenches. So I know you're going to lean on some guys there, even though you graduated really good players like McChesney and like Caleb Briggs. But you also have the benefit of having a pretty accomplished coach there guiding the offensive line. Rich Bowen, who was your high school coach at Hempfield area. That has to be great to have him back. Now the roles are reversed a little bit. How's that dynamic going?
It's going great. I tell everybody I'm so lucky, and so fortunate. I got to go through high school, and he taught me so much about the game. And then when I got into coaching, he gave me my first coaching opportunity at the high school level. And now with him coming back and being on staff, I'm still learning from him and still able to take a lot from him. And he's doing such a great job with our offensive line. He's doing a great job at working the kids hard, holding them accountable. They're embracing his coaching, and I really see that group continuing to grow throughout the season. So it's been great having him around. He's always been a mentor, and I really enjoy having him. I'm really, really lucky.
Talking to Ty George, the first-year head coach for Greensburg-Salem. I know most of your experience is on the offensive side of the ball, but there's no doubt the defense needs to be better than it was a year ago, especially during those struggles in the conference. It usually was the defense giving up a lot of points. How do you solidify that unit?
A lot of the things we look at in the offseason is what went wrong for us. And with our defensive coordinator, Matt Bowe, he's done a great job of looking at, hey, where are some places and areas that we could be better at? Some of it is personnel-based, making some personnel changes. Some of it's scheme. Some of it's technique and form and things like that. So we've really dedicated a lot of our time this offseason, even into camp, continuing with just those fundamentals of defense and kind of going back to the basics and making sure the kids have a firm grip on those. And I think, even in the scrimmage today, we saw a lot of those fundamentals come to light in a positive way. So we're looking to carry that into the conference, and hopefully that translates throughout the season.
At this time of year, before the games are played, there's a lot of people. I've got fans over here.
Look at
This is unbelievable.
Great.
I know that every coach is optimistic heading into their first games of the season. And so we talked to Tim Bukowski. He's optimistic that his team will be better. We know that the defending state champion Bell Vernon Leopards returned just about everyone that they had from a year ago. So how do you find a way to compete with and knock off some of the teams in this conference?
I kind of have preached this message since I got there. The biggest thing we can do is control what we can control. The kids need to be able to work hard, be dedicated, be committed, and they've done that so far. And, we look at some of the things that lose you football games, turning the ball over, the mental mistakes and things like that. We're really trying to clean up the discipline part of it. So with them continuing on this path, I think we have a chance to win some of those games and, right some of those wrongs from a year ago. So if the kids continue to do their part and buy in like they have, I really think we have a good shot.
Do you set specific goals and specific expectations for a team before the season?
We try to attack it week by week. We have goals for each week of things that we want to accomplish based off our game plan. And we tell the kids, if you can accomplish these goals, you have a good chance to win the football game. And that will translate into wins in the season. So sometimes when you look at the big picture, it's hard to break it down and see what you can do here and there. But us taking it week by week, we're hoping that translates into wins.
Greensburg-Salem is a program that's accustomed to winning, one of the most storied programs in the entire WPIAL. We were there for win number 700. What a special moment, and I know you want to keep adding to it. Does that bring a higher level of expectation and even some more pressure with both you and the players knowing everything that's been done before them?
Greensburg has such rich tradition and history. And, I think the kids are buying into, carrying on with that tradition and that history. And they don't want to disappoint the players and coaches and people before them, people that come back to the games. Our first home game this year, we're going to honor the 1973 team that won the conference. And, I think for the kids to be able to see that and be a part of that, it's a real driving force and motivating force so that they can continue on and leave their legacy within the program. So that's what we're hoping to do going forward. And I want them to leave their footprint on it as well.
This is maybe a question you'll be better suited to answer at the end of this season, but at this point, what do you think makes this year's version of the team special?
I've really been impressed with the kids and their commitment to the program. I think, a lot of times it's easy in the summer. You have kids that want to go away or go on trips or do this or do that. Our attendance throughout the off season has really made the difference, and I think that's why we're kind of leaps and bounds ahead of maybe where we've been in the past, is because of their ability to buy in and make a commitment to the team. And I think they're starting to make sure that they're putting their teammates above themselves. And I think that's really what we're trying to preach is it's going to take everybody to win these games. It's not just going to be one kid that's going to make the difference for us. It's going to be the whole group. So I really think with that mentality and mindset, I think we have a good chance.
Lastly, it's only appropriate that your season, of course, would begin against Hempfield area, right? The former Spartan coaching against his old team, and we're going to hear from their coach, Nick Kiefer, momentarily. What's that going to be like for you, and how much does that mean for all the players on both sides, because you have that perspective?
Yeah, it's a big rivalry game, obviously, and having been on both sides of it and having played in it, I know it means a lot to both communities. I know both sides get fired up, both sides get excited. It'll be a special night for everybody. And again, it's a good game, and it's something that makes high school football fun. The matchups and the rivalries, that's what it's all about. So I know our players are looking forward to it. I know they are as well. So we're looking forward to the competition for sure.
Well, we are looking forward to following your team this season and all throughout your career. Ty, thanks so much for doing this. We appreciate the time as always.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it.
That is Ty George, the head coach for the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will hear the other side of the Battle of Greensburg. It will be Nick Kiefer, the first-year head coach for the Hempfield area Spartans, as we continue right here from Manor Valley on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit manorvalleygc.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dean Huss.
And I'm Dr. Melissa Bender at Huss Chiropractic.
We are celebrating our 25th anniversary here at Huss Chiropractic. We provide convenient, quality care in a friendly and relaxed, patient-focused environment.
Along with quality chiropractic care, we also perform affordable DOT physicals for CDL drivers by appointment or walk-in for your convenience.
If you're in need of chiropractic care in Westmoreland County, look no further than Huss Chiropractic, 910 Industrial Boulevard, Loyal, Hannah. Don't let pain adjust how you live. Live well adjusted.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
It was a tale of two seasons for Hempfield area football in 2022 as the Spartans got off to a 5-0 historic start, but in the second half of the season they went just 1-4 and missed the WPIAL playoffs. Now with just 3 starters back and new coach Nick Kiefer guiding the program, Hempfield area will basically have to start from scratch in 2023. Kiefer had been a longtime assistant with the program under 3 different head coaches, most recently Mike Brown, who left for rival Norwin during the offseason. Kiefer has made it a family affair, as his father is on staff. His brother Zach is the defensive coordinator, and he'll run the offense, hoping to keep the fast-paced adopted last year. Quarterback Kieran Lippman is an ardent supporter.
I love Coach Kiefer as our head coach. I've been with him and worked with him since I was in first grade. So me and him have really deep connection. Him switching from being the 9th grade head coach a few years ago to now being our head coach, I feel like it's been a great transition for us. He's really player-oriented. He takes advice from every single one of us, and we just build on that.
Lippman is one of the few returners from last year's 6-win squad, as the team graduated 9 who are playing collegiately. After excelling at receiver early last season, Lippman was thrust into the role at quarterback due to injury, and he'll use his athleticism and leadership at the position in 2023. Offensive lineman Joe Dolinsky and linebacker Brennan Knight are the other returning starters, and Dolinsky and Lippman want the younger players to experience what they felt during their hot start last season.
Oh, it motivates me a lot. I think about that every day as soon as practice starts, and I try to teach these young kids what it's like, and hopefully they could be seen as that in the community as well.
I think we just teach our younger guys on the team this year what that success was like at the beginning of the year, because most of them saw a little bit of time towards the end, and we just want them to know what winning feels like.
While sophomore QB Dom Dietrich and junior running back Rogan Catcher could also become key pieces on offense, the defense must focus on tightening the screws, as it allowed an average of 48 points in the losses. Lippman, who is receiving college interest as a safety, will be an anchor on that side of the ball too.
I like to bring a lot of intensity and a lot of enthusiasm to that side of the ball. Just being the guy that comes up and sticks his nose in every single play and just making some big hits.
With just 2 guaranteed playoff berths from the Big East Conference, the Spartans must contend with the likes of Gateway, Penn Trafford, and Franklin Regional. While they don't match up in regards to experience, the Spartans are driven to write a different ending than last year.
Obviously, our main goal is to make the playoffs because that is not too common around here. I'll just say it outright, but that's the main goal for me.
It'll be a battle of Greensburg to begin the season for Hempfield area as the Spartans welcome Greensburg-Salem in Week 0. They also have a non-conference home game against Greater Latrobe. They'll open the Big East Conference at Penn Trafford. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Jamie P. Deandrith Physical Therapy has been providing the Greensburg community with professional, personalized physical therapy since 2003. We specialize in sports medicine, orthopedics, and women's health. Our priority is always centered on caring for you. To make an appointment, call 724-830-8815 or visit deandrithphysicaltherapy.com. Let us help you improve the quality of your life with Jamie P. Deandrith Physical Therapy.
Jonathan Whaley back with you as the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Show continues from Manor Valley Golf Course here in Export. And this next coach that I'm about to interview is Nick Kiefer of the Hempfield area Spartans. And I've known Nick's wife probably a little longer than I've known him because his wife Jenna, and they also now are parents of 3 daughters, and hopefully they're all of them watching the show.
They're supposed to be, so we'll see if I get any text messages after this.
But
how silly I sound.
Yep. Well, you'll get critiqued by the wife for sure when you get back. But let's talk a little bit about you coming in. You were 9 seasons as an assistant coach with the Spartans. Last season, the Spartans got off to that tremendous start. However, they finished the season not as strong as they began it and went 6-4 overall and 2-3 in the Big East Conference. And the Spartans did not qualify for the playoffs last season. However, the bright spot, it was their first non-losing regular season since 2015. Coach, first of all, congratulations on breaking through.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yes, all those years earning your stripes as an assistant coach. The coach you're going to be going against in your opening game on Friday, you were telling me during the break, you were his quarterback's coach at Hempfield High School, so you got that tie coming in your opening game. But the road here was challenging, but you're here now. What are you most excited about?
I'm just excited to be a part of the Hempfield football program. You know, like you said, I was an assistant 9 years on the varsity level. I had 3 years as the freshman head coach. I live in the community. My wife teaches in the community. My daughters are going to go to school here. So I really do love Hempfield. I like to think I bleed blue and silver. So I'm just excited to be a part of the program. I love the kids. I live in the neighborhoods where they are. So I'm really excited.
So you're a Hempfield man all the way.
I think so.
Okay, and that means a lot because, like you say, you're invested in the community. You know, you put a lot of time in to earn your opportunity as the head coach. You want to do the best that you can for that, and I'm sure they made a good decision in having you take over.
Thank you.
Now, what are some of the adjustments? And I always like to ask the first-year coach when I'm talking to him or her, they come from an assistant to a head coach. What have been some of the adjustments you've had to make in transitioning from giving input as an assistant to be, paraphrasing former U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, the buck stops here?
Well, I was fortunate enough to work for some really great head coaches, you know, starting out with Greg Meisner and then going to Rich Bowen, and even on the track and field level with Ron Collin, Leroy Wilson, Dave Murray, softball with Bob Kalp. So I felt like I was able to work under some really, really good coaches. Then I got the opportunity to work with Mike last year. So I try to take the little things from everyone and try to make it into my own.
Okay.
But I feel like all those coaches, I was fortunate to have the opportunity they delegated things to me that they knew my goal was to be a head coach. So, I spent all those years trying to get, extra work in so I'd be prepared for this position. So now I think the biggest adjustment is, I have head coaches on my staff in Joel Dolinsky from Seton Hill. My dad coached 33 years in the Pittsburgh Public Schools. My brother Zach's the head basketball coach. So they're trying to teach me little things like try to delegate some things to other people because I'm used to trying to have more and think I need to do everything, where it's nice to have those types of guys on my staff that are helping me learn that I need to let other people do some things to be more of a well-rounded program.
Well, and it sounds like you've already began to put those adjustments in.
I'm trying to listen.
Okay.
So.
Now, the Spartans graduated a lot of talented players from last year's squad. You have only 2 stars returning on offense and 2 on defense. So I guess the question I'd like to ask you, how has the competition been going as the coaching staff is trying to put together a starting lineup?
When we think about the summer, I don't know if it could have went any better for us. The kids are committed. They came every day. We had at least 72 kids at every workout this summer. So when I look at that standpoint, the staff is really happy with how the kids are responding to us. They're trying to learn. They're very coachable kids. They're committed. They love the weight room. They want to do more football all the time. They're asking me, hey, let's throw a little bit more. Let's do a little bit of this and that. So it is really going really well for us in that aspect.
How about a couple of those players? Share with our viewers, if you would. And we're talking with Coach Nick Kiefer, first-year head mentor at Hempfield Area Spartan football. Senior quarterback safety Kieran Lipman, and left guard Joe Dolinsky, and linebacker Brennan Knight. You got to be counting a lot on those young men.
They are, and those are 3 of the guys that got voted captains, along with number 2, Brady Ewing. And I think we are looking for them for that leadership because there's really you can't replicate experience. The only way you get experience is by doing it. And so they're the only guys that have it coming back as starters last year. So, I think the kids see it already right now that, voting them captains, they know their experience. They're trying to follow them. They know they're leading the right way. And we can't ask really any more from them. They show up on time. They're always there. They're leading. They're doing the right things. So they're going to be a big part of our team this year.
Specifically, maybe a couple words about some of their strengths as players.
Kieran Littman, he is a quarterback, but he had more of an impact at the beginning of the year last year as a safety. He did have a couple touchdown catches. I think he had maybe 7 or 8 catches in general. But he's an athlete. At safety, he comes downhill and hits people. He plays over the top. We're going to ask him to do a lot of things on offense: run the ball, pass it, make a lot of reads in our offense. When our RPOs, where you either have to give the ball off to the running back or do you pull it and throw it to the receiver if we have the look we want to. So we're going to ask him to do a lot of things on offense. But he carries a 3.98 GPA. So we're going to use how smart he is and hopefully replicate that on the field.
And what about Joe and Brennan?
You look at Joe, he's 6'4.5", 285 pounds, loves the weight rooms, a 315-pound bencher. He spent all off season working with Coach Dave Murray, being in the track and field program. So he got his feet, he became, I feel, more athletic doing that. So he does whatever's needed. He's the leader of the line. He makes all the calls before the play. So we're looking at him to hopefully get on some defense a little bit too, help us out there. Brennan Knight, big weight room guy as well, started linebacker for us last year, comes downhill, loves to hit people. So other offenses, he might maybe play an H-back position, but we need him on offensive line, and that just is a testament to him that he's a true team player. He said, Coach, I'm a football player. I don't care where I play. I don't care what number I am. I just want to help the team win. So those are the type of leaders that we're looking at, and we're real excited about those guys being in a leadership role as captains of the Spartans.
Now, as you were describing Joe Dolinsky, and you said that 6'4", 280, and how big he is and how strong he is, and you're saying he's also becoming more athletic. Well, I got a nickname for him if he promotes and comes on and lives up to that billing. And you may remember this, your dad would, and I promise you, when you go home tonight and you say that Jonathan brought this up, would you think a nickname for him might be the Dancing Bear because of that athleticism?
Well, it might, but I think his dad might have some issue with that because they think some people describe offensive linemen as dancing teddy bears because they're not really hitting anyone.
Okay.
I think he'd want to be more of a grizzly bear.
Dancing grizzly bear. There we go.
That's
me.
I think he might like that.
All right. 95 players I read you talked about out for the team this year. I know in years past, despite being a large school, you didn't have those type of numbers. Are you real excited and enthused that you got that many kids, 95? And is that the most you've had out during your tenure at Hempfield?
It is, but the numbers are a little skewed there because we always had a 9th grade program.
Okay.
So, but I still think total, I think the most we had with Coach Bone was around 60, 65. And I don't know if we had 30 kids on the freshman team. We were usually around 20 to 25. So I think that's the big aspect. Last year, Mike made that change to bring up the 9th graders. And I thought it was great. We're able to, with those additional coaches as well, split the staff in half, have an offensive practice and a defensive practice, split the team into JV and varsity. And I don't think that could have gone any better last year for us. So I tried to mimic that this year. I have a great staff. We have 14 guys that come, show up every day, and just love coaching, love football, want to teach these kids, what we want to accomplish. So I couldn't be happier in that aspect.
Through camp this season, we talked about your experienced players, and you said they've been selected to be captains. Have there been some young players that have caught you and the other coach's eye as players that can contribute to the team's success this year?
We look at in the junior class, you have Mitch Pitar has an opportunity to start on offense and on defense at wide receiver and at corner. Owen Buckholtz is a junior. He's going to start on both ways on offense and defense with a receiver and defensive back as well. So those are two guys that stand out right now in that junior class that can make an impact. You have the catchers. There's twins. They're juniors right now. Rogan and Reddick catcher. I think they're going to make an impact for us for sure on both sides. And then you look at Ronnie, the third catcher. He's a senior, so I think he's going to get in there a little bit as well. So those are kids that are standing out right now that can help us. On the offensive line, you have junior Jacob Horniak. He's done a nice job for us so far at playing center. So he's an underclassman that's stepping up. There's some sophomores that could potentially get in a rotation at receiver or a defensive back as well. And Nicholas Marcus, he's a sophomore. Then you also have with Jack Kopis is another receiver who can get in. So we feel like we're really deep at the skill level because we have a bunch of kids that are all about the same type of kid who compete and are athletic and want to do good things for us. So,
changing gears here with Coach Kiefer of the Hempfield area Spartans. Will Spartan fans notice any scheme changes this year with your system compared to what they've been seeing on the field the past 2 seasons?
I think every year teams change what they do based upon their skill set and what those specific teams do well. So I think it might be a little different with, it's hard to replicate an inside linebacker like Eli Benakonski. Yeah. We don't have an Eli this year, but we have a Brady Ewing and a Brennan Knight who are going to give it their all at inside backer and come downhill and try to hit people. So our defense is going to be a little different, especially we're running a little bit of a different scheme, but we're still going to have a 3-man front. On offense, we're still going to be spread, no huddle, try to play as fast as we can, try to put the ball in our playmakers' hands. So that's a lot like we did last year. But, it's not like we're going from wide open offense to 2 tight ends, power eye or anything like that. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff. It's just the kids are going to be a little different.
Coach, can you describe in a few words what kind of football program do you want to build at Hempfield?
So we talk about a lot in practice about being a Spartan, not being a class clown in the back of the classroom or not trying to make your buddies laugh. We think about Spartans as being tough, hard-nosed kids that do the right thing all the time and that are accountable. So I'd like to think that our program is trying to teach these kids the lessons that you have to be accountable, you have to do the right things all the time, and you have to be there for each other. So that's the type of program that I think our staff wants, that we want these kids to go out there and work hard and be together and play for each other.
Coach, last question I want to ask you. Your first game as a varsity head football coach in a district that you are so closely a part of at Hempfield. Have you thought about Friday night at Spartan Stadium when you take the field and you are the head man on this football program, the emotions you think you might be experiencing? Because that's a special day in a young coach's coaching career, particularly the first time they are at HC.
it is exciting, but I always get excited for games. I was one in 7th grade. My legs were shaking, and I had no chance to get into our junior high football game. I was just a little 7th grade quarterback, and I was so excited during the game. So I think I'm going to be just as excited as I normally am. But I think it's going to mean a little more now that, I have my dad on staff with me. I have my brother on staff with me. My wife is going to be in the stands with my 3 daughters in their cheer outfits. They're cheering this year. My sister-in-law is going to be there with my brother's 2 kids. So I think the fact that my family is going to be a little more involved now, I think that's going to make it a little bit extra special. But, I'm trying to learn now that I can't really worry about that. I'll try to enjoy that afterwards. Right now, I got to think about how I'm going to prepare for Ty's offense and go from there.
Right, and of course he knows you a little bit, and obviously with his skills. So a matchup of some familiarity between 2 first-year head coaches.
It's going to be fun.
Yep. Nick, I will see you on October 13th at Spartan Stadium when the Hempfield area Spartans will be hosting the Franklin Regional Panthers in the Big East Conference game. Good luck throughout the season. And again, you talk about attention to detail. I've known this young, he mentioned about helping out with the softball program at Hempfield with Coach Kalp, providing with statistics. Since we started playing Hempfield in the last couple of years, he comes up to the press box with all those statistics and stuff compiled. So he does to take care of business with the details. I think he's going to do well with the Hempfield area Spartans. Nick, nice to have you on the show.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Okay, that was Nick Kiefer, and we appreciate him. And again, you'll get an opportunity to see a lot of the Spartans activity right here this season on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be back from Manor Valley with more high school football in a jiff.
Why the 2023 Kia Sportage plug-in hybrid? It's roomy, it's fuel efficient, it's peppy. It comes with so many extra options. And right now at Smale Kia, get $500 off MSRP plus a level 2 charging cord. So the real question is, why not? Get $500 off MSRP on any new Smale Kia and a level 2 charge cord with all 2023 Kia plug-in hybrids and EV models. And they come with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty at Smale Kia.
A lot of events with CSA. It's one of the things I love about this organization, and I'm just so proud of what we do in Westmoreland County, from prevention conferences, veterans conferences, youth summits. We help with national night outs. There's so many different events and things that we've pulled together that have been really cool over the years. The best thing to be involved in the county, this is it. So we have a lot of members and things of that nature, but we are looking for more people to join and be a part of the group that can really be a part of the core team and invest into the community. So.
This is Sean Myers, and this is Dan Flickinger. Join us every Wednesday night throughout the season for Westmoreland on the Gridiron.
We discuss the biggest news involving Westmoreland County and WPIAL football, break down all of the games with our Westmoreland Sports Network announcers, plus we're joined every week by local players and coaches.
And of course, everyone's favorite segment, the Plays of the Week.
That's Westmoreland on the Gridiron every Wednesday at 7 p.m. only on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Okay, we are back at Manor Valley Golf Course, and joining me in the second season as a head coach, and I had the opportunity to interview him last year here on our show in his first year, is Ben Hoffer. He's got 11 years of coaching experience. Last season, the Cougars went 3-7 overall and 2-5 in the Class A Allegheny Conference. He's a graduate of York High School, where he was a running back and is the second leading all-time rusher in the school's history. And Ben was a member of a York football team that won 3 straight conference titles and compiled a 1-loss record of 24 up and 15 down. Played college football at Washington and Jefferson. Was that under John Lukehart?
Yeah, that was under Mike Sirianni.
Okay, and I know Mike Sirianni because of the, I want to say Wittenberg connection, I believe.
Mount Union.
Mount Union
Mount
connection.
Union went, yep.
Yep. And before taking over as the head coach at his alma mater, he spent 9 seasons as an assistant at EA, and I think that's Don Pecora territory.
That is.
All
Great
right.
mentor.
I was about to say, you beat me to the punch. What a great mentor.
Yeah, for sure.
Coach, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me again.
You're most welcome. Now, you scrimmaged up on Cougar Mountain, the Burgettstown team today. Share with our viewers some of your impressions about the scrimmage.
It went well. We all stayed healthy, which was a positive. Defense played really well. Offense, we moved the ball, but we obviously missed a couple plays that we should have made. But, I mean, it's stuff that's correctable. And, like I said, everyone got out healthy. And then Burgettstown's just a great scrimmage. They're so tough. I mean, they're same way. They're tough. They're always a playoff team. Great coach down there. And it was a good gauge for our guys to start the season.
Now, last season was year number 1 as the head coach at your alma mater. As you look back on the season, what are some of your impressions of how your debut season played out?
I think it was positive to the extent that we won more games than they have in recent years. A couple downsides were a couple games we got blown out. Obviously, we want to be more competitive this year and get the games into the fourth quarter and be a little bit more competitive. But the community all surrounded is always great around me and very supportive, and it was a very positive first year in my opinion.
And you guys got a nice facility up there, because I have broadcast from Cougar Stadium over in my broadcasting career at high school and around here. I've been up there for your softball program and stuff like that. That's a nice venue. You got to feel you got a pretty good facility to have your team performing at.
Great venue, great administration. The new athletic director is good. Coach Flo is a really good guy. Principal and all them, and superintendent, new superintendent, they've all been very supportive, and the facility is very nice. I'm very blessed to be a part of it.
Now, you have 6 returning starters on offense and 6 on defense, Coach, this season. How well do you expect that amount of experience that you have to translate to more success on the field?
The returning starters on offense, 3/5 are on the line, so we're going to start up front, which is, I obviously tell the guys, the Eagles were real good up front, and they did well, so it obviously starts up there.
Yes, it does.
And the quarterback's back, Raiden's back, second year in my system, second year terminology. He's learning all that and doing a great job. And the defense is just, our linebackers are very good. Our linebacking core should be our best position on the field.
One area that you talked about, how do you think this year's Cougar squad will be better than last season's team? One of the areas you talked about in some of the reports I've read is about being strong.
Yes. My buddy Joey Corper, he's my defensive coordinator and my strength and conditioning coach, and he's been in the weight room, and I've been there too, but he's been in there since December 5th with them 3 days a week, and just the way he does it, he loves it, he has a passion for it, and he really got all the kids to buy into it, and I couldn't credit, he deserves all the credit for that.
I read your response about the Cougars' 2023 season outlook, and now I'm just quoting from what I read. You said is to compete in every game we play, win more than we lose, and compete.
Yes.
Can you amplify a little bit more about that?
Just like a couple games last year got out of hand and we were out of them quickly. I want to be more in games in the fourth quarter, and just get there, compete, have the kids play well, and I really think it'll translate to a couple more wins.
I always like to ask when we have a chance to talk with the coaches here on the show before the start of the season to talk about some of their returning players specifically, because these are young men that have gone through the system, played a lot of football, and started to really become pretty good performers. So let's start with your junior quarterback linebacker, Raiden Kuroda.
Yeah, Raiden does a great job. I mean, he's a sponge. He's in the weight room all the time. I coach him at baseball too. He's just a great kid. He's a very physical kid. Stands about 6 foot tall. Just really learning everything. He's really wants to learn, you know what I mean? So that's going to be great as a signal caller this year.
Senior wide receiver defensive back, Antonio Marr.
Yeah, Antonio, he lost his season short last year because of injury, but the 2 catches and the couple catches he had helped us win a game last year. He's excited to have a full season back, and I'm excited to see what the full season brings for him.
How about the word on senior running back linebacker, Julian Verini?
Oh, man, he had a good scrimmage today. He's big, he's physical, and he's hard to bring down. He broke a couple today I thought he was going to go for. He probably had 80 yards rushing today. He's very physical. He's the defensive mastermind back there at linebacker. He just brings a great mantra to the game.
You know, there's an old adage, Coach, about it's what's up front that counts. I want to ask you, senior offensive lineman, defensive lineman Colby Fender, and junior offensive lineman, defensive lineman Colin Casper.
Yeah, Casper's doing real good. Casper's been in the weight room. He missed one session, the whole weightlifting session. He's our center. He's gotten so much stronger. He's benefited from Joey's strength and conditioning the most. He's looking forward to it. He's one of the guys who watches the game and observes it, and it really learns a lot from it.
You have a number of key newcomers with the Yaw Cougar squad this year. Share with our viewers who some of these up-and-coming players are for them to keep an eye on.
I got Shane Swope and Isaac Swope, the brothers that came back from GCC. So Shane will be in the backfield and doing a little bit of receiving, a little versatile, and back at safety. His brother Ike just does everything for me. Whatever I need, he never asks a question. He gives me a thumbs up and does it. I got a guy from Fraser, just moved in the district, Jordan Mandich. He's really looking good from the running back perspective. And like a kicker, even the kicker. I got to put the kicker in there just because, you need points.
Is that Ben?
Yeah, that's Colin Barner.
Okay.
Yep, so he's doing well too.
In terms of style of play, What characteristics do you want to build for the York Cougar football team?
We're just going to have to be stronger, and we're going to have to pound people up front. We're going to have to control the clock. We're going to have to play good field position, and we're going to have to rely on our defense mainly. You know what I mean? Hopefully catch a couple teams off guard, but that's what we're going to have to do, run first.
Run first.
Yep.
And be a power-oriented team.
Yes, that's definitely going to have to be the thing up there on Cougar Mountain this year.
And I think the smile coming on your face when I ask you about stronger being one of your things, that's what you're referring to, be able to line up and be able to beat people.
Yes, and I think that sets up other things as well. You know what I mean? Just play well, play physical, and hopefully break a few.
And then if you have that physical dominance going, that wears teams down. They get tired of losing the battles, against that offensive line. You get that fourth quarter, where last year your team, you said, was kind of sputtering a little bit. You want to be the team doing the dishing out.
Joey's stuff definitely did that, and I mean, especially even being 90-some degrees on Friday will definitely help, I believe.
Are you a proponent when it's real hot? In our early seasons, the last couple of early seasons here in WPL football seem to be nice and hot and warm.
Yeah.
And I know the coach at Franklin Regional for many years, Greg Botta, he was a big proponent in getting his players to hydrate. And one of the things that they promoted at Franklin Regional was pickle juice.
Oh, yeah, that's good for cramps. We've done that before. That's definitely good for cramps. We used to do that at East Allegheny a lot as well.
One final question for Coach, and that is, last year when I interviewed you, your coaching staff was made up of all York alumni. When I was putting together my comments to the interview here today, have you made any changes to your coaching staff from last season, this season?
I have not. I'll just go through them, though, real quick.
Yeah, please, go.
Joe Corper, he's back there. He's my assistant head coach. He was very successful with Gary Dongelli back in the 90s. Anything I need from him from the coaching perspective, he's my right-hand man. He's there. His son, Joey Corper, is the defensive coordinator in strength and conditioning, as I said, and he's just been great. He's been at everything. My line coach is Larry Hickson. He won a Whippeal title with Gary, and the 95 team is at the Belvern Leopards, so he knows everything about line. Dan Palm's the baseball coach. He's also on my staff. I've learned a lot from him just doing the head coaching part of it during baseball that I translated to football. Also, Jimmy Schaefer. He's a great York guy. I mean, anything you think about York, you think about Coach Schaefer. And then I brought in a new offensive coordinator, Casey Teagard. I don't know if you guys remember him played quarterback at Hempfield, probably about 2007, and played a couple sports at Cal U. So he's been great offensively. He's taken the burden off of me as much, and we've really clicked in the recent years.
The Cougars open their 2023 campaign Friday night, August 25th. Up on Cougar Mountain, to paraphrase the Walton's theme song,
yes.
And I'm sure Coach Corfer will remember that, up on Cougar Mountain, and that will be against the South Allegheny Gladiators at 7 p.m. Yes. How excited are young men looking forward to kicking things off on Friday night?
They are. The wait's been long enough, you know what I mean? They're excited to get going. I'm excited to get going. My second year, I know a lot more. I feel like I'm more prepared as well, so I'm really excited to see what happens early on here in the season.
Well, I like that outlook that you're talking about, what you're trying to build, and I think it does. Rome wasn't built in a day, but if you keep making these steps forward, and I think for you guys, what you just said, be competitive, not get blown out of games early, win some of these games in the second half.
Yes.
You make that step, that's another brick in the wall.
Amen.
Thank you, Coach.
I appreciate it, Jonathan.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's head coach Ben Hoffer of the York Cougars, and he's looking forward to number 2. Gets easier after that first year, Coach. All right, we'll be back with more from Manor Valley Golf Course. You're watching the 2023 edition of the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show. We shall return.
Looking good, prize fighter! Are you ready to fight to give our customers the best deals?
For almost 40 years, C. Harper has been knocking out the competition with our famous 1-2 combo of great deals and fantastic customer service.
Is our sticker price the real deal?
At C. Harper, we'll fight to get you the best price.
Every time?
All the time.
It's just that easy.
Excella Health and Butler Health System are now Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Despite dropping down in classification in 2022, it was a tough season for the Norway Knights, who won just one game overall and went winless in the Big East Conference. However, Mike Brown has come over. The former Hempfield area head coach is now guiding Norwin, and he hopes to bring his fast-paced offensive attack to the Knights. With Division I commit Jackson Pons leading the way, Norwin looks for much improved success here in 2023. Longtime Norwin head coach Dave Brzezinski stepped down following last season, a year in which the Knights claimed their lone victory against Fox Chapel. Brown gained recognition in leading the Spartans to a historic start in 2022, and his presence has already been felt at Norwin, according to Pons.
That's what I can say is he brings in just this new leadership role and energy and then discipline. That's what we need. I mean, we won a 9 last year and we had bad habits last year, so I mean, that was the most important.
Much like last year, Pons will likely play a myriad of roles for the Knights. The leading receiver in 2022, Pons will also anchor the secondary, which is his likely role collegiately at Miami of Ohio. Regardless of position, he hopes to be a leader.
The biggest thing for me for this season, I mean, is just being there for everyone to help these young guys rely on me and our team. Like, I mean, when we need a play, they know they can come to me and stuff. So, I mean, that's just my biggest job. I mean, being everywhere. I mean, playing safety, playing receiver, playing in the backfield, playing everywhere in the box. I mean, that's my role, and I just want to be there for the team.
There should be more weapons on offense this year, with quarterback Tristan Tavares poised for a big step forward after he saw significant time as a freshman last season. Another of his options in the passing game will be Luke Denny, who is confident in the team's growth.
It starts with getting better every day. Putting in the work, trusting these coaches to get us right, trusting our players to be where they need to be at every play, and just trusting the process and just take it week by week.
Norwin will also need to be stout in the trenches to compete with conference foes like Penn Trafford, Gateway, and Franklin Regional. The improvement needed there has already started during the offseason, according to lineman Aiden Pham.
Last year we were just a weak team. We slacked off on lifting, but this year we have a new lift coach. He's getting us better, getting us stronger.
With just 2 playoff spots guaranteed from the Big East Conference, a postseason berth could be difficult for the Knights. But with a new atmosphere surrounding the program, Norwin seniors want to establish a foundation for the future.
A successful senior season would be making the playoffs and having a chance at any championship. I mean, that would just be a complete flip from last year. I mean, going from 1-9 to making the playoffs and having a chance at the championship. I mean, that would mean the world to me. I mean, going out as a good senior season, having a good team, I mean, having a good vibe around this, and bringing a change this culture. I mean, that's what we need here. I mean,
the Knights open their 2023 schedule in Week 0 on the road against Upper St. Clair. Some of the home game highlights include the conference opener against the Plum Mustangs and the regular season finale against the rival Hempfield area Spartans. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union provides full banking services to all Norwin School District employees, area businesses, Norwin students, and their families. There's a branch conveniently located inside the high school, so Norwin students can access many of these banking services. For more information, visit them online at norwinteachersfcu.org or download their mobile app. Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to the Westmoreland Sports Network and the 2023 preseason coaches show. I'm Dave Franzak, now being joined this year. We won't have a Dave and Dave show because we have a new face with the Norwin Knights, and that's Coach Mike Brown. Coach, welcome to Norwin, first of all. First year now with the Knights, coming over from Hempfield. How's that transition been so far?
Yeah, first, thank you for having us. Thank you, WSN, everything you guys do. But, everything's been great. The transition been really smooth. Kids have been working really hard. We're excited to have this season kind of start this morning. Kind of gave a little glimpse, of what our season is going to entail. But, kids been working extremely hard. We're extremely excited. And, this transition hasn't been any smoother, I don't think. From the administration all the way from Mr. Burrow, our athletic director, everybody's been welcoming. And, we're really excited to be a part of Norwin now.
Has it been a little bit easier being that you've played Norwin for the last how many years now at Hempfield?
Yeah, honestly, I always knew about Norwin growing up in Penn Trafford. My grandfather was actually a teacher at Norwin for, I think, 30-some years. So Norwin, we always knew about it. And when the job came open, it was definitely something we were interested because of the people that we've known. the administration, the athletic director, the different types of teachers, other coaches. It's just a great community to be a part of. I'm also lucky enough, my fiance, their family owns a business in North Huntington, so we're always in the Norrin area, so it's starting to feel like home, which is nice.
Good. So I was reading an article from Bill Beckner in the Tribune, and you in there said you can tell that these guys have been coached. What all did you mean by that?
Yeah, just the preparation of just when we came in, just the technique, the assignments, not necessarily, calling something blue, whether it be a coverage, but knowing a technique, whether to come out firing off the ball, special teams wise, knowing how to get down, staying in your lanes and kickoff. Just little things like that where you kind of take it for granted sometimes. Coming into a new regime, or also, being there for 5 or 10 years, you kind of take it for granted that the kids already know that. And I think that really goes to the youth program all the way to the middle school, and then with Coach Brzezinski too. They did a heck of a job teaching the basics, teaching the techniques to get the kids ready to play.
We'll talk about the coaching staff here in just a moment. Another quote from that article, it said, quality people, that's the key to getting quality wins. What all exactly did you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, you always hear it takes a village, and I honestly think it takes a community to have a winning program. You look around the area, there's a lot of great programs, and they're having great communities too. And I do think here at Norwin, this could be, a great program because of the community, because of the school. Just the outpouring support, whether it be alumni, whether it be business owners, whether it be, again, the school, It's actually, it takes you back a little bit because you sit there and think, wow, this is affecting so many people, and so many people want to be a part of it, which is really nice to see.
Last year with Hempfield, you guys had a hot start going through the season. Ended up 6-4. Norwin hasn't had a winning season since 2007. How do you bring that mentality that you kind of, I guess, created in Hempfield and instill that into a team that's really been down on its luck? It hasn't been in the playoffs for quite some time now too.
Yeah, I think and I know it's an overused word, is the culture, starting from the basics, all the way, through it. And it's going to start, at the youth program all the way through, 12th grade. So, we're trying to instill what we believe in our culture. And I think sometimes that kind of gets misconstrued because, again, we're a new staff, whether it was a struggling program or it was a great program, a winning program. We're going to do things our way. And we're going to do some similar things that we did at Hempfield, but again, it's a totally different school. It's totally different kids to a point. We're going to have to treat that, and we have a plan and we're sticking to it, which I'm really excited that we're getting there.
So you talk about the new coaching staff. We alluded to it a little bit before. Longtime defensive coordinator, Coach Socrates, no longer there. Couple other different changes. Talk about your new coaching staff and I guess some of the new wrinkles that we may not have seen in Norwin for a while.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough. I got 14 assistants along with myself. So we have an assistant at every position, also 2 coordinators, which is actually 3 coordinators with a run game and a pass game coordinator on offense. So I'm lucky to have that. I have an array of, I would say, younger guys that some probably should still be in college. And then I have older coaches. Perfect example is Ray Ritz, state champion, head coach. And it's nice that I can go to him. I can talk to him. What'd you do at this, at Jeanette? What'd you do at Latrobe? Did it work? Did it not? But also have the younger kids that actually I think is very valuable because they can relate to the kids. They're listening to the same type of music. They kind of know the TikToks, the Twitters, all that stuff. So they kind of take care of that. But I think the kids can also see, and they can relate to these kids because all the younger guys on my staff, they played high-level college football. So they can kind of see it. I can play here. And I do have some Norwin alums there too. So, again, it's kind of that community-type aspect that we were talking about. But I couldn't be prouder of my staff, the work that they're doing right now. All summer they've came, and we're in a situation, not everybody's a teacher, some I say real jobs, but they're always there. If they can be there, they're taking off work during camp. They're more committed than I've ever had as a staff, and I'm really, really excited to have them.
some of those key alums coming back. I did see Jonathan Lechetto, also Anthony Giansani, some of those big guys that were big names that we heard quite often on Friday nights, so it will be fun to see them come back. I want to talk about your quarterback, though. Tristan Tavares is a sophomore coming back this year. It's always being pushed a little bit by another sophomore. Is there a little bit of a quarterback battle going on, and how's that going?
I would say it's starting to kind of get away, and Tristan's kind of the guy, but that's not anything against Josh, because Josh is a heck of a quarterback. And as we know as a staff that was at Hempfield last year, we need a quality backup quarterback. And I think we have two guys that can do it. But Tristan, he's kind of set himself up. He's a gamer. He comes in every day. He wants to work. He can extend plays. But it's, when we put Josh in, there's not too much, that's declining there. Josh is a little bit bigger, a little bit more powerful runner. But again, we're excited about both of those, and I see both of those being, really good quarterbacks for us in the future.
So I'll even ask about a third quarterback, because Jackson Pons had 33 attempts last year. Is that a wrinkle we're going to see, or should we expect to see Jackson take any snaps this year?
I'm going to say right now no, because Jackson asks me every single day. So if that happens, we'll get to that. Jackson, if you're watching, you're not playing quarterback right now.
Is he the emergency?
He would probably, and that's a nice thing about our team, and I think people are going to realize is we are very talented at the skill position. So we got quite a couple kids that probably could play that, but I'm going to let Jackson focus on wide receiver and safety right now. If we get to that point, we'll get to that point.
Well, let's talk about Jackson now. He's coming back as a fourth-year starter this year on both sides of the ball, wide receiver and at safety. He's a Miami of Ohio commit. Just talk about Jackson and his leadership and how he's matured, through these 4 years as a starter.
Yeah, so we voted for captains on Friday, and he actually got every vote from every teammate. So that says all right there. I think where he grew, especially this offseason, is being the vocal leader. Everybody saw how hard he worked, and everybody knows how hard he worked, but him trying to take in that vocal leadership and getting the guys ready if he sees something wrong, because he's been nothing but great for us. He comes in every day ready to work, and I think what's really helping is these younger kids can see that, and they can see what it's going to take to get to that level if they want to.
I know at Hempfield, running backs in the running game has always been a staple of the Hempfield offense. You got a couple of younger running backs, a couple of juniors. Just talk about those running backs and their involvement in the offense.
Yeah, Kristen Shogan, he ran really hard today, and we were really proud of him for that. He got downhill. He's a bigger back. He's going to get your 3 or 4 yards. Run somebody over, run through the arm tackles, and he did a heck of a job today. Jake Sinchek, he did very well. He's that smaller, kind of a scat back. He got out around the edges a couple of times. He did well. And we also have Giovanni Rotroff. He's actually a freshman. He's kind of stepped up during camp. He did everything that we asked for, and he's going to get a couple quality reps too, because Jake and Kristen, they're also going to be playing defense for us too. So we're going to have to kind of need, running back by committee at times for if we're going to go fast on offense.
One of the weaker points for the Knights over the last few years has been an offensive line. I believe you have 3 returning starters from last year. Just talk about how big that really is. I mean, I know offensive line is crucial, especially, in a 5A team, and you guys are usually an undersized program. So 3 returning starters from that line.
Yeah, anytime you can get guys to get quality varsity reps, it's going to be great. But especially on the offensive line, that's huge. Colin Bruno is going to be our starting center. He's doing a heck of a job kind of being the quarterback on that offensive line. He's doing a great job, a bigger body, which, what we need to compete, at that 5A level. Aiden Pham's doing a great job for us. He's a little undersized. He's a great wrestler. Heck of a nose tackle, but he's also playing tackle for us, too, on the offensive side. And he's a mean kid. He's one of those old school football players. So we're excited to have him. And then Harrison Jordan, he's going to be another guard tackle type, but he's going to be one of the only seniors on the line. So he's kind of taken that leadership role, on the offensive line, trying to take those younger kids and, kind of, I guess, gather them together, and kind of when they get out of line, he's kind of the stickler with it.
Let's flip things over to the other side of the ball, though. You mentioned seniors, and you have 2 returning senior linebackers who I feel like we called on every single tackle last year, that's being Jake Page and Angelo Rothralph. Just talk about those two and how key it is to have those 2 guys up the middle coming back.
Yeah, Jake and Antonio, I call them the Bash brothers. I mean, they never leave each other's side. Antonio went on a vacation this summer, and I thought Jake was going to freak out because they're just that close. But again, that's what you need, to be in the conversation at a 5A title. You need to have great linebacker play that can play the run, can play the pass, and they added good weight on. They got faster, they got stronger, which I think they needed to do at times. And I think we got 2 good guys that can play, almost every snap for us on defense.
Can I steal that, the Bash brothers, for this year?
Yeah, I'll let you have it.
A couple, just to wrap up, a couple more questions. Special teams isn't something that's, I think, talked a lot in high school football. But Joey Castle has been a staple for the Knights for the last 4 years. He's graduated, and he's now at Akron. You have Evan Pfeiffer now kicking. Let's talk about that transition a little bit. I mean, again, it's not something I think many people probably be asking their coaches this year. But, Joey Castle was a heck of a kicker. Just talk about that and how Evan's been doing.
Yeah, Evan's doing a great job, and it's actually funny because we were getting out jerseys this summer, and he wanted Joey's number. So that kind of tells you right there, the kind of tradition that's already been instilled, at Norton with the special teams. I love special teams. I'm actually a special teams coordinator, so I kind of take pride in that. And me and Evan, we've talked, anytime we can have the opposing offense start at the 20, a touchback or, a coffin corner punt, it's just going to help us. And I think the kids are really having great pride on those hidden yardage, flipping the field, on special teams where, it can change a game. And I think they're really focused on that. And having a kid like Evan and going to have him for multiple years, it's only going to benefit us.
So what are a couple things that Norwin fans can expect from the Mike Brown era?
We're going to be fast, we're going to be physical, but we're also going to be disciplined. Those are pretty much the 3 staples that we have, but one thing that you'll see too is that we're a family. They're going to play for one another, they're going to play for their brother, they're going to sell out, but we really are instilling in these kids, we got to play fast, we have to play physical at the same time. We need to be the most disciplined team out on that field.
You guys open the season against Upper St. Clair, which is going to be an obvious test. But the bigger game that I had circled at least was Hempfield, the last game. Is that a game you have circled on your calendar?
I do not. I'm focused on Upper St. Clair. I appreciate the question. No, when that game comes, that's going to be circled. But we had Latrobe circled because it was the scrimmage. I told the kids today, we're on Upper St. Clair. It's a game week, and we're focusing on Upper St. Clair, and I can't even tell you who we're playing next because we're focused on Upper St. Clair.
Well, Coach, we thank you for taking the time to talk to us here in the preseason coaches show. When we come back, Dan Flickinger will sit down with Penn Trafford head coach John Ruane. But again, Coach, thank you for taking the time. We wish you the best of luck. I'll be talking to you, I'm sure, from week to week here throughout the season on the Westmoreland Sports Network. When we come back, though, as we said, Dan Flickinger will sit down with John Ruane. You're tuned in to the preseason show here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Every morning brings a new opportunity, a new chance to be great. But it's up to you to decide who you want to be. You can wake up and chase your dreams, or stay where you are and remain the same. The great ones keep pushing. The great ones do more. So, are you going to be great?
The John V. Graziano Funeral Home on North 2nd Street in Jeanette proudly serves families in the Jeanette community. The Graziano Funeral Home focuses on traditional and non-traditional services, including funerals, cremation, memorial services, military services, grief support, and pre-planning. Please call us at 724-523-5433. The John V. Graziano Funeral Home in Jeanette, creating a meaningful service to honor the life and memory of your loved one.
Give your taste buds a taste of Italy by biting into a slice of pizza at Dom's Pizzeria in Trafford. Voted by the readers of the Tribune Review as the best pizza in Trafford, Dom offers 17 unique toppings for you to choose from. Also try Dom's specialty pizzas, all made with 100% olive oil. Dom's Pizzeria also has wings, hoagies, calzones, wraps, and pasta, all at affordable prices. Eat in or take out, and we deliver. Call 412-372-DOMS. Cabot Avenue in Trafford, and a proud sponsor of tonight's Warrior Player of the Game.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
After winning the state title in 2021, the Penn Trafford Warriors had to scratch and claw their way just to get into the playoffs last year, needing an overtime thriller against Franklin Regional in the final week of the regular season. It was one and done in the postseason, however, for PT. Now, after graduating their quarterback, who's off to Division I football, it will be another big challenge for PT here in 2023. The skill positions will need to reload for the Warriors, as Conlon Green is at Rutgers after passing for nearly 1,500 yards and leading the team in rushing in 2022, while top receivers Daniel Tarabrella, Tommy Kalkstein, and Jacob Otto, and running back Owen DeMary all have graduated. Now, junior Johnny Louver is expected to take over at QB, while Carmen Metcalf will be a top target after compiling almost 250 yards receiving last year. Metcalf says there's reasons for optimism on that side of the ball.
For the offense, I think we should be pretty good as long as we just all fight together, we'll be fine. It starts with our QB and it starts with also our line up front, and if we get that done, we'll be perfectly fine.
Speaking of up front, the Warriors boast a massive cornerstone in lineman Zach Tomasevich, who will be a 3-year starter. This summer, he pledged to continue his football career at Army. He's expected to help pave the way for running back Tasso Whipple, a junior who saw valuable time last year. Another player who could loom large on offense, quite literally, is tight end Mark Jolly, who is stressing chemistry with his squad.
We need to have a lot of teamwork. Everybody needs to stay as one. As long as the team's collective and we have leadership, that's going to be a big key component this year.
A third-place finish in the Class 5A Big East Conference allowed PT to claim a wildcard berth last year, before falling to Pine Richland in the quarterfinals. Reigning conference champion Franklin Regional and Gateway will be top contenders, and under the watchful eye of veteran coach John Ruane, the Warriors don't want to leave their playoff hopes to chance this time around.
Just looking forward to compete. Every game is just a challenge, and we just need to make sure that we do our best every single game, no matter what. It's not pressure, but it's a goal. It just leaves something that we have to do this year. I mean, it's not an option. We have to do it.
The challenging non-conference schedule for the Warriors begins with a home contest against Cannon McMillan. PT will also host Bell Vernon area, the defending 4A state champs. The conference game to circle is Gateway. That will be at home as well for Penn Trafford. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Hansen.
And I'm Dr. Jeff Donatelli, and we're the dentists here at Aesthetic Family Dental at Manor Harrison City Road.
Our belief in high-quality care can be seen through our modern technology and digital workflow. We use 3D x-rays for implant planning. We have an in-house lab where we custom design crowns utilizing high-strength porcelain.
At our office, we believe in preventative care. However, if we do have to do some type of intervention, I will perform the same type of dentistry that I do on my own family.
All right, we are back here on the Kickoff Show 2023 version. As you get a nice shot, I swear every time we show the 18th green, there's nobody on it. But we promise people have been golfing all day today. We had the Franklin Regional Wrestling outing a little bit ago. And the guy that's joining me right now on the patio had his golf outing here. He always does. That is Penn Trafford coach John Ruane. The PT football outing was here, but Coach Ruane was coaching baseball that weekend. So I played in your outing, Coach. Don't worry. I picked up the slack.
Thank you very much.
I'm assuming you're a terrible.
You spoke on my behalf.
I'm assuming you're a terrible golfer like me. I am. You have to be better than me, I'm sure. As we always say, 14th year of the Westmoreland Sports Network, we started together. Coach John Ruane hits his 14th season heading into this year for Penn Trafford. And, Coach, does it ever get old yet? I mean, you got that little feeling in the air right now with high school football coming up here.
No, it's almost like the routine of life at this point. It's just what you expect at this time of year, and everyone's in their routine. All our coaches' families and the kids, and my family, my kids, and it's just what everyone expects at this point. It's just what we do.
So, well, before we talk about last year's team and record and everything, I mentioned baseball coach. How'd you guys finish up this summer?
They
with
did a
your
nice
son,
job.
Yeah?
Good group of kids.
Fine
group of young men coming through.
How does that compare
future.
with coaching varsity football?
Oh, it's different. There's much more, methodical things going on in the baseball world.
Yes.
So,
yes.
I feel good about it. It's a nice group of kids. Talent takes over with lackluster coaching.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen on the football field this year. I don't think it's going to. The Warriors finished last year 6-5. They fought really hard to get into the playoffs with a victory against Franklin Regional in the last game of the regular season. That happened in overtime, and then a first-round loss to Pine Richland. Coach, if you could just kind of reflect back on last year. Obviously you want more wins, and you obviously want to make a deeper run in the playoffs, but had to be happy with the way you guys fought to get into the postseason.
Yeah, it was a up and down year. We kind of struggled with consistency. We had some preseason injuries that made us make some moves quickly. So I don't know. On paper, going into the season, we felt fantastic, and then when things went down, we kind of had to change our course. But yeah, without question, our kids fought their butts off and played well. Like I said, it was ups and downs, and I thought we did well in certain spells and didn't finish sometimes on offense and probably could have put more points on the board and won some more games. But, we definitely fought. And, the game to get into the playoffs against Franklin went to overtime was a big deal. Ultimately, we ran into a buzzsaw in Pine Richland in the playoffs. But, we learned a lot from that, and certainly we take nothing for granted. That's probably the biggest thing we learned is not everything's going to work out your way. You better be able to deal with adversity.
Well, you mentioned that there were some guys certainly that helped lead the way for you last year that are now graduated and, of course, helped you win a state championship a couple of years ago. Conlon Green, Joe Enoch, Danny Tarabrella. You mentioned Jacob Otto. You talked about the injuries. Unfortunately, missed a pretty much entire season last year. Tommy Kalkstein and some others. What do you kind of remember? What will you remember about that senior class?
Oh, it was a fun group to coach. Just a whole bunch of different personalities with talent, and that's a fun group to deal with. And we saw them come up through the ranks. We saw them as immature 8th graders going to 9th and really kind of turn into men over the 4 years there. And now a lot of them have moved on. And whether they're playing in college or not, many of them are moving on to a successful future ahead in college and beyond.
Well, let's turn our attention to this year's team. And, I remember last year talking about baseball again. We were broadcasting, I think it was the Junior Legion State Tournament, and Johnny Louver was pitching, and I remember texting you, letting you know we're broadcasting if you want to tune in, and I was talking about him playing football and stuff, and you're like, he's pretty good, and I said, pretty good quarterback or pretty good pitcher? You said, both. So I'm sure you're excited to kind of have him. How has he looked in camp so far, kind of adjusting to the starting role this year? And I know, we'll also see some other guys perhaps back there as well.
Yeah, Johnny's been really good. He's been with us for 3 years. We still have a freshman team. He did not play on the freshman team. He played up on the JV with us. So he's more like a senior with the time he's put in with our varsity staff at this point. Definitely a kid that has an it factor. Terrific arm, terrific mind for football, and he has a really. I don't want to say carefree, but a kind of a loose attitude, I guess. And he's got that kind of leadership style, and the kids seem to feed into it, and he's doing a terrific job at this point. Also, another junior that had an injury last year, unfortunately, who's playing outstanding at quarterback as well, as Derek Carr. Mm-hmm. And he, similar to Johnny, can really throw the ball, really good with his legs. He's elusive. He's crafty. So we're definitely going to find a role for both guys this season, and we're happy with the progress both of them have made.
Kind of like when his older brother Ethan played with Gabe Dunlap. Those two guys were kind of fighting it out at quarterback, but both really good athletes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, what we're going to try to do is find everybody's best skill set and put them in a situation where we can utilize that and get our best product on the field, which, that's been our goal from day one with every team we've coached here at PT. see what kids are good at and try to make that our offense.
You know, it's interesting, Coach, because coming into this interview, I was going to ask you what the challenges were like for Johnny, because he's never been a varsity starter before and at any position. But you just mentioned he's at least been on varsity for a number of years. So does that make that challenge a little less on him?
I think so. I think that you see how things go. You've been to meetings. You see film. You see how the guys in front of you have played over the last couple of years. I think it helps you adapt a lot quicker than, playing ninth grade football and things like that. But, I think he's mature. I think he understands it. And I think Derek's the same exact way. I think both of those guys really get it. And the more reps they get every single day, the better they become. And they look as good as they've looked right now.
When we visited training camp, I was joking around with Coach Ruby. I said, I feel like every season you guys have experience coming back up front. I don't know how that happens because you're graduating kids as well. But, again, you have it this year with Zach Tomasevich, recently a Division I commit, Vito Scarcelli, Matt Starnowski, those guys coming back to anchor the offensive line. So I'm sure you're looking for big things up front.
Yeah, we definitely are. They're the experienced group, and even just in watching film from a year ago to watching film now, even practice film or the scrimmage from today, they're just playing a lot faster. They're playing a lot more cohesive, and they're definitely going to be the strength of our football team. And we wouldn't want it any other way, to be honest with you. I mean, we always have good skill guys that we can teach and bring along, but when you have that camaraderie up front and guys that are experienced and get it, that's the biggest factor you could have as a football team, in my opinion.
Tasso Whipple certainly seems to be your featured back after he carried the bulk of the load last year. What do you kind of expect from him, and I'm sure some other guys that will touch the football in the backfield?
Tasso looks fantastic. He's put on some really good weight. He's big, strong. He wrestled at a lower weight and put on some good football weight, I guess you could put it. And he looks the part, and he's certainly playing downhill and physical. So we have extremely high expectations from him in all phases of the game. Parker Guy is another running back we have that's going to be a junior who's shown great promise. We have a couple of younger guys. Ben Grabowski is actually a freshman who has been getting some key reps and looks really good. Jamison Yurt's a kid that played up last year and saw a lot of time at linebacker and on special teams that look good. And then we have a senior, more of a scat back, Dallas Oxendine, who's terrific in space, and actually he's terrific with vision and cuts, and he's fast. He might be our fastest player. So we have a medley of guys that we expect to get the football and try to find some creative things to do to do that.
Taking us back to baseball, Ben Grabowski, heck of a baseball player as well. See, now I know all these kids from the junior legion level. Now they're coming through playing baseball and football for the Warriors. Another guy, Carmen Metcalf, just a fantastic athlete. I'm sure you're looking for him to be just a great leader and do what he does for you this year. Yeah,
Carmen's without question our go-to guy. Just a terrific athlete all around. He's really made a name for himself as a safety. He's an incredibly underrated wide receiver, though, who I think is going to show just what he is this year. Definitely a guy we're going to find ways to get the ball in his hands because he's terrific. He's a really quiet guy, but great leader by example, and someone who's an absolute playmaker and continues to wow us daily at practice. I said this to college coaches who are recruiting him. I said, I don't know if this matters to you guys, but I've never seen someone intercept more passes in practice in my life. He gets off the hash, and he just makes play after play. I'm talking average of 5 interceptions per practice over the last couple of years. So he's someone who practices the way he plays on Friday nights and absolutely our go-to guy in 2023.
I was going to say it has to be a challenge then for Johnny going up against him and Derek every practice, right?
It is, for sure.
Coach, let's talk about the defensive side of the ball. When you lose a guy like Danny Tarabrella, certainly very difficult to replace his production, but I know Dom Smith and some other guys are ready to do that. So what do you kind of see on that side of the football, and how do you kind of make up for the loss of Danny and Conlon and the others?
Well, we only returned 2 starters on defense. Yeah. We lost 9 guys. And, while that's tough to do, we're excited about the kids we have coming up that have, kind of gone through the system, that have kind of done their JV reps and kind of waited their turn. So there's been a ton of the best part is there's a ton of competition at all 3 levels, the D-line, linebacker, and the secondary. And we feel like we are very athletic in the secondary. It's just a matter of making sure these guys can go out there and make tackles on a Friday night. But we're really happy with, Carmen's the guy back there at strong safety. But guys like Jack Weissar, who's had a great summer and great offseason. Mason Newell, who's going to be a senior, who's a really good football player. Tyler Boss, who's a sophomore, a hooper, who's a good football player. And Derek Carr, who's been outstanding at free safety. He's really heady. He's really into the game. He can really tell what the offense is doing. So we're excited about those guys back there. So and Jesse Lisbon's another kid who's shown great
I know that
promise.
last name.
Oh, yeah, there's been a few of those successful guys here.
Yeah.
So, we feel like we have great competition back there. And then at linebacker, the same thing. Dom Smith returns, but there's a number of other guys that are in the mix to make an impact. And then the biggest change is on the defensive line. Conlon Green and Joe Enoch started for 3 years each on the defensive line. So, we're looking at some serious change there. That's 2 Division I football players, but I think guys are ready to step up into that spotlight and make an impact.
So that being said, the youth on defense, you want to see how I'm sure your quarterbacks played against a different jersey. You scrimmaged Trinity today. So how did the scrimmage go at Warrior Stadium?
I mean, without question, there's work to do everywhere. But I was pleased with our progress. I was pleased with our effort. I was pleased with the attitude. We did some really good things, and we did some things that have to be corrected immediately. We play a great team next Friday night in Cannon McMillan, who returns a ton, and they were great last year, and they made a late season run, and those guys now have a taste for winning, and so we have to make those corrections immediately. But we're happy with where we're at. We have a lot of work to do, and today showed that. We saw a ton of bright spots. We saw some guys really step up and make an impact, and some guys are going to see their mistakes on film, and they're going to have to make corrections.
Well, you've been asked this question a million times. How about that tough schedule at the beginning of the year, huh? It hasn't changed other than the home and away venue from last year. I mean, again, you mentioned Cannon McMillan, good team, McKeesport Gateway, Bell Vernon. How do you kind of see the schedule stacking up this year?
It's stacked. Let's put it that way. There's no other way to look at it. Cannon Mac, this might be one of their best teams in a very long time, and McKeesport's an arch rival, and we got to go there. And if nothing else, it's the most physical game every season. We go to Woodland Hills, and they're revamped, and they have a young team that's all back. And then Bell Vernon's the defending state champs, and man, I don't think they lost very many people at all. And it's a really well-coached football team, and they obviously showed that, and for years. But last year, culminating in the state title. And then we get into our conference, and that's a grind as well. So, by the way, we get North Allegheny slapped in there week 9.
Oh, true. So, yeah, I forgot about NA. Yeah, sure.
But everyone in the conference is really loaded with kids that played a ton last year. There was a lot of sophomores and juniors in our conference playing last year. So it is what it is. We have to go out and perform and not cry about it, not whine about it. That's the luck of the draw, and if we're a good football team, we'll take care of business.
And what are your numbers at right now? I think you have to be happy with where they are.
Yeah,
right?
We're at 7. We're pretty much in the 65 to 75 range every year, and this year is no different.
And the freshman team exists still at Penn Trafford.
We actually have 29 kids on our freshman team, plus our 70 that are on the varsity JV. So,
wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, we're excited about it. And then even better than that, you go down to the midgets, and there's 45 plus per team down there. So, so PT's a football factory as far as kids that love the game and families that love the game. So we couldn't be more excited about that.
Coach, are you going to stick around when Boomer gets up here and try to gesture from behind the camera and stuff to kind of distract him?
I've been entertained by Boomer quite enough.
Yeah.
Quite enough.
What a season for the Cats last year, though, huh? You have to be happy about your
absolutely.
Friend
you
Boomer.
Knew he would do well.
Yeah.
Boomer's a great coach, and kids absolutely would follow him to the bone, and he certainly showed that immediately. I mean, that was an instant impact, and just kind of shows you, what he's known and what he's done and where he's come from, and all the good things he brought to our staff as well. And now he's doing it on his own. He's doing a fantastic job. I expect him to be one of the teams to beat in Quad A this year.
He took the crown a couple of times at the WCCA.
He did. He's the king. He loves it too. He'll tell you about it.
A decent baseball coach, an excellent football coach, right there, Coach John Ruane. Thanks a lot, buddy. We'll be talking to you throughout the entire season.
Appreciate it.
And hey, I always say, man, it's. I always have a special connection to Penn Trafford with covering you guys right off the bat 14 years ago. Don't cry.
Don't
cry.
I'm upset.
Just hold it in. Hold it in.
Let's go another 14, Dan.
That's right, buddy. It sounds good. That is Coach John Ruane of the Penn Trafford Warriors. Again, PT opens the season week 0 hosting the Cannon McMillan Big Macs. The next guy up, Penn Trafford is going to be playing them as well. That is Matt Humbert of the Bell Vernon Leopards as we continue on the Kickoff show right here on WSN.
The Nunzio's Italian Restaurants is open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeanette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual fungo man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks, enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Bell Vernon area reached the pinnacle last year, winning the WPIAL title against Avonworth, and a few weeks later capturing their first ever state championship. With the vast majority of the roster back, including Quentin Martin, who committed to Penn State in the offseason, the Leopards again will seek a championship in 2023. After consecutive losses early last season, the Leopards turned a corner after a road win against Thomas Jefferson and then dominated the Interstate Conference. The crowning moment of the season came in a goal line stand in the waning moments to defeat Newman Goretti 9-8 to win PIAA gold. Now with the target on their back, the Leopards will need to be even better in 2023, according to standout seniors Braden Locks and Martin.
Yeah, I mean, the coaches are honest more because they'll say, oh, we won last year, you can't sit in last year, and because you can't, it's a whole different year that's in the past now. So we just got to work harder to get it again.
I feel like how we replicate that is work twice as hard as we did last year. You know, come out here, work day by day, and do everything we can to make ourselves better.
Martin will again lead the way after he rushed for more than 1,200 yards, led the team in receiving, and scored 30 touchdowns. Ranked as the top player in the state, the future Penn State running back is just as impressive in the secondary. Locks, meanwhile, passed for more than 1,000 yards and was a running threat, while also starring at defensive end. He recently committed to Eastern Michigan as a tight end. Running back Jake Jetico and emerging receiver Alonzo Wade are other playmakers for Bell Vernon area. The man tasked with finding the recipe to utilize all of them is head coach Matt Humbert, who continues to push the right buttons, according to Locks.
I mean, he just keeps the offense running. He just makes the whole practice fast. Like, we make sure to keep a high tempo. He just make sure there's no one's ever sitting around, so everybody's always getting better each day.
As good as the offense is, the defense should be suffocating again after allowing 1 touchdown or less 9 times in 2022. Safety Adam LeCarte returns after leading the team in tackles, and the Leps have talent in the trenches too. Martin is confident in that unit.
I don't think there's one weak spot in our defense. You know, I feel like we're very good from the linebacker to the D-line to the DBs. Everything's good on the defensive, so I just feel like we're always together, and we're going to be together this year.
While Elizabeth Forward, Mount Pleasant, and Southmoreland all made the playoffs a year ago, Bell Vernon will be heavy favorites in the conference and in all of 3A. The sizable senior group appears determined to add to their historic run.
I feel like we've been together ever since, freshman year. We've always played together from Little League, so I just feel like we're more together than we've ever been before.
What would you consider a successful senior year?
Another state title.
Although the Leopards will not play a Week 0 game, they have a brutal non-conference schedule, opening with Laurel Highlands, followed by McKeesport, Penn Trafford, and Thomas Jefferson. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Frank is there. Stay on that track, stay on that track, stay on that track now.
Looking good, prize fighter! Are you ready to fight to give our customers the best deals?
For almost 40 years, C. Harper has been knocking out the competition with our famous 1-2 combo of great deals and fantastic customer service.
Is our sticker price the real deal?
At C. Harper, we'll fight to get you the best price.
Every time?
All the time.
It's just that easy.
And we continue here on the 2023 Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show. Sean Myers joined by the head coach of the Bell Vernon Area Leopards, that is Matt Humbert. And before we get to this year, I hope you don't mind that we'll talk about last year a little bit. I would say it was a pretty good season for the Leopards. A WPL championship, and for the first time ever, a state championship as well, in thrilling fashion, I might add. When you think back to last year, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to the entire team and the community at Bell Vernon?
I think the number one thing that pops into my head is just the gratification of all of the hard work and time and energy and sweat that the program put into it. And I really, to be honest with you, and I said it at Hines in the post-game press conference, really the first thing that pops in mind is all the kids that have come over the past 5 years. Because I feel like those kids, when we arrived in 15, really kind of took the bull by the horns, proverbially, and they put a lot of sweat equity into the program. There's a lot of sacrifice, and we were close many different times. So I feel like it was just gratification for all of those kids that came before that class last year, and hopefully we, made them proud by finally getting the objective that we coveted for so many years.
How long do you and the players enjoy that, and how quickly do you turn to this year? Because let's be honest, the pressure is on that your team's going to have to do it again.
We try to enjoy it as long as possible. There is no doubt in that. And, I never really worried about flipping that page too much because the group of kids I have are very polished. They're very down to earth. They're very humble. And so there was never a factor of we have to kind of leave that in the past. I never really had to go to the rhetoric in the summer of it's time to turn the page because I just don't think that was really something that was at the forethought of most of those kids. I think most of them were ready to roll come summer, and there was really none of that kind of clinging on to the past, which you might fall victim sometimes. So it was all kind of, moving further ahead and progressing the ship in full steam.
I want to ask about the turning point last season and when you realized that you had a team that could win multiple championships. And really, the thing that I think is interesting is a couple of years ago, you handed Penn Trafford a loss. I'm sure you remember that one. John Ruane probably does as well. They lost consecutive games, then went on to win a state championship. Your team lost consecutive games against both Penn Trafford and McKeesport, went on to win a state championship. Is there almost a benefit to going through those struggles and those trials early in the season?
It's something that we don't really hide from the kids, but I would be the first one, and I think 90% of our organization would say that those two losses really benefited us. The kids haven't lost much over the past few years, and don't get me wrong, when we did lose, it was heartbreaking losses, especially at Hines twice. But I think that those losses really kind of helped reset some things. And I will say one thing that was extremely impressive about those losses is even though the outside world might have started to look like it was crumbling and falling, those kids really never blinked or batted an eyelash. And I think when we came week 4 to Thomas Jefferson and were able to kind of pull that victory out the way that we did, I would say that was a turning point in the sense that I think the kids finally realized what they could be capable of. If, like any program in America, if you could just limit mistakes, limit penalties, and do all of the cookie-cutter things that you kind of preach to the kids, it's all the same recipe. It's just being able to duplicate it constantly, weekly, daily, and those kids were able to do that. I think one thing about coming out of that PT loss, because we lost to McKeesport as well, is I think those kids really kind of gelled a little bit. Not that they weren't gelled before, but I think it kind of humbled everybody in the sense that we all really need to evaluate ourselves and kind of do what we can to really make sure that their contribution individually was, their best foot forward. And it was kind of neat to see that.
Talking to Matt Humbert, the head coach of the Bell Vernon Area Leopards, the reigning state champions. So when I was thinking about questions to ask you for this year's team, I contemplated maybe starting with the long snapper, but I decided to go with Quentin Martin instead. I thought that would be a good starting point. We've heard about him since his freshman year. I think he was an All-American as a freshman.
Yep.
But It really did seem, as hard as it is to believe, that he took his game to an even higher level at some point last year, and I think of what he did in the WPAL championship game. How did he get even better, and what does he do maybe outside of just the statistics for your team?
I think his biggest contribution, and there's many, don't get me wrong, but I think his biggest contribution is how he attacks the process and how he does everything. I say it, I don't talk much about his athleticism and his football. I mean, you could see that. It's evident. And to me, that's not his biggest contribution. His biggest contribution is a kid that is extremely talented, extremely high profile, and is just as ordinary as anybody in the 9-to-5 operation of what we do. He's never bigger than anyone. He is extremely coachable. You can go and you can get into him a little bit, and you can do that in front of other kids, and those other kids say, wow, yeah, gee, coach kind of got into Quentin there, and Quentin is always, yes sir, I'm sorry. Very apologetic, very accountable based, and that's one of the things where I think why he's so highly coveted. Don't get me wrong, the athleticism there, but he is, and I say this, the total package in terms of his mindset, in terms of his ability to connect with his teammates, and in terms of how he can just be coached and always accept accountability and responsibility. And when you have kids like that, I mean, that's truly the key recipe. It's modeling that behavior for the posterity to see that when you come into the program, Mike Tomlin always says it's the standard is the standard, and we always preach it's the DNA. And Quentin does a great job of showcasing that DNA because he's just a heck of a role model.
He made his commitment to Penn State prior to this season. You also had another Division I commit in your quarterback, Braden Laux. So the fact that both of them got those decisions out of the way, I know you're going to be supportive regardless of the timeline, but it seems like that maybe takes a little bit of a distraction away from this season, knowing that those guys have already made their decisions. Does that affect the team at all from your perspective?
It can. I don't think it really did. I would be lying to say that I was happy that they both committed, because then selfishly they were kind of ours all summer. But really it's more for them. You could see the agony and the stress that goes behind it. And forever, for that person that always says that, hey, the recruiting process is fun, it's the best time of your life, they clearly don't understand what goes into that, because it can be an agonizing, stressful time. And I think, Quentin's commitment, I think he really wanted to be done with it. And I really think that he kind of knew, deep down in all along, it was probably going to be Penn State.
And it was very under the radar.
Absolutely, yeah. And it was just really hard between him and Pitt, but I think obviously Penn State kind of prevailed early on, and I think he just got to the point of why drag it out. With Braden, there were some things on the table later in going into early in the summer that, some of bigger FBS schools were kind of looking at. And at the end of the day, I think he just kind of was like, listen, Eastern Michigan likes me, it's a good fit. So I think he kind of wanted to just, I hate to say it, kind of be done with it, because it is a lot of stress on a kid. It's a lot of stress on a family, making that decision and navigating through those waters. So I think both of them were happy to kind of just focus and reset on Belle Vernon, and I'm surely glad that they were able to do that.
To win a conference title, let alone a WPIAL or a state title, you can't just rely on one or two players like
Sure.
the two guys we just mentioned. When you think of the depth and maybe some unsung heroes, who comes to mind?
Oh, I mean, I could write a book on that. There were so many kids last year, and including this year. I mean, we had 7 seniors last year. There was 4 that really were big-time contributors. So we do return the nucleus of our team. A kid like Adam LaCarte, I sing his praises all the time, but what he was able to do for us defensively, it just had a kind of a ripple effect, because that allowed us to put Quentin where we needed to put Quentin from a matchup standpoint, because he was able to take care of the middle of the field in the run and the pass game. Jake Jetico, I want to say that he doesn't get the recognition, but I think he's a household name, to be honest with you. I think everybody understands who he is and what he does. There's so many kids on the offensive line. Luke Breyer, he's a center that you would probably never really hear in the stat line, but he's just a stalwart. You have Levi and you have Heckel. Those two guys really kind of stepped up their game last year and did a lot for us. But I think the underlying tone is, and I always say, that is kind of the recipe and the poster child for programs, is how everyone just truly buys it. We always talk about that all-in mentality, and that's what you strive for. But I will say these kids and coaches truly kind of really showcase that, because it is all about wins. And not to be long-winded, but I will talk about Quentin. I mean, again, Central Martinsburg, I always go back to that game. I think every college coach in America that crosses our threshold, I always make sure I bring that up. What they were doing to him, it just wasn't Quentin's night from our perspective. We gave him the ball twice. And that allowed Braden to thrive. That allowed Jedico to thrive. And sometimes that's what you do. I mean, if they're going to game plan a specific way to take one of those puzzle pieces out, you have the weaponry to kind of counter that. And a lot of people at that stage and with their caliber, they might be negative or complain. He's the biggest one in the locker room fist pumping that we're moving on to a state championship. And to kind of go back to it, look at some of our guys from last year. Some of their biggest games were in championship games. It wasn't a game where you're maybe facing a team that's only won one game or no games. Their biggest moments, their biggest plays, and Quentin is the example of that, were in the biggest games of the year, which is kind of a neat and special thing and really what you want.
Macheska, I think, was a guy that applies to him as well.
And I think the neat thing about some of those kids, like when I think of Aiden Johnson, I think of Steve Macheska, I think of Parker Jewell, the benefit of playing 15 games is, you always want to see that growth. And I think last year we knew we had a nice mix of kids. We knew that we had the talent and the potential to do what we did. It just was kind of a juggling match to kind of see where everyone fit, because a lot of kids didn't have experience coming in last season. I think last season when we were anointed the champions from March on, there was still a lot of sifting through who's going to really play where. And I think week 4, you talk about that turning point. I think of the offensive line, like we solidified Heckle at tackle, we solidified Levi guard and some other things. And I think we finally just kind of got into our gel. Braden had 4 games in it. And think about this. Braden starts the first game against LH. I didn't tell him he was starting until the night before LH. And before then, he split everything from camp, summer, scrimmages, 50-50. So it took a little bit of time for him to get to where he was. And it wasn't necessarily his fault. It was just the lack of experience of that position. And then you saw what he was able to do in the leadership, in the play in the pass game and the run game, and how he was able to grow. So the neat thing about last year was that growth model. And playing 15 games, a kid like Steve Macheska just kept on getting better and better and better. And that was kind of a cool thing to see.
Final question for you. Yeah. You're about to, find out firsthand, is it harder to win the first one or to repeat? But is it fair to say that if your team does not win a championship, it would be a disappointment?
I think it's fair to say that. I think that's all what we covet, and that's on our mind, and that's every year. I don't think it's just this year specifically. When you get to play at a place like Hines and when you progress to a place like State, I think for those kids that put in the time and energy and the dedication, I don't think people realize the dedication and the hours that come into playing a sport like that, and the coaches, when you get to that level, when you walk on those fields, you kind of realize it's all worth it. The sweat, the blood, the tears, the time, it's all worth it. And I think those kids are hungry for it. But I also think our kids are trying to enjoy the process, and we really preach that, and we truly believe it. Because I always explain to them there's an expiration date, and before you know it, that expiration date's going to be here. So we're not trying to think 5 games down the road, 10 games down the road. We're honestly just trying to get better day by day. And that's not coach speak. I think the kids believe it. It's in their DNA, and all roads right now just lead through Laurel Highlands.
Matt, thanks so much for doing this. We always appreciate the time.
Love coming out,
You're
guys.
Probably our favorite coach to watch firsthand at practice, for better or for worse.
Make sure you edit some of those things, all right?
Yeah, good stuff. Again, congratulations and good luck this season.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
That's Matt Humbert, the head coach of the reigning state champion Bell Vernon area Leopards. We'll take a quick break. When we continue here on the Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show, it will be Burrell's head man Sean Liotta right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendell VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendell VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendell VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendellVW.com. We would love to meet you.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
I was very pleased with our kids. I thought we came out and competed hard. East Allegheny's got a really good ball club. Don Pecora does a really good job with those guys. I think they've been to the playoffs now 11 years in a row or something like that. And they'll be a major player in 3A football. I promise you. They're
Here, Coach. Wait, hold on. I got to fix this for you. There you go.
Oh, we good now?
Can hear you.
We got to restart that now. All right, we'll restart it.
Yeah, we will.
Go ahead.
All right.
Take two.
Well, welcome back to the.
Yeah, restart it.
Yeah, restart
hey,
it.
we got people want to catch the whole thing. They want to see me for the whole thing. Restart it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't cheat the people.
Don't cheat the people. That's for sure. All right. Welcome back to the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Association preview show from Manor Valley Golf Course. And joining me here this afternoon is the head coach of the Burrell Buccaneers, Sean Liotta. Sean's in his sixth season. Finished 6-5 overall and 3-4 in the Class 3A Allegheny 7 Conference. His team made the WPL playoffs and lost in the first round on the road against Neshannock, 48-6 on Friday, November 4th. His team has qualified for the playoffs in each of the past 2 seasons. Coach Liotta has been a head football coach for 13 seasons and been in coaching for 25 years. Coach, it's good to see you again.
Always a pleasure, Jonathan. Glad to be here. Westmoreland Sports Network does a great job with, really shining a light on the athletes here in Westmoreland County. So we're always very proud to be a part of it.
And we appreciate you being here and having such a strong belief about what we try to do to promote high school football here in Westmoreland County. Coach, before we get into the other questions that I have on you for today, the Buccaneers today against East Allegheny at Buccaneer Stadium had a scrimmage. Share some of your thoughts on how your team performed.
Sure. East Allegheny, they've got a really good ball club. Don Pecora has done a great job there. I think they've been in the playoffs the last 11 seasons, that he's been there. They will be a heavy hitter. They will be a major player in 3A football. So for us, it was great competition. They're big, physical, fast, athletic. So really was a kind of a great measuring stick for us coming out of camp. And I was pleased with how our kids performed. We showed a lot of physicality, and of course, there's mistakes to clean up, and that's the beautiful thing. You get that live contact, you get that first real scrimmage kind of opportunity to be able to correct mistakes, and that's what this game's about. So we're looking forward to doing that on the field this week and getting ready for a very good Jeanette team.
When you took over the program at Burrell, the Buccaneers had not qualified for the playoffs since 2012. You enter this season having made the postseason in each of the past 2 campaigns. How do you assess the current state of Buccaneers football?
I think we're certainly in a very positive situation right now. We started the program. When we got here, we had about 18 or 19 kids on the roster my first year. We've got 53 right now. So, and we've averaged in the 40s, mid-40s the last, 4 or 5 years. And for us, it's obviously, we're in a very competitive conference week in and week out. It's going to be very difficult, but we want to be able to make the playoffs and then obviously advance. That's the goal. We want to be able to. You got to get into advance. So the first part of it is the getting in part, and that's what we're going to each week work towards.
When I first interviewed you on the preview show back in 2020, I was impressed by your commitment to play to your team's strengths. And I was talking with Coach John Ruane after he got finished interview with Dan a little while ago before he left. And that's something he also takes a great deal of pride in, rather than to a particular style of play. Like a coach says, I'm round pound or I'm a passing offense. And if I don't have the players that can pass, I still want to do that. But you said, no, you're going to play to your team's strength. And, of course, just like the title of your book, No Huddle, No Mercy. Now, back then, your offensive scheme was fast-paced. However, last season, your offense could be described as ground and pound. Former NFL head coach Chuck Knox would be very proud of that offensive philosophy.
Oh, Chuck Knox, Quaker Valley, right?
Yes.
Chuck Knox, yeah. So the big thing with that is, like I said, it doesn't matter what my preferred style of football is or what I like or whatever. That means nothing. We have to do what's best for our team and the strengths of the team and to put our kids in the best situation. So the last 3 years we've been running the slot T offense, which is obviously a really ground-oriented offense, and it's been really good for our kids. The results speak for themselves. It's kind of unique since I've got the Burl. We've broken the school passing records. And we've broken the school rushing records, so that's kind of very, very unique and something we're certainly pretty proud of. And we've got some really good kids that, we're able to do those things. And the funny thing about it, though, is you sit there and you don't hear what they say in the stands, but you sometimes hear it, you'll hear it. So when we would throw the ball 50 times a game, everybody wanted us to run the ball. Now we run the ball 50 times a game. Everybody wants us to throw the ball. So you can't come to a happy medium, but, hopefully at some point maybe we'll be 50-50 sometime. You never know. Hey,
right,
you never
but
know.
You know what? Like you were saying, though, when you can set during your tenure at Burl the all-time passing record, and then you go and do it with the rushing record, it speaks to me talking about how you adjust to your talent.
That's the key. That's what any high school coach is trying to do, right? Because we're not we can't recruit kids at Burl. We're not Amani Christian. We're not Sarah Catholic. And those are teams we play in our conference. No offense to them. Right. But, you look at Amani Christian and Sarah Catholic, they can go each year and go take whatever kids they want and bring them in and all those kind of things. And we play with the kids that we have that live in the 15068. You know what I mean? And you have to adjust what you do to those kids' strengths year in and year out. Absolutely.
Well, Coach, one of your strengths is going to be, I describe him as your workhorse running back, senior Devin Beatty. He produced some dominating numbers last season. He carried the mail 222 times in 11 games and rushed for 1,441 yards of Burl's 3,046 yards on the ground last year. And, oh, by the way, registered 18 touchdowns. It's nice to have that workhorse back.
Oh, it's great to have Devin Beatty back. He's a good football player, big, strong, fast, physical runner. We've got quite a few others. We're blessed with a lot of kids that can really carry the football. Other seniors, Tyler McGlisco, Tristan Brothers, Caden Gardner. We've got a young freshman I think has a lot of potential, Trey Corey, running the football. And we've just got a lot of those guys that can really go with it in their hands. So we're excited to have that group.
Now, besides Beatty, who are some of the other players that you're counting on for big contributions this season? And talk a little bit about their strengths.
Sure.
Starting with your senior linebacker, Tristan Rogers.
Well, yeah, Tristan Brothers is a really good football player. He's been like our defensive MVP a number of years here. Now, he's dealing with a shoulder injury right now, so he's going to be a game-time decision for Jeanette this week, whether he's going to get cleared or not. So hopefully we get him. If not, I believe he will be back for the Deer Lakes game, but we're hoping to get him for the Jeanette game here. But he flies all around the field, makes plays. Really good football player defensively, particularly. But he can run the ball as well. He's an explosive ball carrier as well.
How about senior defensive back Tyler McGlisco? What are some of his best attributes?
Yeah, Tyler loves football. Tyler's a guy that he's a 3-year starter in the secondary, along with Cooper Hornack is also a 3-year starter in the secondary. Cooper was also a state wrestling champion this year for us at Burl, one of our wrestling kids. And, those two are just, they're tough, hard-nosed football players. They're your typical, the Burrell kid, you would say, just hard-nosed, physical, very coachable. They line up where you tell them to line up, and they execute, and they play hard. So that's why I love coaching these kids, just by the way they get after it.
Now, how does this year's edition of the Bucks compare experience-wise with last year's outfit?
Yeah, so we lost some seniors on the line, and then a quarterback that were good leaders for us. That certainly they will be missed. Like, we have to replace them. That's the biggest challenge. Their leadership, their toughness, their physicality. Ian Quinn, Aaron Malee, Cam Martin, our tight end Gabe Ziccarelli, our quarterback Chase Fenner, those kind of guys. We had a linebacker, Antonio Cook was a very good player. Like, guys like that, we have to. It's a challenge to replace those guys, because not just the on-field stuff, but the leadership. And, it's too early to tell right now. I think we've got the potential to have some great leaders on this team. I'm excited to see how they do. But, it's their time is just starting. We're going to see how they progress as the year goes on. I'm excited to work with them and excited to see how they do.
Are there any other young men that have surprised you this year in terms of their development from last year through the preseason?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say surprised, but we have guys that really, got after it in the weight room and committed themselves to being better. And, we have some linemen coming back, Noah Love at a guard position. We have Luke Boylan at a tackle position, and we have Joey Guarini at a guard position. And those are all linemen for us. They were linemen for us last year, got to play, pretty extensively. So, we're excited about that group.
Now, one of the things I personally enjoy interviewing you when we have this opportunity every year is your candor. I think that there are a few coaches in high school football, at least in the WPIL, that basically just kind of tell it like it is, not in a demeaning way,
sure,
but just kind of say what a lot of coaches wouldn't. And in preparing for this interview today, one of the quotes I read about from you last year that stood in my mind, I wanted to ask you about it while we're doing the show, was you were playing one of your rivals for the Battle of the Bypass when you play Valley and Burl or a stone's throw away on the bypass, and have been rivals for years. And then last year your squad was playing them, and you rallied, and you ended up winning the game on a field goal, on the final play?
Close to it, yeah.
Near the final play of the game. And then when you were interviewed in one of the local papers, you made a comment, and I'm paraphrasing, in which you said, well, if they're your rivals, aren't they supposed to beat you sometimes? And that's the kind of thing that, a lot of coaches would not say, but you're candid about that. And then you were telling me about a situation last year with one of your players, how you tried to kind of break the ice for him in a critical moment late in the game.
Sure, yeah. So that game in particular, well, first of all, when I got to Burrell, they had lost to Valley 6 years in a row. So everybody said you can't beat, I was talking to Muzzy, and, they had dominated that rivalry. Well, we've now won 4 in a row there. And in fact, a weird fact, our senior class has just graduated. When we have our banquet, we research all kind of strange facts and everything like that. In the history of Burrell, that senior class is the only one to have defeated Valley 4 times and Deer Lakes 4 times as a senior class. And that's pretty outstanding, when you think about it. That's pretty, that's something. But the quote you're talking about is our kicker. I just try to break the ice with him. He looked a little nervous before he's about to go out there, and I said to him, do you have a girlfriend? And he shook his head and said, in about 5 minutes, you're going to have a whole bunch. And he went out there and made the kick. So the rest is history.
Yeah, that's what you call preparation in the last seconds of a big game.
Well, because you can't get nervous. I think some coaches get nervous. I don't get nervous. One, I'm not playing.
Right. So it's not going to fall on you.
No, it always falls on me. But I don't want the kids to be nervous, because this is a game. Yeah. Sometimes people get tied in and they get so nervous or wound up about you go and you put the work in, and the kids are going to play hard, and usually what happens, the team with the best players win the game in high school football. That's usually how it goes. You know what I mean? And, it's something where, you want to you enjoy it and all that, but you don't want to get so wound up into it that it makes you nervous and causes you not to be able to perform to your optimum levels. So I think that's the biggest thing as a coach when you motivate and get guys ready is you got to make sure they can perform to their optimum levels with not being nervous,
Well, another challenging year in the Allegheny 7. Talking to some of the coaches, they say that there's 4 teams that seem to be in the rankings.
Do they have us in that 4?
Not the ones I talked.
They haven't said,
but
they don't have us in the 4, I guess.
But they were saying the other teams are.
Well, you didn't talk to Coach Beidel yet because he's over there. You
right, I haven't talked to him.
He might put us in the top 4. I don't know. Ask him. I'll watch the replay.
You watch the replay.
All right, ask the replay. We'll see.
But last year, your club made a nice push at the end, and you made the playoffs with that challenging schedule. So once again, it's going to be tough.
Every week is a challenge. You've got loaded Steel Valley. You've got the teams that can recruit all over the city of Pittsburgh and who knows where else. I mean, you got Imani Christian. They got a whole different team from last year. I mean, how does that happen in high school football? I mean, somebody got to explain that to me. I mean, I don't know how you can play them one year and then the next year you go play them and they say, oh, we got this kid from here and there. And, you got these kids from all over. Hey, I'm fine with it. Like I said, Leroy Johnson played for me before. I'm friends with their coach. So it's all in good. It's all in love. You know what I mean? But it's just funny that they have a whole new team. And Sarah the same way. I mean, Sarah, they get kids in from all over the place, and it is what it is, so they're going to be good. Both of those teams are going to be really, really good. And then you've got teams like, Ligonier Valley, Coach Beidel and his staff, probably some of the best in Western Pennsylvania for sure. I mean, coaching guys up, there's no doubt about it. Those guys are one of the best staffs out there. You have Apollo Ridge, John Skiba, same way. They're going to be coached up. So every week – and York is getting better. Derry is getting better. All those teams, every week is a battle. It truly, you can't, there's no off weeks, and for us, the challenge starts Friday with Jeanette, a really good Jeanette team, I think, that's improving, and they're going to be a major, major challenge for us as well.
One final note. Last year we talked, your 2 returning standout linemen, Ian Quinn and Aaron Malee. Did they end up going to college?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Aaron is at Grove City along with our tight end, Gabe Ziccarelli. They're both at Grove City. And Aaron Malee is going to go to St. Vincent.
Okay, right down the road? All right, very much so. Well, Coach, you will get ready to open this season on Friday. Best of luck to you.
Appreciate it.
It's always a joy having you as part of our group of coaches here on our kickoff show.
We appreciate it. Glad to be here, and go Bucks.
All right. That is he, Coach Sean Liotta, the Buccaneers, looking to make that playoff streak go up one more consecutive year. We'll take a break. When we come back, more coaches, comments, and interviews to come. You are watching the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course and Export, and we shall be right back.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
Innate Fitness in Latrobe wants to help change your game. Innate uses a unique training experience utilizing professional creativity that will challenge each and every one of your fitness levels. Innate Fitness has several affordable programs to fit your budget. Join Innate today and take advantage of their strength, conditioning, weight loss, and flexibility programs. Let them put a plan together for you with a free evaluation. Also be sure to check out Innate's athletic training, baseball, and softball services. Online at InnateFitnessLatrobe.com or stop on in and see our beautiful facility located on Main Drive in Latrobe.
At Pit Stop Pizza in Sunoco, you play and we pay. That's right, over $10,000 a week paid out in the Pennsylvania Lottery. We also offer your favorite cold beer and hard ices featuring 5 flavors including blue raspberry, blackberry, and Long Island iced tea. Pit Stop also offers a full menu of delicious foods, from their legendary pizza to their mouth-watering jumbo wings, gourmet burgers, and chicken sandwiches made from scratch. Visit or order online at pitstoppizza.com or just stop in anytime. Located across from Derry High School on Route 982.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Although Derry area was much more competitive on the field last season, the Trojans did finish winless for the second consecutive campaign. Help should be on the way, however, for second-year head coach Mike Arone, as a strong freshman group should augment a team that is stacked in the trenches here in 2023.
After a lopsided loss to Greater Latrobe to open the season,
Arone's Trojans had chances to win against Greensburg-Salem, Southmoreland, and Yawk. The rest of the Allegheny Conference was a different story, though, as the Trojans were within 3 touchdowns just one time. Thus, Derry has focused on tightening up a defense that allowed more than 40 points 6 times a year ago. Safety Ahmad Ward and cornerback Damari Robinson will need to be a big part of the turnaround on that side of the football.
Definitely our tackling. We've been preaching to get better tackles this year, and we've also kept repping these practice drills with these tackling mats and everything.
We all improved together. The linebackers, D-line, and the DBs, we all improved together, so we're all just strong.
That duo will be paramount on offense too, as Ward will aim to make big contributions at running back after an injury-plagued 2022, while Robinson will continue to be a primary target after leading Derry area in receptions and touchdowns last year. The player tasked with getting them the ball is Mason Beeman, who takes over as the #1 quarterback after splitting time there and a tight end previously. Robinson believes the move will pay immediate dividends.
Me and Beeman, we had a lot of chemistry because he was the backup quarterback since I was a freshman. So our chemistry always been there, but now we really get to see what we can do together with him being the starting quarterback.
While Nate Barkley is another returner at the skill positions, freshman Brady Brown appears to have a bright future at both running back and linebacker. Classmate Aiden Piper is a promising lineman on a unit that should be a strength for Derry's ball control offense. Perhaps most significantly, the whole team seems to trust in Arone's vision this season, says Ward.
Everybody, I think we all started to like Coach Arone a lot more than last year because this year he's way more flexible with us, and our senior captains have really showed that he cares a lot about this program.
As usual, the Trojans will open their 2023 season on the road against Greater Latrobe. They'll follow with non-conference matchups against Greensburg, Salem, and Southmoreland, and they will begin conference play at home against the Yawk Cougars. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dean Huss.
And I'm Dr. Melissa Bender at Huss Chiropractic.
We are celebrating our 25th anniversary here at Huss Chiropractic. We provide convenient, quality care in a friendly and relaxed, patient-focused environment.
Along with quality chiropractic care, we also perform affordable DOT physicals for CDL drivers by appointment or walk-in for your convenience.
If you're in need of chiropractic care in Westmoreland County, look no further than Huss Chiropractic, 910 Industrial Boulevard, Loyalhanna. Don't let pain adjust how you live. Live well adjusted.
And welcome back to the beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course as we are here with you on the 2023 version of the Westmoreland Sports Network High School Coaches Football Show. And once again, as we enter our 12th season here for Westmoreland Sports, our 12th season covering Derry area Trojan football. And I'm joined once again by now the second-year head coach, but longtime coach, Mike Arone of the Derry area Trojans. And Coach, beautiful day out today and a beautiful Saturday, and you had a scrimmage this morning. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it really is. It was the weather was perfect this morning for a scrimmage. It wasn't too hot, nice and cool. What a beautiful venue out here, and we just got to say thank you to you, Flick, and your brother and Westmoreland Sports Network for having us here. It's a great event, and we're happy to be here.
One of the things they talk about in sports is big jumps, and as a head coach, that first year to second year. Last year you struggled as a team. You were trying to get your feet, on the ground. You had a young team a year ago. You went 0-10. You had some opportunities to win some games early on, did not happen. This year it's year 2. What's the progress been like?
We feel like it's been good. It was night and day from when we started in the spring. We had a couple spring practices in May. Our kids already knew our system. So the freshmen who came up bought into our system. So we really hit the ground running, and we feel that we just, with a year under our belts, with all of our kids, that we're a lot farther ahead, obviously, than we were last year. Not nearly as much having to teach our system, kids having to learn it. So we feel good about where we are right now. We obviously have a lot of work to do, but the kids have bought in. They're working hard, and we're ready to go.
A number of returners for you. Now, you did lose the likes of Don Patrick, Roman DeRazio, Jordan Flack, guys that certainly helped you last season. But your returners, including a very good freshman class. Talk about them and what they've done for you so far.
So the kids coming back, a lot of them actually dealt with some injuries last year. Two of our big guns, Ahmad Ward and Damari Robinson. Ahmad went out week 3, didn't return. Damari dealt with injuries all year long. But those guys are back. They're strong. They're healthy. And they've turned into leaders. We were. I don't want to say we were worried, but one of our concerns this year was a really good freshman class coming up who had a really good middle school season. Those kids were winners. Our varsity guys over the last 3 or 4 years haven't won many games. So how is that going to mesh? And it's been great. The older guys have welcomed the younger guys in. The younger guys have taken to their leadership. And they're getting along and they're growing as a team, and that's what we wanted to see. We just have to make sure as coaches we still foster that. But it's been good so far. And like I said, the kids have bought in and they're ready to roll.
Ahmad was on his way to a good season a year ago. You mentioned his injury. He's ready to go again. And, that name Ward and Derry, athlete. And we know what he's capable of. And Damari, what he's been able to do early on kind of in his career, and see if he can continue to do that this year. And you always, I know, have to worry about injuries and depth. Depth is always a big part of that. Numbers are always a big part of that. But your numbers this year are pretty good.
They are. Close to 50 on the roster. You always deal with, but out of those 50, how many kids are really ready to play varsity level? The one good thing we're going to get out of that is a full JV schedule. I think that's important for those kids who come to work every day and they bust their butts and they support the varsity guys to make sure we get them on the field on Saturday mornings to build that depth. But yeah, it's been great. They just like I said, they're ready to roll. Our numbers are good. We have built depth at certain positions. I think we're deeper on the line. That was a problem last year, and we're starting to build depth just in other positions. Right. No matter where that is. So the depth is better. But you're still, AA small school. You're one injury away of being a different team. So we're well aware of that, and we just want to make sure we keep our kids healthy.
One person that wasn't listed as a graduating player that was your leading rusher last year and your leading passer last year, Blake Revore. I know he moved away. How difficult has that been to try to replace that? Because I know Beeman was his backup last year, but Beeman also can play other positions pretty well, too.
Because of Mason Beeman, it's been seamless. Mason has stepped in, took control of our offense. He knows it inside and out. He's a really smart kid. He's very coachable. So because of Mason, that has been seamless. I mean, it's obvious Mason's not quite the runner that Blake is, but Mason's not afraid to run the ball. He's 6'5", 6'6". He stands in the pocket. He has a strong arm. So we're not worried about the quarterback position because of Mason and the work Mason has put in. We're excited to see what he can do, and it's been seamless.
Today you scrimmaged Greensburg Central Catholic. What were the positives that you saw this morning?
So Coach Ox, Joe Mylant, told our kids, and I agree with him 100%, hey, all I want to see is us be aggressive and us be physical. And I think we did that for the most part. I was proud of us up front. I think we controlled the line of scrimmage most of the time, and that's what we wanted to do. We're going to have to be a team that runs the ball and runs the ball well. We're going to have to control the ball, and we're also going to have to be able to stop the run. Both sides of the ball up front, I thought we held our own, so I was very proud to see, happy to see that. Their athletes were better than our athletes overall, but we still held our own there. So a lot of kids getting work in different positions, and now seeing that speed of other athletes, and we tried to coach them up on that. Hey, listen, coming in on Saturday, you guys are going to see some different level of speed that we have to be ready for. I thought for the most part our ones and twos were. We had a couple breakdowns, and we'll fix those. That's all coaching stuff. It's fixable. So we were pretty happy with the scrimmage, with the first scrimmage overall.
And anytime you're pleased with what you do up front, both offensively and defensively, it always starts there, doesn't it?
Absolutely, 100%. And our big guys up front know that. We tell them that all the time. We're going to go as you go. You're not going to get the credit. You're not going to get the accolades. But you guys need to know that this team's going to go as you do. So they understand that, and they've really taken that to heart, and they've worked hard. And like I said, we have provided some depth there. So there's still a couple guys battling for some positions up there. So we're interesting to see where that battle goes this week and what shakes out Friday night.
I know that Ahmad and Damari have stepped up as captains, as you saw on our preview before we came on here, Mike. But when you send out these questionnaires to coaches, it asks them what your season outlook is. You didn't, some coaches will write a full paragraph, but you said a couple of words, but it makes sense. You want to compete and you want to win games. And obviously, competing is part of that, and that translates into winning games. And I know this young group hasn't experienced really that yet at this high school level, but once they do, it can be a contagious thing, can't it?
Oh, absolutely. Winning's contagious, but unfortunately so is losing. And that's kind of where, Derry, our program has been over the last few years. So we want to build that winning mentality back up. It can be difficult at times. But we said last year we came into it, hey, we just want to compete every week. The scoreboard didn't show that we did that at times. I thought we did. So this year it's got to switch now. The just competing is over. Like, we got to win football games, plain and simple. We got to win football games. So that's our goal now, to go out, be competitive, obviously, but start putting some W's up there too.
You have 3 non-conference games before you start conference games. I know, in many ways that's a good thing because you can kind of, observe, put what you can on film and, look at that, highlight it, look at the positives and the negatives. You start off with a very solid Greater Latrobe team, and we're going to hear from Ron Prady here next on our Coaches Show. And then you have Greensburg-Salem and Southmoreland before you hit the conference against York. So talk a little bit about your non-conference schedule and then how that will aid you as you head into that first conference game.
Well, it's tough. The week one with Latrobe, it's a big community thing. The communities are so close; they know each other. But we know what we're in for. They won the county 7-on-7 again. They have athletes all over the field. They're also big. So our kids know what we're in for. But we have to go into it with the mentality of, hey, we got to keep it close. And then who knows what happens at the end? We have to. We have to do that. Greensburg-Salem is always a tough out, and then Southmoreland is, they just keep getting better and better. So not 3 easy games, but also 3 very competitive games that we have to be in them. And I thought last year going into Greensburg-Salem, we came off of a pretty poor performance against Latrobe, and in the Greensburg-Salem game, I thought we kind of found our own. And then some things happened in the Southmoreland game, and we kind of went downhill. But the kids never stopped competing. That's what I love, the heart of our kids. So it's a tough non-conference schedule, but we'll take it.
And then the conference itself, you got some really quality athletes you're going to be going up against throughout.
Sure, it's a meat grinder. It is. Monty, Sarah, Steel Valley. Burrell's going to run your face over with Coach Leota and his offense. So there's no easy weeks. Like, you don't count any easy weeks. Like, I think we can get a win here. But you got to love that stuff. You got to love it. And that should you be successful enough, that kind of stuff prepares you, for the playoffs if that's what you're thinking, or it just makes you a better football team. Makes your kids get closer and tighter, and so we're looking forward to it. We know what we're in for, but I think our kids are up for the challenge.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. When you look at last year into this year, have you seen that difference in attitude? Like you said, winning and losing is contagious, and when you lose, heads drop. It's harder as a staff to get that back up, but knowing that they had a young team and then coming into this year knowing that they had not won a game last year, the attitudes, I'm sure, have to be hungry. Just to name, one, hungry and ready to go and to get that first one and then go from there.
Sure they are, and that's something we have to foster as coaches, and we've tried to do that. But sure, our kids, they want to bring a winning tradition back to a great community, and they really do, and they've worked hard to do that, and I think they believe in themselves. So we're making sure we foster that some more, that belief of, hey, again, the winning is contagious. Let's just get one under our belts whenever it may be, and then hopefully we can pile them up from there. But that's been the focus, that's been the goal, and our kids have bought in, and they're hungry and ready to go.
And I know we've had this conversation before many times, even in the school. Of course, Mike is an assistant principal at the high school, so get to see him, and he gets to see his players on a daily basis. But, just talking about the importance of that camaraderie with the kids in the school, and, not only doing well in the classroom, but also being able to be around them as they develop as kids. And that happened at Homer Center, too. I mean, you had told me that, it was always important that happened.
I think it's very important. I consider myself lucky. Not only am I in the school, but Coach Milant, Coach Molnar, they're both in the school. We get to see these kids a lot. So, it's a little different structure when I see them in the school, but they understand that. So it's very important, and I just feel lucky to have those two guys on my staff and in the school. So it's a good setup for us.
Well, as usual, I always go overtime, so my brother's looking at me being like, let's wrap this up. But your foot, you can't see Coach Arone's foot here, but he's been walking around, there it is, in a boot since the beginning of the summer because he decided he wanted to play in a faculty softball game and go 110% rounding first base, and that doesn't. There's the boot. There it is, and that kind of equals torn Achilles. So that hasn't been fun for Coach through camp. Will you do that again ever? Maybe just designate hit, and then let somebody run for you, right?
Will I do it again ever? Absolutely. Will I try to score from first base? Absolutely not. Like, I learned real quick how old I was. So, but playing in things like that, in the camaraderie with the faculty against some students, it was great. So once this heals up, will I be doing stuff like that again? Yes, but I'll stretch, number one, and number two, I guess the man's got to know his limitations. So I've realized that real quick.
Live and learn, even at an older age. No question about it. Mike, thank you so much. We're going to have, by the way, all 10 Trojan football games, as usual, on the Westmoreland Sports Network, both audio and video. And, again, we thank all of our sponsors for Trojan football. We've been doing this for a long time, and we wish you the best. And we'll be talking with you every week in our coaches show, too. So thanks, Mike, and best of luck to you.
Thanks, Flick. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
There he is, head coach Mike Arone. When we come back, the head coach of the Greater Latrobe Wildcats, Ron Prady, will join us. He, by the way, owes me some trail mix that he stole from me last year in my office when he was at Derry, and I hope to get that back from Coach Prady this year. But he's next, coming up here on the Westmoreland Sports Network as we preview the Greater Latrobe Wildcats.
At M&M Trucking in Latrobe, your shipment is our top priority. M&M Trucking provides a fleet of trucks capable of moving one or many loads of freight, concentrating in steel, lumber, mulch, concrete, precast forms, and more. M&M Trucking hauls loads to both warehouse facilities and direct-to-construction job sites. Call 724-539-1044 or visit lmmtrucking.com. M&M Trucking, spanning 3 decades, keeping pace with today's transportation industry.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai for huge summer savings. Save big with 0% financing on new Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Or receive up to $7,500 in special lease bonus cash. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
2022 was a breakthrough season for Greater Latrobe and their first-year head coach Ron Prady, as the Wildcats not only won 7 games, but they captured an elusive playoff victory for the first time in decades. Although the team must replace a 1,500-yard rusher this season, they have plenty of skill back to make another run in 4A. A 28-21 overtime upset of Highlands gave Prady and the Wildcats their first postseason W since 1968. Although a loss against Thomas Jefferson in the quarterfinals ended the historic season, Greater Latrobe repeated as the 7-on-7 passing champs over the summer, and the focus is on taking the next step in 2023, according to receiver Ben Stratton.
We built off of it, knowing our mistakes that we went into last year. We wanted knowing we wanted to come out and win. Now we just have to work harder for it and keep on going through the playoffs, get more games in.
A big component of the offensive success, both last season and this summer, has been QB John Wetzel. The dual-threat signal caller gained more confidence as a passer as 2022 progressed, and that should continue this year with Jaton Williams, Stratton, and Alex Tash as primary receivers. Replacing dynamic Robbie Fulton in the backfield will be a challenge, but the duo of Brady Prahovic and Chris Cochran are ready for their chance, says Williams.
We're moving on pretty well. We have Brady back there. He's going to run hard. Chris, Izzy, they're all going to run hard. And then John, he's going to run hard. All of us are going to block for them, run our plays well.
The play in the trenches will also be crucial, as linemen like Ben Garrow will be counted upon. Tash, meanwhile, will anchor the defense from his linebacker spot. He exploded onto the scene as a sophomore last year, and he has the look of a major Division I prospect. With Class 4A powerhouses TJ and McKeesport in the conference, the Wildcats will need to maximize every snap to ascend to their level. But a taste of playoff success has been a driving force.
Honestly, it starts with our JV scout team. They give us the best looks we can get. I mean, you can't train perfectly what they're going to do to us, but we tell them if they're the reason we win. If we're practicing good against us and they're giving us the best look, we're going to have a good final on Friday.
The Wildcats begin their season with a Week 0 home contest against rival Dairy Area. They'll follow up against Franklin Regional and Hempfield, and they will begin the conference ledger at home against Thomas Jefferson. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
We continue the 2023 Westmoreland County High School football preview show here on the Westmoreland Sports Network from Manor Valley Golf Course. I'm Sean Myers, joined by the head coach of the Greater Latrobe Wildcats, the one and only Ron Prady, the man known as Boomer, and I know you've already gotten some kind words from John Ruane. So let's talk about how things have been going for you. I know your first year at Greater Latrobe is a pretty good one. You set a high bar because you guided the team to its first playoff win since 1968. What did that mean to the team, the program, and on a personal level, what did that mean to you?
Well, I think most important, I've said it numerous times, it has nothing to do with me. It's about our kids and developing a program, and I think that first year was a pretty good foundation that we laid as far as expectations and how to go about your business throughout the week to get ready to play on Friday night, and our numbers are up. So there's some excitement, and we're pretty happy about that.
I mentioned John Ruane. You had been on his staff at Penn Trafford before coming to Greater Latrobe, and they've had so much success. Did you look at the blueprint that he laid over his decade plus there and try to at least incorporate parts of that with the Wildcats?
I think I'd have been dumb not to. John does such a good job over there, and the staff is great. The township just loves him, and the football program there. So there's a ton to be proud of over here at PT. We are here in PT, and I think I would have been crazy to not bring some of those concepts over here to Latrobe. So we did try to emulate some of those things.
When you think of last year's team, and obviously the overtime thriller against Highlands to win that playoff game, was there a particular point of the season where you realized this is a team that has the ability to not only make the playoffs but to win a playoff game?
Well, to be honest, we never thought about that until preparing for Highlands. That was just getting there was important. To earn that 11th game was important, and that was our focus all year, was to try to get that get into playoffs, number one, and then that week we thought we had a chance to win. And our kids played pretty well that week, and fortunately we got it done.
7-5, the final record for Greater Latrobe a year ago. I'm sure you want to improve upon that, but in order to do so, you have a pretty big void to fill with your running back, Robbie Fulton, who had such a great season a year ago. Rushed for over 1,500 yards, had 20 touchdowns. I would assume typically coaches say we can't have one guy replace, so we need multiple guys to step up. Does that apply here?
Yeah, that's true. I doubt we'll have a 1,600-yard rusher this year, but I think we got four guys that are capable of filling that void. They all bring different running styles. They all do things a little bit differently, so we're going to have to try to be creative and find ways to get each of them the ball. That being Brady Prohovic, Alex Tash and Chris Cochran at the running back position, along with John Wetzel, our quarterback, pretty darn good with the ball in his hands too.
Well, speaking of Wetzel, I know that he got some incredible experience last year being your starting quarterback as just a sophomore. And I remember talking to you week after week. He was running a lot early, was not needing to throw necessarily a ton, but you did feel like he got more comfortable as the season went along. Has he taken another step now throughout the offseason heading into this year?
He has. He's, upstairs is where it's really happened. I think he has a better feel for the offense, more confidence. A year in the system, I think, has really helped him. And I don't know if we're going to throw the ball 25 or 30 times a game, but we're certainly going to have to throw it more than 6 or 8 like we did last year. But like I said numerous times, John was very efficient when he did throw. There were times we'd throw it 8 times and he'd be 6 for 8 or 7 for 9. So and a lot of those were big plays. So those were important for us to take some pressure off of Rob running the ball, and John was able to do that, and he did it with his feet too.
I guess the proof is in the pudding, as they say, because you won the 7-on-7 passing tournament for Westmoreland County over the summer, second consecutive year. Is it real football? Maybe not, but it still counts for something. It's a competition, and obviously it shows that you have some skill. What does that mean to get that championship for the 7-on-7, especially on your home field?
Well, at this point, right now, it means nothing. I mean, at the time, it's exciting. I mean, nobody goes there to lose. Everybody goes there to try to win some games, and to come out on top is special. But it certainly doesn't mean anything right now. When the pads go on, you got to be able to get it done up front. So we're getting better, but the 7-on-7s are always just a little bit of fun. That's all.
Well, talking about Wetzel, he's going to have some different options to throw the football to. I know Jaton Williams is a guy that you have high expectations for. What does he do well, and who are some other guys that can be factors as pass catchers?
Well, Jaton's really athletic. He has improved a ton, too, his route running. He sets up his routes really well. So he finds a way to get open a ton, and John has a real comfort level with him. Jack Drenovich is playing our H and tight end kind of position. He's another guy that's got pretty good hands and will have a few catches for us. Ben Stratton will play out there some. He'll get some catches. Alex Tash will do the same. Tyler Bauer. So there's numerous kids that we feel are capable of catching the ball out there, and we look forward to seeing.
I know this is a football show, but it almost sounds like with all those names you rattled off, you could put together a pretty good basketball lineup because you have so many of those kids who play both sports. At a 5A or 4A school, one of the larger schools, that doesn't always happen. You might have some kids who are specialized. Is there benefits to playing sports, especially football and basketball?
Well, I think so. Every college coach you talk to wants kids that are multiple sport athletes. And, a lot of times these sports, kind of translate one to the other. And basketball and football go hand in hand. So do wrestling and football. But we certainly encourage our kids to play other sports. Whether it be baseball, basketball, football, whatever it is. We have some kids that play volleyball and bowl. So all those sports, we encourage those kids to participate.
I know that any team that's going to have success in the regular season is going to need good play in the trenches. Where does it stand in terms of your offensive and defensive lines play right now?
We're getting better. We have 4 kids that played significant time last year. Caleb Lehman played all the snaps last year at left tackle. He's a junior this year. Cody Krall played a ton of snaps last year, started, I think, 7 games at left guard. He's also a junior. Zach Shuey played a ton at center last year. He's a senior. And Ben Guerra, another senior. I think he started 7 games last year, too. So, we feel pretty good about those guys, and that's always where you win games. So we'll lean on those guys for sure.
Anyone else that jumps out on defense? I have a feeling that one linebacker's name might come to mind here.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. Alex is pretty good. He's explosive. He's long. He gets after people. I've said it before. He loves to play the game of football. He kind of lives for it. But Jack Drenovich plays linebacker too. John Wetzel plays down in the box for us a lot. Physical kid, even though he's a quarterback, he's pretty tough kid. Braden Bronson played our middle backer last year. He's back, so we feel good about him. And Chris Cochran and Ben Stratton also, we'll see some time there too.
You're talking about Tash. He's a junior. Wetzel's a junior. It seemed like last year's sophomore group was really, really good, and now they're a year older. Although they're not seniors, do you look at them as guys who lead this team?
Yeah, I think so. They do. They're kind of natural leaders. I think our guys on our team look up to those guys. Part of it is because they're two sport athletes and really kind of role models in our school, which is important. And but we have some senior guys too, like Ben Stratton's and Jaton and Ben Guerra and Zach Shuey, those senior guys that are also leaders for us too.
I don't think it's any secret that you played in a very competitive conference with some terrific teams at the top of it, Thomas Jefferson and McKeesport, and you had a great battle against Laurel Highlands. I'm sure you're probably not going to miss Rodney Gallagher too much, but the other two teams each and every year, they're in the conversation, not only for the conference, but for the entire WPIAL. How do you compete with and then find a way to get past some of those top teams?
Well, we got to prepare well that week and hopefully stay healthy when we get to those guys. TJ and McKeesport are two of the kind of the premier programs in the WPIAL. Year in, year out, they're really good. They're going to be physical. They're tough. They're obviously well coached. So we got a lot of work to do to catch those guys. But we're going to see what happens.
So now with a playoff win from last year, how do you build upon that, and what would you ultimately consider a successful season here in 2023?
I don't know. We don't put a number on wins here. We just focus on each week trying to win that week. And ultimately we talk about playing 10 games to earn a chance to play that 11th game. And that's what it's about, is to try to get into playoffs. And obviously you want to finish as high as you can, but in your section. But yeah, we just focus on 1 week at a time and prepare as hard as we can.
We've talked a lot about football, but I know sometimes calling you or seeing you out in person, you talk about basketball, you even talk about girls soccer at Greater Latrobe. You truly love the district. What makes it such a special place for you?
Well, I think the people, number one. They really care about their athletics there at Latrobe, and whether it be basketball, like you said, they love softball and baseball. Has been successful, and soccer is now really good. Girls soccer, boys soccer is good. Volleyball is really good, and the community really gets behind the athletic teams out there in Latrobe, and I'm really proud of that.
Well, Ron, you have a lot to be proud of. Congratulations on the big accomplishment from a year ago, and good luck heading into this season as well.
Thanks, Sean.
That is Ron Prady, the head coach for the Greater Latrobe Wildcats. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Ligonier Valley's Roger Beidel who joins us as we continue here from Manor Valley on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Excella Health and Butler Health System are now Independence Health System. Expert care here.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Coach, building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
This is Sean Myers. And this is Dan Flickinger. Join us every Wednesday night throughout the season for Westmoreland on the Gridiron.
We discuss the biggest news involving Westmoreland County and WPIAL football, break down all of the games with our Westmoreland Sports Network announcers, plus we're joined every week by local players and coaches.
And of course, everyone's favorite segment, the Plays of the Week.
10-5, goal line! Touchdown!
That's Westmoreland on the Gridiron every Wednesday at 7 p.m. only on the Westmoreland Sports Network. And we are back here. Sean Myers joined by Roger Beidel, the head coach of the Ligonier Valley Rams, for this Westmoreland County High School Kickoff football show. And always good to talk to you, Roger. I've known you now for over a decade between my time at the Latrobe Bulletin and here at WSN. And I know it had to mean a lot to you and to the program last year. You make the transition to the WPIAL, and you got that first WPIAL playoff victory a year ago. How big was that for all of Ligonier Valley?
Well, thanks for having me, Sean. It was great. It was great for the community. It was great for the program, and it was something special. We'd been in the playoffs before, but being in the WPIL playoffs, the stage is bigger, and for us, it was just really a memorable thing, especially with the history-making win, the very first time in school district history in which the football team had earned a WPIL playoff win. Now, I mean, we all know that we weren't in the WPIL for a long time, but still, to get that first win was very special for the kids.
And before we get to this year's team, I want to continue to talk a little bit about 2022 because you had a pretty special group. And I know it was meaningful in terms of the senior class because they were the players who, by and large, were the ones who were breaking into the WPIAL a few years ago. When you think of that group, what are some words that come to mind?
I think team over self. When you think of that group, they basically said, look, we're going to do whatever we can for the team to win. If it meant going back to the wing tee and running the football, it was just selfless acts. If the quarterback won the football game, Broderick Schreier was happy not throwing or even attempting a pass. And those guys really bought in, and they were a close group of kids. They sometimes referred themselves as PG-13 with 13 seniors, but they were all of them contributed. And that's rare whenever you have a senior class in which all 13 of the kids that graduate have important roles within the team. Sometimes you have a couple kids who, are like sideline or fan favorites because they get in for that play, and we've all seen that, and they get that one carry at the end of a game and the crowd goes crazy. But that group of 13 that we had last year all had significant roles, either offense or defense, and they weren't just guys that earned a letter because they had played for 4 years. So they were a special group, and they had a lot of great accolades. We had great players in that group as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Colin Smith was earned 2 All-State recognitions as offensive tackle, and that Hayden Siraki earned an All-State recognition as a defensive back. So not only were they selfless, but they were also talented.
Can you find any more Colin Smiths in the district to bring up?
Well, yeah, I wish we'd have a couple more because both of them, Collins with 1 L and Colin with 2 L's, they definitely had quite a resume and earned a lot of recognition and won a lot of football games for us.
Hayden Siraki's a guy you mentioned. Man, what a pleasure it was to watch him play football over his 3 years where he was a quarterback and a pretty good one to start, and then he made the transition, primarily played running back. He could catch the football as well, your leading receiver. He's a guy who's going on to play baseball, and we're going to be excited to see him at Seton Hill. But what he did for this program, what stands out about his biggest contributions?
I think the biggest contribution is that he could do everything. He returned kicks, he returned punts, he had interception returns for touchdowns. I think that he scored nearly every way that you can. He threw a touchdown pass. He received a touchdown pass. He ran. He had an interception to return for a touchdown, a kickoff return for a touchdown. He just did everything. And we kind of joked because we'd go in the coach's office and we'd do different things, and we'd have a passing set, and we'd move him into the pass set. And we're like, do you think they'll figure it out? And no one ever figured it out. I just put 2 people on him, but he was just a phenomenal kid, and oftentimes he just came up with a big splash play when it mattered.
Talking to Roger Beidel, the head coach of the Ligonier Valley Rams, and so we're talking about the players who have moved on. One guy who is back that had a good year last year is John Jablonowski. Unfortunately, the game that I broadcast against Borough, I don't believe he played in that game, and I know talking to Coach Liotta before, he said he has legitimate track speed. He is an absolute burner. I'm guessing he's probably not any slower this year.
No. I'll kind of beam a little bit about John. In the course of 1 year, he has matured, and he is starting to get it as a football player. And I'm smiling because I will say this, and a couple of the older players that stop by practice, they don't want to hear this. John is the most talented athlete that we've ever had in Ligonier Valley. He does things athletically that I've never seen on a football field at the high school level before. He got 4th place in the high jump, where he just learned how to do the high jump this year. He is a freakishly gifted athlete, and in terms of speed, I mean, he's as fast as he needs to be. Last year, the safety from Greensburg-Salem Cody Rubrick had legitimate documented 4.4 speed. John ran past him like he was standing still. So where does he run? I don't know, but I know this, Sean, it's fast. And his twin brother, Mark, is back last year. We didn't get him back to last year until the Derry game. And Mark is also really fast too. So those are two guys that we're going to key on. I think that if John continues to trend the way that he is right now, the sky's the limit for him as a football player at the next level.
And you said maybe the best athlete that you've had, and that's saying something because you produced numerous Division I football players over the years.
Exactly, and we've had kids that their athleticism was crazy. Division I players. I mean, Alec Bloom played in the NFL. I mean, you have to be a phenomenal athlete to do that. But the things that John can do, he is the most gifted athlete we've ever had.
I obviously want to talk about a lot of different guys, including it looks like you're going to have another Schreier at quarterback, but Sam Caldwell is an offensive lineman, and I know that they don't always get the attention, but he's a guy that you mentioned both in the questionnaire you sent to us and in different articles. Why is he so important?
Sam's important because he's one of the few guys on our offensive line or on our offense or on our defense, as a matter of fact, who has significant starting experience. Last year against Southmoreland, we were having trouble in the second half with the quarterback center exchange. Southmoreland employed a blitz everyone technique and tactic where, I mean, it just worked. We couldn't get the snap. We were having difficult. We put Sam in, and we never had a snap issue again for all the way through the playoffs. And so he's a solid performer. He's a big kid. He's a leader. He's all in. And he's one of the biggest linemen that we have at over 300 pounds. And, he's just going to continually get better. And he did that last year as a sophomore. So this year we're relying on him a lot more as a junior. And so far he hasn't disappointed. And he's a very solid anchor for our offensive line.
When you think of the conference this year, and you had some really good battles a year ago, how do you handicap it, and what are the team's objectives?
Well, I mean, first of all, it is my belief that we play in the most difficult 2A section in the state of Pennsylvania. When you look at the perennial powers that we have with Steel Valley, who's absolutely loaded, Sarah Catholic, Amani Christian, both schools that have no borders and no rules, that can get kids from all over the state, all over Pittsburgh. That's difficult to compete against. Then you get into the Apollo Ridges, the Burls, the Dairies, the Yawks. I mean, these are all tough kids. And what you see week in and week out is just such a high level of football. So where we see ourselves is that if we can follow the process and we can follow where we're at and continue to build each week, right now we'll be real happy with where we are. In terms of the X's and O's, they'll come. But I can tell you, Sean, based on our scrimmage today against Berlin Brothers Valley, all the little things that we did are the things that make me real happy as a coach. The concept of being supportive of their teammates, rallying to the football, a lot of energy and actual excitement for the successes of our teammates is something that I was real proud to see in our development.
Lastly, you said it makes me happy as a coach. You've been a coach at this level for a long, long time now. I know that it's not easy each and every year to get ready for a season, all the work that comes off season, throughout the season as well. Why do you continue to do this? What makes it so important to you to continue to coach at Ligonier Valley?
Well, I will say this. First off, I have an outstanding staff. Every one of those guys, Corey Turchek, Dave Shannon, Brandon Rensko, Brian Schreier, John Vita, Josh Novotny, Dave Shannon, those guys could all be head coaches anywhere. And they do such an amazing job. And we're all friends. We all genuinely like each other. And it's a lot of fun for us. And when you then look at what we do, I'm old school. I've been doing this. This is my 20th year as a head coach. I think I'm probably the longest tenured coach in all of Westmoreland County. We make a difference in kids' lives. In this day and age when schools are changing and things are much different than they were a long time ago, we still believe that the little things are important. Being on time, being courteous, being accountable, saying please and thank you, treating ladies with respect, treating your elders with respect. Those are the things that we do. Following, it might sound stupid, but following little rules like being early is on time. And as long as our kids continue to do that and we still do things differently than what society tells us that we should be doing, it's enjoyable. And most importantly, this is the toughest sport to play in America. And for me, when I wake up, I tell the kids, okay, it's a Nan morning, no alarm necessary. This morning, I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get ready for the scrimmage. I couldn't go back to sleep. So until that feeling goes away, I'm going to continue to do this because I love it. And I think that it's important for us to continue to do this for the kids because the benefits of it are that important to society as a whole.
I thought you were going to say you wake up that early typically to hear me on the Fan early morning show.
Well, I tell you what, all summer long, whenever I'm working, I do listen to you. I mean, it's great. And I can tell you, I think you're the star of the show, Sean.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's Roger. That is Roger Beidel. I'm Sean Myers. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Tom Pallone, the head coach of the Jeanette Jayhawks, will join us as we continue from Manor Valley. It's the Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
The John V. Graziano Funeral Home on North 2nd Street in Jeanette proudly serves families in the Jeanette community. The Graziano Funeral Home focuses on traditional and non-traditional services, including funerals, cremation, memorial services, military services, grief support, and pre-planning. Please call us at 724-523-5433. The John V. Graziano Funeral Home in Jeanette, creating a meaningful service to honor the life and memory of your loved one.
D'Annunzio's Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeanette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
After a forgettable 2021 season, Jeanette won 3 conference games and returned to the playoffs in 2022 under the guidance of first-year head coach Thomas Pallone. Now with the senior-laden group returning, the Jayhawks hope not only to get back to the playoffs, but to make some noise in postseason play. While their 3-8 record is still well shy of Jeanette's standards, the Jayhawks set a nice foundation last season that they hope to build upon. The roster size is still a concern for Pallone, but the team now has a sense of what it takes to win at a higher level, as detailed by quarterback Peyton Moulter.
That was a big boost of confidence, especially after sophomore year going 1-9. Being able to make it back to the playoffs was huge, and this year I expect us to go even farther.
Moulter, who impressed as both a passer and a runner, is among the many key returners for a team that graduated just 2 players. Also back is Noah Sanders, who led the team in rushing and ranked among the WPIAL leaders as a receiver. Kamani Brown is another talented playmaker who can line up at multiple positions. While the skill is apparent, Jeanette must also embrace the physical aspect, according to running back and linebacker Michael Mason.
Honestly, I think it's become tougher as a team, because there's a lot of games last year we weren't fighting enough, and I think it's going to be different this year.
While first-year kicker Austin Emery appears to be a real weapon for the Jayhawks, Mason and lineman Gavin Holmeyer are among the contributors tasked with solidifying the defense, which permitted 43 or more points in each of the final 4 losses last year, including a 63-14 defeat to Bishop Canevin in the playoffs. Another challenge for Pallone's crew is to show that they can compete with the top teams in the Eastern Conference, including Greensburg Central Catholic, Clairton, and Leechburg. That's an opportunity that Sanders and crew are embracing.
We've been talking to all 3. There's people from all them teams that we know. We've been talking to them. We're just letting them know it ain't happening what happened last year. This year's about to be totally different.
GCC, all the way. Yep, GCC is the biggest game of the year. but they took all of our players, so it's time to get back now.
The Jayhawks will open their season on the road against Burrell. Some key conference matchups include Greensburg Central Catholic and Clairton at home, and a road showdown against Leechburg. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Are you saving enough to maintain your current lifestyle throughout your retirement years? Is it time to increase your retirement plan contributions? Is your asset allocation consistent with your retirement planning goals? Will Hoffman at Hoffman Wealth Management can help you determine if it would be in your best interest to revisit your retirement planning goals. Call him today at 724-522-5411 or simply stop by any local branch to arrange a free, no-obligation personal consultation. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. Private Advisor Group and Hoffman Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Welcome back to magnificent Manor Valley Golf Course here for the 2023 Westmoreland High School Football Coaches Show. I'm Brent Wiggum, joined now by second-year Jeanette Jayhawk head coach Thomas Pallone. Coach, thanks for being here. Talk a little Jayhawk football here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So before we get to football, I got to congratulate you. You had quite the special off-season. We see the ring on your finger there.
Yes.
Congratulations on the marriage. How does the wife feel about becoming the first lady of Jayhawk High School football?
She already passed the first test. She did a great job with scheduling our wedding around her off-season schedule.
Sure.
And the honeymoon. So we didn't miss a beat this summer. So
very nice.
She's passing the test. She loves Jayhawk football. She knows what it means to me and how much time I spent as an assistant at CV and what that meant to me. And we talked about this job when I was interviewing and obviously when the offer came in. So her first response to me was, "You have to take it."
Sure.
Right. So when I asked, so that was a special moment for us that brings back memories of that and why we're married, because she understands me as a person. And thank you for the congratulations. She's excited to be in McKee this fall.
Good. Yeah, again, congratulations. So year two now, as I said. Before we get into year two, let's talk a little bit about year one. Obviously, 2021 was just a mess for the Jayhawk football program for a myriad of reasons that we won't get into again. But last year, what kind of progress did you see from your team from when you started to the end of last season?
Progress, I'll leave it at that. I think, when we got there, a lot needed to be done, right? We had 2 new systems to implement, and that was important scheme-wise, but also just making sure the message of Jeanette football and what it means to be a Jeanette Jayhawk was re-implemented, right? There was a little bit of a transfer issue with guys, taking that for granted. So there was a lot to do, as soon as we got in there, the staff and I, and I think that, there was tremendous progress from week 1 to the playoff berth with Bishop Canavan, and the film suggests that as well.
Absolutely. And now a lot of coaches talk about the biggest improvement that a team typically makes is from week 1 to week 2. Does that count for seasons as well? I mean, do you see a dramatic change in where your football program is this time of year, this season compared to last season?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the simple answer too is with our veterans, right? We have 8 seniors that really meant a lot to us, that played significant roles last year, and they're now our leaders. We lost a special senior, Mitchell Steele, who's at Bethany College now, Andrew Ross. We only lost 2, right? So there has been dramatic changes, especially with our schemes. They know a lot from last year. They know the expectations, right, of our staff and how we operate. So yes, it's been significant changes. It's been a different year. There's different guys locked in even more. One of those guys is Jeremiah Williamson, who got elected captain. A year ago, you'd probably say he's not captain material, but he's just a guy who came to Roy Hall as a first-year player. We got him in year 2, and now year 3, he's improved every year. So definitely a change in year 2 with our team.
So you and the boys were up in New Kensington this morning scrimmaging the Valley Vikings. Your first thoughts of seeing your team up against another team for the first time this season?
Sure. I would say in the middle, slightly miserable just because we want to get better, right? Not too happy, not too sad, just in the middle. Some guys playing different roles, right? We had Sunder. He played tackle 1 point, tight end, and defensive end, and he had a great scrimmage, right? Lonnie Green, first start and tackle, not bad. Carmine Dianuntis went inside. He's usually a tackle. He played guard, right? So he played a different role today. We were a little banged up on the offensive line, hoping to get Jesse McCurdy back this week. Those guys played different roles. So I would say, 6, 7 out of 10 at Valley. Definitely some improvement. Left a lot out of the game plan. We saw a little bit more man than I thought we were going to see. We weren't prepared for that, but we hardly prepare for a scrimmage. We want our guys flying around, and we have scheduled, scripted looks that we want to see, and guys in certain situations. So we've accomplished that. We accomplished our goal for today, but as far as the performance, I would say in the middle, slightly miserable.
Gotcha. Understand that. So overall impressions of your team heading into this season. A small roster, right? Only about 23 players on the roster.
Yes, sir.
Nick Kiefer from Hempfield was here earlier. 95 players on his roster, so a little bit different there. But a lot of those people on the roster are returning starters from last year. So before we get into some individuals, just overall impressions of your team heading into the 2023 campaign.
I love this team. I say to my colleagues in the coaching profession, it's 23 of the right guys, right? I trust every one of them to be out there in any situation. They're great kids. They show up. They work hard. We love our team. The staff has a great relationship with our players, and we love what's coming back. We just got to stay healthy and be there for each other because like I talked about in the scrimmage, there's guys playing different roles that maybe they're uncomfortable with, but they're willing to learn for the team. So overall impression is we love this team and we're ready to move forward with them.
One of those returning starters you have coming back is your quarterback, Peyton Moulter, threw for over 1,000 yards last year, now into his senior campaign. Talk a little bit about what he does well and what you're expecting from him in his senior season.
Sure. Peyton is he's very much involved with the starting quarterback role. Last year he started out like an athlete playing quarterback, then really he evolved over the season with making the right decisions on film and leading our troops. I think he runs our power read system really well, our gap schemes with quarterback run. He's a tough kid by nature. He was our inside linebacker last year. He's going to play outside this year. But, we could trust him to lead us, in between the tackles with the QB run game, in the huddle, with his brain and commanding the troops and absorbing the game plan, but also performing at the quarterback role. He's spinning the ball better than he has that we've seen him, and he's really ready to have a big year with some of the new looks that we're giving him, especially in the air game.
So you were the guy that called the plays last year. This year you do have a new offensive coordinator on the staff. How's that play calling going to work this season? And also just talk a little bit about your staff overall coming into the season.
Yeah, for sure. We brought Khalik in this offseason. He's done a good job, running our system, learning our system. So he's done a lot of the play calling this offseason. I'm still involved, working with him, meeting with him every night. I'll leave that up to the fans to figure out who's calling plays on Friday nights. But, I'm delegating more as a head coach, more than I ever been, just because I think that's necessary for me to think clearly and try to manage the game overall, manage our team overall, and make sure the staff is in line with our philosophies week in and week out. I want to be a better communicator as a head coach. Our staff has seen a change in me as far as that. Nights before practice, here's the expectation with the practice scripts. So they've seen a change in me as more as delegation and more of a team effort as far as the staff goes. But Darius Brown, obviously, he's back, our associate head coach, defense coordinator. He's done a nice job with the 4-4 system. Brian DeFelice, he's helped me with the offseason D-line coach, also helps with the defense. Anthony Kopis, he's going to be back more of a role this year. He was more volunteer last year. Obviously a great defensive mind. It helps a lot with the film and giving overall looks on Sunday nights. Shavonte Kraft, former captain, he's been great this season so far with our running back room. A lot of young guys evolving at running back room. It's a credit to him and what he's doing with those young guys, especially Nick Mendoza, Michael Mason. They look different in that backfield. So, obviously all the support guys that go with it, Ricky Pitzer, our equipment guy, Mike Clark's back, So all the volunteers that help us on a weekly basis. So I love this staff. Again, they see a little bit of change in me with more communication, and it's year 2, right? We're evolving too as a staff, and we just got to get on the same page with a lot of things, and I'm making that commitment to myself and them.
We'll talk a little bit about the line of scrimmage here in a minute, but you mentioned a couple of your skill guys there. Talk a little bit about guys you're expecting big things from those skill positions this season.
Sure. Our underclassmen's really shown great signs this offseason. Kamani Brown, a true X receiver. I don't think I've had a true X receiver yet. I know it's only my second year, but he's really played that role as the X receiver in the offseason and with our scrimmage today. Jace Powell, he plays a Z off the ball. You know, he's what you would call prolific Z, right? He fits that body type, that skill set. You know, he plays inside and slot, which we love. Michael Mason, Swiss Army knife, you know, tailback H, which is a slot position for us. Really a smart kid, absorbs the defense. You know, can really use him an abundance of roles. Nick Mendoza, what an offseason. He's one of the guys. He's always at our offseason workouts. It's played dividends. He's had a really good scrimmage today. We're looking to incorporate him more, you know, and he's one of those young guys. It's hard to believe that he's only a sophomore. We look at him as an upperclassman just because he's been there so often and working so hard. So he's going to have a great year. That we already talked about. Peyton Moulter, you know, holds everything together. But Jeremiah Williamson, tight end, he's going to do good things. Sunder, he's going to do good things. We run that 2 tight end set, which we love. So, you know, we're looking to use that set in multiple ways this season because we feel like, you know, when you have Sunder and Jeremiah on the line of scrimmage, you know, gives them more gaps to defend. And plus, you have athletic ability with those two. So
Sure. And then up front, a couple of seniors coming back, Gavin Holmeyer, Jesse McCurdy, you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about the line of scrimmage this year.
Absolutely. Gavin Holmeyer, Wyatt Schaefer, they had some combo blocks today. It's some of the best I've seen as far as our inside zone scheme. Those guys have really worked hard. Schaefer's another one of those guys, just like Nick, always in our off-season program. He had a great day at the line of scrimmage, and he started every game last year as a freshman, and that was Nick Stuchel the year before. That's another guy. Sure. Left tackle, you know, he's the strongest guy on our team. He's really had a great camp. He got plagued with a little bit of injuries, working through that, but you know, he's on film. We rewatched the Jefferson Morgan game. He was putting people on their back in that game. You know, he's a special lineman. Gavin Holmeyer, our captain, our center, he's really consistent. You know, I tell it all the time. I call people out of practice. I'm like, I could call Gavin out every day, but we expect it from him, right? It's just the effort and playing through the whistle and that mentality. Carmine Dianuntis, he was a freshman last year. He got some time, obviously with injuries, but he's ready to be a full-time starter. He'll most likely play our right tackle position. Played inside today due to some injuries on our offensive line, but he's doing well. And Lonnie Green, he's been receptive to the tackle role he's played. Obviously, he has the body type to do really big things on the offensive line, and he's been receptive and working hard. So we're looking really to develop those guys too. You know, they're continuing to work hard together. We only lost one offensive line, Mitchell Steele. So, you know, we need all 5 of those guys working together again and having a good year.
So changes offense, defense, also to the uniforms this season. You're rocking the Block J here, bringing that back from the 80s to the early 2000s, my era, by the way, so I love it. But
sure.
What kind of response have you got from your players, from the fans about bringing the Block J back?
Big response. You know, it means something to you and the alumni and people who have worn the Block J. I grew up in Jeanette, and that was the team, right? They wore the Block J, so it means something to me. And we've really spun that with our culture too, and what we want to implement. You know, with my first year, you know, I wasn't a head coach who really brought home, you know, all the buzzwords and the hashtags, you know, with our culture. You know, we did protect the tradition, which was obviously important to us. We want to continue to say protect the tradition because it's an ongoing thing, right? Protecting the tradition is, you know, winning football games and having a football team and having a hard-nosed football team. But with the Block J, we implemented those building blocks and that we're sharing on social media and with our guys on what our expectations are of the Block J. So, you know, we want it to mean it's something to this new generation as it means something to the old generation. So it's here to stay for now. The bird's still here too. It's just, you know, the Block J is symbolic because it's ours, right? It's ours. I feel like every time I'm out and about, not in Jeanette, you know, oh, do you coach for Kansas or are you a Kansas Jayhawk fan?
Sure.
Like, no, I'm not, you know, but the Block J is Jeanette football. So that's why we really brought it back. And like I said, we wanted to make sure that the new generation, it meant something to them. And it's part of Jeanette tradition.
And lastly, Coach, we're out here at Manor Valley Golf Course, run by Vince DiAugustine, who, by the way, played midget football at Jeanette.
Great.
And right off the stage here, I found this golf ball here. I think
Beautiful.
it might be a good sign, a little red and blue
Yeah.
on the golf ball. So this might be a good sign for a good upcoming season.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, we got the golf ball. It's red and blue here. This course is in great shape. You know, that could have been my ball from the Jeanette
Never
Valley.
know.
You know, you never know.
Never know. But,
So-
Coach, really, thank you again.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Looking forward to a great season. Good luck this year, and we'll certainly talk to you as the season progresses.
Yeah, sounds great. Go Jayhawks. Thank you
Jeanette
very much.
head coach Thomas Pallone. We will come back and talk about one of Coach's biggest rivals, Greensburg Central Catholic, coming up next right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Nothing performs like a Volkswagen, and nobody does Volkswagen like Sendell VW in Greensburg. Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, Jetta, and more. Sendell VW has tons of new inventory on the lot, with more arriving daily. Visit our showroom today or check out our easy-to-use Stop, Shop, and Roll online buying feature. Get your best deal on a great selection of new Volkswagen models at Sendell VW, Route 30 in Greensburg. SendellVW.com. We would love to meet you.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual Fungo-Man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks, enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
And we keep things rolling here on the Westmoreland Sports Network for our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show, live from the Manor Valley Golf Course. Jack Ridenauer now joined by the new head coach of the Greensburg Central Catholic football team, Coach John Thompson. Coach, first off, thanks for joining us today. I know that you guys had a scrimmage this morning against Dairy Area, and I would love to hear how things went and just a couple takeaways that you and your staff had this morning.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here and represent our school. It was a good test, especially coming in, with camp being 2 weeks, your first week of heat acclimation, and obviously no contact, getting the kids out there, and it's every day's an evaluation process, and going out there and seeing them go live, full go for the first time, really with us, on the sideline and the officials out there, and try to make it as realistic of a game as possible for them. And we did some good things, and I know there's a lot of things we're going to need to work on, but it was a great test, and it's going to be a great evaluation for as we go into next week for our first game.
Absolutely, and I think being able to have that kind of early season gauge right before things really fire up is always a good thing to come into the season with. But with it being your first year as the head coach at GCC, I would love to hear just how that kind of came to be, how you found out about the position, and just how you wound up where you're at.
Well, I've always been familiar with GCC. It's from my wife's family. She graduated from Greensburg Central Catholic, and her brother, sister, and her dad. It goes way back into the late '60s, and so then recruiting it back in the day when I did coach college, and it was always a storied program, and always had really good players, and one that I made sure I hit on the recruiting trail all the time. But with the pride and tradition of GCC and my wife's family, obviously it's always been close to me, and we had the opportunity to move back to Greensburg, I think 6 years ago now. And helping out when I got out of college football coaching, I stayed involved in the youth program around GCC, and met some great guys that were running the Westmoreland Saints, who welcomed me in to be a part of it, and welcomed my son to play flag, practicing right at GCC. So I was always close to the program, and you never know what's going to happen and how things occur, and always obviously wanted to get back into coaching. And then when the position did open this year, and my wife and I had a long conversation, she actually came to me about it and said, it's time. I think she just wanted to get me out of the house. I think it was about that time for her. But no, it was. I think it was a calling. Honestly, it was a feeling that I had to. It was my time to go into this school and be a positive impact for these young men and help develop this program and hopefully bring some continuity and consistency, at GCC. They've had a run of some coaches here. I'm the third coach in 6 years. So I'm hoping to be there a long time. That's my goal. It's my plan. But it is an honor, and I'm blessed to be a part of this program.
And you mentioned it about your time in college and then also coaching at the youth level. 22 years in college, 3 at the youth level. What was that like when you moved from such an experienced level of football to a beginner level of football, and why did you make that change?
The one thing I always said is if I wasn't coaching in college, I wanted to coach the youth and help them fall in love with the game, to learn the game the right way, the techniques and fundamentals of the game, and to have fun. And that's what it's all about. And hopefully I was able to accomplish that. And because I see a lot of those kids that I coached in flag now are putting the pads on in 9th grade here for us, and they have those smiles on their faces, and they're having a lot of fun. And so that was the one thing I always said to myself was, if I'm not coaching college, I want to coach the youth and help bring that up. And now having the opportunity here and build our program from that level up, and now with our junior high program that we just started this year with the Westmoreland Saints is transformed into the junior Centurions. We're really, really excited about that.
And I think that, again, is such an incredible thing, being able to give back to the youth, especially as a coach. And you share all that knowledge that you have, especially 22 years at the college level. That's quite a bit. But through all those years, I'm sure you had maybe some changes in your coaching philosophy, some consistencies. But what is something that has always stayed the same in your coaching and the approach that you have in coaching through all the different stops you've had?
It is the technique and fundamentals of the game. I've always said that from schematically. I've been a defensive guy predominantly through my career, from running a 4-4 defense to a 3-3 defense and a 3-4 and an over and under defense. So, but as I tell our kids now, it's not about the scheme; it's about the technique and fundamentals and how you play the game and being a good football player, understanding and being knowledgeable of the game. But it's playing with balance, playing low, proper technique in your tackling, or how you play the ball in the air, offensively, catching, blocking, all those things down the line. That if you can get good at those skill sets, then the schemes will work. They'll fit in.
Well, I know that you have obviously some guys that have returned on the team, some guys that you've lost from the team, obviously to graduation or transferring, but 2 players that obviously I think stand out amongst the rest, Samir Crosby and Tyree Turner. And Tyree Turner, being a senior quarterback, comes back with a lot of experience. Talk a little bit about the impact that those 2 have had so far on this team, or in the early time that you've been a part of the team, and what you envision their roles being, and obviously the responsibilities that they'll have this year with the offense.
They're both dynamic football players and even better people. They're great young men. Tyree being a senior and Samir being a sophomore, and they work very well together. They're teammates, and with that they make each other better. With a competition within practice and working together, whether it's one against the other on offense and defense, or working together offensively and working together defensively. But they show up every day. They work hard and are very positive influences in our locker room. And again, love having them and them being a part of our team.
I'm really curious about the relationship with you and Tyree Turner, because like you mentioned, GCC, they've had a lot of different head coaches over the years, so obviously he's had to adjust to different styles of offense and maybe even different terminology. So what was that like, maybe the first few weeks working with him and getting him acclimated to how you do things and how you run your program?
He jumped right in, and has been very accepting of the slight changes that we've been making, in the locker room and on the field. But he's been supportive of me, and I have him, and I think we have a great, working relationship as well as building a relationship, off the field. And I think those are very important things we need to do as coaches, is build those relationships with these young men. And, help him get to the next level. And I'll do whatever I can to help him do that and develop, whether it's as a football player or as a person in the classroom, everything along those lines. Now, offensively, I have an offensive staff that I kind of stay away. I know enough about offense to be dangerous, all right? But, as defense being my specialty, but I have great coaches that have been working with him as well, Aaron Detweiler and Zach Cooper, who are our offensive coordinators, Aaron running the run game and Zach, building our pass game, and building that relationship and trying to keep it as simple for him as well. Again, I know he's probably got a ton of things going through his mind of, like you said, terminology-wise or, route concepts or whatever we may be doing that may have been called one thing last year, now is being called another. But we tried to carry over some of those terms, whether in the run game or pass game, those concepts, terminology-wise, to try to keep it as simple as possible for them.
Well, I think that's a very important thing, especially with all the kind of the ever-revolving door that Tyree Turner's had to deal with different coaches over the different years. But I want to get into your schedule through the first 5 weeks of the season because you open up, I would say, in a fairly favorable way, being at home for a considerable amount of those games. How important is it for your team to get off to a strong start, taking advantage of that home field advantage early in the season?
It is very important. I mean, it is. We are, we have 6 home games this year, but we got to take it one game at a time. And like I said, today was a great, first test and evaluation with Derry, and then, going into it, watching the film, evaluating it tonight and tomorrow, and starting to get ready for Mount Pleasant. And I know they're going to be a very good team. I know they're well coached, and it's going to be a challenge for us. And I can't look too far ahead, and I don't want our kids either. I want us just to focus on us right now, getting better and learn from what we did today in the scrimmage, and then again get prepared for Mount Pleasant next Friday.
Well, Coach, before we get you out of here, I want to hear from you, and I would love for you to also share just with those out there that are watching, that are GCC fans, what would you tell the GCC community, the program? Obviously, they already know what type of coach they're getting, but the GCC community, the school, what type of coach are they going to be getting for the foreseeable future?
That's a tough one. Somebody who's committed, to the school, to these kids, to building a great program, obviously a very respectable program, one that they can be proud of, especially now with our alumni, trying to get them back involved. We want to get the community involved. I want them to see our kids and just the great people that they are and how they're going to be involved in the community and how we're going to grow our school, the renewed vision that we have with our new administration at the school. And that's just going to be, our football program will be a reflection of that. And as myself, a consistent person, intense, somebody who's going to have high expectations, for our program to compete for a championship every year. And one that, is a person I care about our kids, our school, our community. And I look forward to seeing a lot of people out there on Friday nights.
Well, I think the Centurion faithful are definitely getting a great man to lead their program. Coach, thanks so much for stopping by. Congratulations again on getting the new position, and good luck next week against Mount Pleasant.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. That's head coach John Thompson of Greensburg Central Catholic as they take on Mount Pleasant next week. And speaking of Mount Pleasant, we'll hear from the head man himself, Jason Fazekas, when we come back for our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show live from Manor Valley and on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Why the 2023 Kia Sportage plug-in hybrid? It's roomy, it's fuel efficient, it's peppy, it comes with so many extra options. And right now at Smale Kia, get $500 off MSRP, plus a level 2 charging cord. So the real question is, why not? Get $500 off MSRP on any new Smale Kia and a level 2 charge cord with all 2023 Kia plug-in hybrids and EV models. And they come with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty at Smale Kia.
When you're in pain or suffering from an injury, all you want is to get back on your feet, back to living your life. At East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, that's what we've done for 35 years. Our staff is skilled, experienced, and compassionate. Our facilities are modern and welcoming, and our focus is on you. So if you want to feel better, play better, and live better, call us today or visit one of our 6 offices.
East Suburban Sports Medicine. Take it from me, Bill Hillgrove. It's the best care, hands down.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
It was another solid season for the Vikings in 2022 as Mount Pleasant area qualified for the WPIAL playoffs and posted a winning record overall. Tasked with replacing one of the more prolific players in recent memory, Mount Pleasant area now will have to find a way to compete with the heavyweights in the Interstate Conference. Gone off to St. Vincent College is Robbie Labuda, a 3-year starter who rushed for nearly 1,500 yards and eclipsed 20 touchdowns last year, while Lane Golkowski is another key member of the backfield who graduated. In their stead, Jackson Hutter will become a focal point of the ground game, while the Vikes will rely upon junior quarterback Colt Chatfield, who threw for 1,200 yards last season. Lucas Nicotera, one of his top receivers, is confident in the skill on offense.
I think we could definitely do more passing. I think our receivers have the ability to go out there and run routes and catch balls, and I think Jackson Hutter will help a lot in the run game.
Dante Gillinardo, who missed time with injury last year, will be another impact player in 2023. As usual for the Vikings, though, the team will need to rely on strong play in the trenches, with all-conference linemen Micah Rodman and Colby Hudak leading the charge, especially in creating a successful mentality.
It's all about great effort. Our team is very committed, and when you have a committed team, you're always a good team. Our conference is tough, but we're a tough team, so I think we'll do good this year.
That mindset epitomizes head coach Jason Fazikis, who returns to the sidelines after the school briefly opened the coaching position during the offseason. While the Interstate Conference includes defending state champion Bell Vernon area and powerhouse Elizabeth Forward, the Vikings don't expect to back down from any opponents.
I want to make the playoffs. I want to get like a round 2 playoffs. That's our goal right now. Go into undefeated season and always try to strive for more.
It's a Westmoreland heavy schedule for the Vikings in 2023 as they will play 6 county opponents, beginning with a road game against Greensburg Central Catholic and wrapping up with a home matchup against rival Southmoreland. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
It's definitely very important for high school because a lot of kids get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs, so doing the events in a school setting, I feel definitely try to prevent kids from going to parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
All right, we are back at Manor Valley Country Club as we are moving through our 12th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show on what now is a very pleasant summer night here at the golf course. And as we move along, I've got the head coach of the Mount Pleasant Vikings to my left, Coach Jason Fazikis. Coach Fazikis is in his 7th season as the Vikings head coach. He's been there 21 years coaching at Mount Pleasant. So does he have a stake in that program? You betcha. His career overall record as a head coach stands going into this year 28-33, 4 straight WPIAL playoff appearances. Coach is a graduate of Clarion University in 1995 with the Bachelor of Science and IUP in 1999 with the Master of Science. He is a graduate of Mount Pleasant Area High School, so the connection with Mount Pleasant is true. Class of 1990. The Vikings finished 6-5 overall last season and 3-2 in the Class 3A Interstate Conference. And they fell to Dom Pecora and East Allegheny in the first round of the WPIAL playoffs last season. Coach, it's good to see you again because when we get to this show, I know for you the countdown's already been building through camp, but for those of us on the broadcast side here at Westmoreland Sports, we know the season is about to begin. It's very exciting. How are you feeling as you get closer to the start of the new year?
I agree with you. I mean, absolutely. This scrimmage always puts it in perspective that we're right on top of it, man. So we're excited to get going.
Now, the Vikings open the season on Friday at Greensburg Central Catholic at 7 p.m. in a Week 0 matchup. And you play their first 3 games on the road this season. Is that correct?
Yep.
So talk a little bit about the opener and about playing your first 3 games on the road. I know you can't do anything about it, but
Yeah, I mean, honestly, playing 3 on the road really doesn't make a difference to anything that we do. Haven't even thought about that, honestly. Busy day today, so I'm about 20 plays into watching GCC. So I'm going to really try to be getting into them here. That's going to be our focus, without a doubt, here for the next couple of days.
Coach, your squad returns 16 lettermen and 6 starters on offense and 7 on defense. That's a pretty solid group of going into the campaign with. How do you feel about your team's experience level?
Well, I feel good about it, Ashley. Especially for schools our side, the starters are one thing, but it's really important for us to try to accumulate and find some depth. So I think a lot of our kids that might not have been starters last couple of years, they are going to bring us some experience that's going to help us out in that capacity.
Of that group, you have 2 returning all-conference players in Micah Rodman and Jackson Hutter. Can you share with our viewers what stands out about them as players, but, Coach, also as young men?
Yeah, well, I can tell you just recently they were elected, 3 captains. So they're 2 of our captains. So that tells you a lot there, what the kids think about them, the kind of leadership that they give. But those are the kind of kids here, man, that they get at it. They're working hard all the time. One of our big things is we never want to coach effort. And they're taking care of it themselves. So those 2 are definitely 2 key kids for us to have back.
And who's the other captain, by the way, since we talked about those 2? Who's the other captain? You said you had 3?
Camden Moore.
Camden
Moore, another senior, good kid.
And maybe talk a little bit about his skills.
Camden's another one. He actually wasn't a starter for us last year, but he's done a lot over the offseason, really got himself ready to go, and actually has done a good job to put himself in the leadership position. So I really feel good about what he's going to bring to the team this year.
Coach, 2 key players graduated last season, Robbie Labuda and Tyler Reese. Labuda rushed for an impressive 1,497 yards and 16 touchdowns and averaged 8.8 yards per carry. Reese, on the other hand, caught 16 passes for 374 yards and 3 touchdowns. What did those 2 young men mean to the Vikings program?
Oh, well, obviously, everything you just say there, those are obvious things to know, the stats and everything, and they can jump out the books. But, just the kind of leadership and just the quality kids that they brought to the team, so it's certainly hard to replace them, and we're really not going to try. We think that we're just going to have a whole bunch of, everybody else is going to fill up and take a bigger role to help, kind of fill some of that gap in a little bit.
Well, the good news is you have your starting quarterback returning, Cole Chatfield, who completed 66 of 123 for 1,212 yards and 11 TDs. What are your expectations for him this season?
Well, we put a lot on Cole. Obviously just with our passing game alone is pretty good, but the way that we run the football, the RPO game, we ask him to make a lot of reads, a lot of decisions, and he's a junior right now, but he's a very experienced junior. He's played a lot of football freshman year, sophomore year. In addition to games, he has a lot of varsity practice time. So we're expecting Cole to have a good year and be able to, just put it all together. I think he's going to do a very good job executing what we need him to do.
Now, Coach, you had mentioned about the 16 returning lettermen this year. Can you give us some brief comments about some of those players that you haven't already talked about? Because they're out there working hard. They're trying to maintain that winning program and tradition, and maybe give them a little bit of a shout out. Sorry.
Yeah, right. No, I think just a lot of them kids, I think just overall, I just like how everyone's kind of approaching it with their effort and kind of the attitude there. I think we just have kind of a whole big group there that are really kind of filling out for us, and we expect big things from them.
Okay, what about newcomers to the team this year that you're starting to get the feeling that they might be able to contribute this season?
Yeah, we're looking like, a couple kids like, kid's going to be good for us this year. Dante Giulianardo had a knee that took him out most of the year last year. Expect him to be, really solid year. Brady Poole's another kid, had a shoulder, took him out of a lot of the year. So even though they were starters for us, we didn't have them a lot last year. So I really expect those kids, to kind of come in and kind of excel this year.
Okay. Let's take a look now about the Interstate Conference. It's not a day at the beach when you're participating against the level of competition in there. Give us your thoughts about this year and how competitive it will be.
Yeah, well, I think it is going to be competitive. I think from top to bottom, I think it's quality coaching, man. I think the teams do a great job. We're so far from conference play right now, it's hard to think about, but I do know that we're going to have to be ready to go every week because the quality is going to be brought to us every week.
Coach, you and I were talking before we started this interview here, and this is the head coach, Jason Fazekas of the Mount Pleasant Vikings here on our program. And when I was introducing you, so much of the Mount Pleasant connection that you have. And we were talking about you grew up there, you coached there for so long, you've never really coached outside of that. You've been an assistant for a long time. You took over for Bo. You got the team back playing playoff football. That's different. So maybe share with our viewers that you're a Mount Pleasant person and the pride that you take in that program, the young men that wear that blue and red, and how you want to have that program be looked at.
Yeah, well, I think you hit it right on the head there. I mean, it really means a lot to me for all those reasons. I put so much into it, so much time. It literally gets all my energy and all my passion. You know, the guys that help me coach do a great job with that as well. So just everything about it, the connections I make with the kids, the history that I know the program has, the fact that I'm in the community, it really is important to me, And I'll go back to, to the Bill Elder time, right? Yeah. Back when I played for him, and I just saw him a couple months ago.
How's he been doing?
He's doing good. Him and Coach Tepper, they stop in about every year when they're around in the summer. So that kind of just sets it for me and makes me remember how important things are here.
Are you talking about Lou Tepper?
I'm talking about Paul Tepper.
Paul Tepper.
Paul
okay.
Tepper,
okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, you've been at it for a long time, 21 years, all at Mount Pleasant. At this stage of your career, Coach, what drives you to continue to want to commit that time and energy to make this a successful program? And how do you define success? It's not just about winning, but maybe some other aspects that you look at when you say at the end of the year, it was a successful season?
Yeah, I mean, success, you can define that in a couple ways. Obviously, wins and losses, things like that. But, how are you developing kids? How you connect them with them, those kind of relationships. Or are you helping a kid get through high school that was having a hard time otherwise? I mean, we take pride in those things. So as far as what drives me, it honestly is just how much I love the game. I just have a passion for it. I love the grind. I love getting in there and working hard all year. So those are the things that really keep me close to it and keep me want to, keep doing it for a while.
Well, it sounds like with the passion and the commitment that you have to Mount Pleasant, you're not going anywhere. That may change, but if you ask me to say, do I think Coach will be ever coaching somewhere else than Mount Pleasant, I get the feeling that you're going to be Mount Pleasant as long as you want to coach.
Well, you know what? I'm worried about what we're doing this week.
Right.
And we'll see what happens as we get down the road, man.
Well, Coach, it's almost here on Friday night, another season. I like to look at it, it's like a Broadway opening of a show or musical. I know I comment about that during the first game of every year that I broadcast. I say, well, tonight, the Franklin Regional Panthers are going to take the wrapping paper, off this new Broadway show. And then we play 10 ball games to see how well that wrapping paper turns out to be. How do you kind of go into the season and what your thoughts are about it?
Well, I always look at it as the process.
Okay.
And we started that process in January in a weight room. Then we transitioned into our summer program.
Okay.
Then we went into camp. Then we had our scrimmage. So now we got to get ready to go that we're in game mode week. So I think when you just start getting into it and that excitement is just going to be there, you don't really have to create it. Football is just so exciting itself. Yeah, but it's definitely, you can feel that it's coming.
It seems like with you, Coach, that there's no place you'd rather be on Friday nights in the fall than on that sideline, taking your team into a conflict with another coach and matching wits with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Friday nights are special. They really are. I try to tell the kids that too. That feeling that you have right before you go out every game, the whole process that goes into it. So without a doubt, man, it's a special thing.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for continually being a part of our show. You've been here every year since you took over, and I'm sure that we'll have you keep coming as long as you're still wearing that M&P on that shirt. Thanks a lot for the visit. Good luck to Mount Pleasant this season as well.
Yeah, sure thing. Really appreciate it.
Okay, that is head coach Jason Fazekas of the Mount Pleasant Vikings, and they're ready to start another exciting season. And, of course, the goal being to get into the playoffs, and then once you get there, try to take care of some business. And I want to thank him for being part of our annual Westmoreland County High School Football Preview Coaches Show here at Manor Valley. We've got another guest coming up here as we're getting near the end of the program tonight, so stay with us. You are watching high school football getting previewed in Westmoreland County, nowhere other than on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be right back.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual Fungo Man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
Have you or someone you know committed to play a sport at the next level? Let us know by emailing info@westmorelandsports.com so we can add you to our WSN College Commitment page. Our unique page features a list of current Westmoreland County student athletes that have made a verbal or written commitment to play a sport in college. No matter what sport at what level, our College Commitment page has you covered. Check it out next time you visit westmorelandsports.com.
We hope that you're staying up late, because Coach Aaron Smetanka and I are staying up late as we're back here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Jack Ridenauer, Coach Aaron Smetanka of the St. Vincent College Bearcats football program. Coach, first off, thanks for joining us another year with us. Got to ask how camp's been, just how the first few weeks getting back into the grind with the guys have been.
Good. First, I just want to say thanks, Jack, for having me on. Westmoreland County Sports has always done a great job, and just to give me an opportunity to come in here today. So far, training camp's been going well. Going into day 9 tomorrow. So first 8 days, our guys have been doing anything they possibly could, honestly, from our lifts, our conditioning sessions and meetings, and they've been really consistent, though, with it throughout the course of the process so far. Definitely long days that they've had from the start of the day to the finish of the day. But on their end, the only thing I can ask is what type of effort are you giving? Are you able to give the effort when you're in the meeting rooms? Are you paying attention? Are you taking notes? The little things. Are you being in detail with that? When you move forward, when we do walkthroughs, are you paying attention during the walkthrough periods? Are you getting the most out of those situations and winning that moment of that day? It's a process. So it's winning that process as we're going through the course of training camp. And I think our guys so far have done a really good job on that end.
As they say, you have to trust the process. So I think that's, obviously first and foremost, and a great way that you guys have been able to build your program. And really, I think, you look at last year, and that building is very evident. You guys had an incredible season, 5-5, but 5 PAC wins, the most since 2011. How do you build on that success and carry that momentum with you into this year?
It's just the mindset for the players. I think the biggest thing we preached about in the offseason was talk about consistency. But throughout the course of last season and this season, though, it's the mindset, understanding that it doesn't matter who the team is you're playing at the end of the day. Obviously, there's a lot of rich traditions with other teams in our conference, and some of our opening games have some really rich traditions with opponents that we're playing. But the only thing that matters is focusing on ourselves. Like our program, we always talk about our team always rise together. It's talking about us rising together, though. It's about us at the end of the day. So focusing on how do we control what we can control on our end. Not always worried about what's the other opponent doing out there. Taking care of ourselves first before we move forward.
And I think, even going further into last year, you kind of look at how you guys almost had a tale of 2 seasons in one season. Slow start, went 1-4, and then all of a sudden you figured it out, and you went 4-1 through the rest of the way. So it seemed to right around the loss against Case Western is where the light bulb must have gone off. What do you think it was that kind of ignited that strong finish?
I think at the players at that time, we actually had a players-only meeting and then a very personal meeting as a staff overall. And at that point in time, I think there was a lot talked about. A lot of people got some things off their chest. We talked about just focusing on the second half of the season now. That's over and done with. You can't do anything about the first part. How can we focus now on the second half, finishing things out strong, taking it one practice at a time, one meeting at a time, one lift in one game. And I think the guys and the players and the staff really did a great job combining that together, being consistent with it, then focused, and then the finish was, just like you said, it was a really strong finish, honestly, and our guys did a great job on that end. Now it was the building of what do we do during the course of the off season, and I think it's really accumulated through the lifting, the spring practices, and then now really kind of just started right where we left off, honestly, from spring when we came back last week then for our first day of training camp.
Well, it's great that you guys haven't skipped a beat. And, looking at this year's team, obviously there are a lot of returners, but there are a few pieces that are missing, few pieces on the line that are missing, but one in particular that was an instrumental piece to your team the last few years, Brady Walker, and having him under center as your starting quarterback. Where do you think his absence will be felt the most this upcoming year on this team?
Yeah, Brady was a very instrumental part of our offense for the 4 years since we've been here. His personality in the locker room, personality on the field, just a really easy person to get along with for anybody, player and coach on that end. Very bright IQ too. Did some things on the field for us, was pretty special at times from the passing game and getting us in the right plays too when we had checks in there. He did a really good job on his end from the mental perspective as well. So I'd say what we're going to lose is his just attributes that came across, things that just how he communicated with people. I think that was the biggest thing from the takeaways on his end. Obviously, the records speak for itself. He broke a lot of records during the course of time of his 4 years, which is great. Tell him now who's going to be the next guy that steps in those shoes that takes over those past records and takes the next steps going forward. And his backup, luckily so far, Austin Sly has been a guy during the course of the camp. He learned some things during his time under him and stepped in there a little bit during the past year at moments here and there. So he's kind of taking that reign, understanding that, coming throughout the course of the spring, and really done so throughout the course of our practices so far in training camp. So he definitely has the edge coming into it right now.
Well, coming into training camp, I mean, I'm sure you guys, again, had a very unique situation. Don't want to necessarily say the quarterback position was up for grabs, but in a way it might have been. So what was that kind of mentality for you and the staff coming into training camp with this idea of, there's a question mark at the quarterback position?
Yes. Yeah, that was something we saw coming off of last season, understanding, hey, these are big shoes to fill with Brady graduating on our end. We honestly have felt really comfortable with Austin and Austin Sly, how his performance has been. We knew some of the things we saw just in practices from the previous year too. And having a father that's an offensive coordinator down in Maryland at Arundel High School, I think that's really helped him with his football IQ, seeing things pre-snap. At times he's been really, really special on that end by understanding and picking up quick. Again, and getting the ball in his hands with a quick release on that end, I think it's really helped him out so far. And he's really made up for those attributes on his end. Now it's the first time for you taking over the starting quarterback this year. So how is he going to take that week in and week out now, going from one opponent to the next and then being able to take it over from the mental aspect? I think he's done a really good job handling that so far. I told him let's be consistent with it, just like the other word we use with our team. Now be consistent with them during that time, because it's a special position you have to play, and you have a different role as a leader just on top of being on the field, but it's always off the field as well.
Well, I think it's great that you have a player that can segue into that role, and especially him being able to kind of watch Walker over the last few years. But I want to look at your schedule for a moment, because you guys, I would say, face the gauntlet the first 2 weeks of the season. W&J, Carnegie Mellon University, and I think everybody out there that follows the PAC know how good those two teams have been in recent memory and really historically. How important is it for your group to come off to strong starts against those two teams in particular, but also with the fact that, the beginning of last season was a little bit of a rocky road for you guys?
Yes, that's a big understanding coming from last year, understanding it didn't go so well the first 5 games of the year. We're opening up with two really strong opponents. They're both 1 and 2 in preseason polls in our conference, and W&J is the first one on schedule, the second in preseason. Some of the polls, they've been in upper top 25, 26, 27, 28. CMU, again, has won the conference back-to-back years, been undefeated in conference play, and they're anywhere from 13, 14, 15, or 16 in the conference in preseason polls. So it's going to, you have to have a strong performance right off the start. How are things going to be when we come into those 2 weeks in the course of the season from September 2nd to September 9th? And those things, I know we've talked overall in staff meetings, we talked overall with the players, but really on our end, it's focus on ourselves, which I've preached about before. We got to take care of what we can on our end before we can start focus on that opponent coming up. And taking care of what we can control on our end is just taking it one day at a time. And so far, I think the players have done a really good job doing that and focusing their mindset on that. And so far, we've been consistent without the course of our training camp.
Well, I know we've been talking a lot about football, but I was scrolling on Twitter the other day, and I came across something on the St. Vincent College Twitter page. I believe it's SVC Knox, if
Yes.
I'm not mistaken. Basically a series that the athletic department, I guess, came up with, very similar to Hard Knocks, if those of you out there know what that is, where you guys are, a little behind the scenes access. And from, my recollection, that hasn't happened for you guys before. So
No.
what has that been like? Just having maybe that added media coverage behind the scenes and showing people, the stuff that most fans out there don't get to see about the Bearcats.
Yeah, it was great. A couple of guys on staff and then the sports information department talked about during the course of spring leading into the summer, and they were all on board. The sports information department's been awesome about everything, honestly, and that whole group is really taken off from Jim Berger, that's really running the whole thing with the sports information department, Noah and Toss, and then the three of them together have really done a great job as far as from anything, from putting graphics out there, updating things throughout the course of the time, but then also from putting this together. And they've really done a great job of just seeing some of the things that you talked about from behind the scenes, miking guys up, making coaches up, making players up, seeing what's going on with our program during the course of our training camp from the first moments of checking in, getting their equipment, going from team meetings, going the first segment was affiliated just specifically on the offense end. The next time they do the segment will be specific on the defense end. The last one will be more so on the special teams. So kind of going through all three phases as they're moving into it. So we're really looking forward to having them along. But I know they've done a great job with us, though, and continued as we're going forward with them as well.
You guys did some bowling, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
How did you bowl?
Not too well. I mean, I only did a couple. About 3 times I went, honestly, but after that it was kind of more interacting, talking with the players are going through. They definitely had an enjoyable time. We went over to Lincoln Lanes, which is really right down the road in Latrobe, so they did a great job hosting us over there and fitting our whole team in the facility, honestly, on top of that, which was something to be seen as well when we went in there. Some of the guys told me this is the first time in their entire life ever bowling.
Oh, wow.
But you could see they enjoyed it, and that was something I know we talked about from last year when we run as a team back in the spring. A lot of the players when I was talking to, and even talking to in extra interviews, asked if, hey, that's something we could do during training camp. And I was like, yeah. One of the things we'll do on our first off days and getting those guys out there. And that's a big thing. It's special during camp. Again, having those bonding times together. And that's where you really start clicking and getting together and knowing each other off the field so you can trust each other on the field. When you're in 31 or 4th and inches situations and you can trust that guy that's next to you, that, hey, I'm going to play for him and he's got my back at the end of the day.
Absolutely, yeah. It's building that team camaraderie and being able to carry that from off the field onto the field. Obviously, you see the product and you see the success that's out on the field. But, Coach, before we get you out of here, I just want to hear from you, from everything that you've seen from this team so far through the first few days of camp, where do you see your team excelling the most, and then where might be an area that you would like them to improve upon and you could see them getting better at as the year progresses?
I'd say right now it's overall team. I think the culture of the team and the players is their strongest suit, probably out of any of the years so far. From the offensive end and the defense end, coming together, the specialist group with the special teams end, I think has really been strong with how those guys, the camaraderie, just in a short period of time getting those guys together. I mean, tomorrow will only be day 9, but just in these past 8 days, I think it's been really strong just getting to know each other. We always do different segments during the course of meetings. So those guys that have the opportunity or guys going to lunch, mixing those guys in and up when they're going there so they're interacting with not just the guys that they're always with, interacting with other guys on the other side of the ball, I think has been really helpful with that time. So I'd say right now it's our strongest suit as we're coming into camp and coming into the season. And then the big things I know we're looking at positionally as we're going forward, we got some battles going on right now. So we're looking to see how they go on from the defensive side of the ball, which we'll have a lot of young guys that are competing for positions right now. So we'll see from anywhere from literally all 3 fronts, D-line to the linebackers to the DBs. I think that will be the biggest thing as far as the competition and seeing how that all plays out and who's going to be the starters at those key roles going forward.
Well, Coach, it sounds like a lot of exciting things on the horizon for the Bearcats and for you guys and really for just St. Vincent in general. And I'll definitely be checking out the next episode of SVC Knox. But thanks again for stopping by, and good luck this season.
I appreciate it. Thanks again for having me on.
That's the head coach for St. Vincent football, Aaron Smetanka. But, folks, we still have another interview. I had a chance to join Aaron Albert, the assistant coach of Kiski area football. A little Zoom action, so a little bit of a different feel for you all. But don't go anywhere. We'll have more coming up on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show right here on WSN.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
Welcome back to our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Jack Ridenauer with you, and we have the pleasure of welcoming assistant coach for Kiski area football, Coach Aaron Albert. He wasn't able to join us live in person, but with the day and age that we live in, technology is always a great thing, so he's joining us via Zoom. Coach, first off, great to get you with us today. How's your summer been, and just how excited are you for Friday Night Football to get back up and running?
Good, man. It feels like it's been a long time, so we're very excited. I appreciate you guys doing this since I couldn't come out tomorrow. We're big Steeler fans. We walked every game. We live that close, so if I had even a preseason game, if I had missed it, my wife might divorce me. So appreciate you guys getting the Zoom and getting some appreciation for Kiski here.
Absolutely. Well, as they say, happy wife, happy life. So we want to make sure that's on the horizon for you, my friend. And obviously, Steelers football means a lot to a lot of people. But I want to get into a little bit of the here and now. I know you guys just wrapped up camp, and from where you kind of saw things from your point of view, what stood out the most during camp, and what were you really impressed with this group this year so far?
Yeah, I actually just got in the door from camp now, which is why I'm still dressed in camp gear. It's just a great group to be around. It really is. They're excited. They come every day excited. And that comes with our leadership from this class of seniors. As I'm sure we'll talk about, we return a lot of starters, but a lot of those starters are still underclassmen. So guys like Brennan Moore, Isaiah Gonzalez, Mason Caldwell, really just bring leadership and energy every day. It's just a fun group. And not to say that we haven't coached fun groups before, but you kind of get out of the car and their energy is infectious and you get excited. And, we may not have the most talented roster in the conference, but I know it won't be for lack of heart that, we aren't trying to get up to the top.
Well, like you mentioned, it's a very unique situation you guys are in with a lot of returners, but them being underclassmen. We'll definitely get into that in a little bit because I would love to hear more about that. But going into last year, obviously not the way that you guys probably wanted to finish at 1-9. What were some of the biggest takeaways that you guys had from last season?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you go back to the year before, we started out 6-0. We had some injuries. We lost so much talent off that team, tacklers off that team defensively. So we knew it was going to be an adjustment and kind of a rebuild last year. But kids like Dom Danino and Connor Flem really stepped up. And a lot of those games were closer than that 1-9 record. And I say, the Whippeal didn't do us any favors. Plum is the game we scheduled. That's fine. But then they give us Pine Richland, who's now the 5A defending state champions, and Laurel Highlands, who have Rodney Gallagher and all those guys. So, I mean, it was a rough first 3 weeks, and then into conference play, lost some close games and then ended up with some injuries and stuff at the end where, disappointing. But again, you couldn't fault the heart in that group either.
Well, I think, one of the big bright spots from last season was the emergence of Carson Heinley, your quarterback, especially midway through the year, brought him up from JV onto varsity. And I would love to hear just a little bit about that story. I mean, what went into the decision to bring him up, and how impressed were you with him getting acclimated to the offense on the fly?
Yeah, one of my favorite kids, man. And his brother was a receiver for us that went to Shippensburg. So the funny thing is I called plays for JV last year. So I knew how good Carson was, and I'm not sure the other coaches really got to see it in practice that much because he was getting mainly second team reps. My brother and Aiden and I coached the JVs, and for the first 3 weeks, I guess it was, or including week 0, we're like, this kid's pretty good. Like, I think he could do this on Friday nights. And I think the craziest thing is we threw him into a conference game at North Catholic, which any other kid, if that's their first start, they're probably, whatever, down their leg. And Carson didn't, man. He's just a player, and he goes in. And I'm not saying that he was the greatest quarterback in the world last year, but he exceeded all of our expectations. Threw for 1,000 yards, ran for, I think, like 200 or 300 yards. And that's in what was pretty much a little over half the season. And he has been to every camp this summer. He's been a guy that's been in the weight room this summer. And I know he gets some social media love, so people do know who he is. But I don't think people still know how good, he is and can be. And it's a joy to watch him work every day. He takes criticism every day, a lot of it from us because we're trying to make him better. I think he's poised for a great year and just a great kid.
Well, how helpful do you think it will be for him this upcoming year now that he's got somewhat of a full off season under his belt, getting acclimated to varsity football a little bit more and just understanding that role of QB1?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And we tried on the fly, Jim McKenzie and Brian Nicholas, who help with the offense, tried on the fly to put some RPOs and stuff in for him. And he's learning those, in between game weeks and still did a great job at it. So to have a whole off season to do that, I think the sky is the limit for him. And like I said, he's a hard worker. He asks questions. He's not a kid who, he had some success, but he doesn't let that, dictate how he acts at all. He's still that kid on JV that wants to ask questions and wants to get better. So, yeah, excited to see where he ends up this year.
Now, how much easier does that make your job coaching when you've got a player that is almost hungry for that critique and feedback?
A ton, man. And that's how this group is. I mean, and there's kids, we have some returning starters like we'll get into, but Landon Cusick, I can't say. So he'll be our starting running back and linebacker. Again, he's a kid who did play Friday nights last year, but not a kid who needed to be a leader last year. He's been amazing this week. Just energy, hitting, just more than we could ask for. So it's just a group that every position, they take criticism. They want to get better. They come every day. And again, we're not bringing, 5 D1 kids out on the field, but we're bringing 11 kids every night that want to learn and get better. And I think, it's a joy to coach that and to be around that.
And you mentioned it with the youth that you have on your team, but bringing a lot back. I mean, 9 starters on offense this year, 8 on defense. I mean, I don't think you can complain about 17 guys coming back that know what it's like to start a varsity football game. Where have you seen this group, especially those starters, grow the most from last year to this year?
Again, I think in comfortability, I think in, understanding what it is to play on Friday night. And not all those kids started every game last year, but yeah, I mean, they got starts and they got to get their feet wet. And a lot of it was against, Highlands, Armstrong, teams that were powerful, went on to have, some good playoff runs. So yeah, I think just the growth in that aspect, you don't have to have them guess what it's going to feel like to be under Friday Night Lights because it is different. And, I think that first time you're under it, you get that shock and, everything's going 1,000 miles an hour. And I don't think it'll be that way for them this year. So I think that's a leg up for us. So we're excited to get to, tomorrow, obviously at Connellsville, but more next Friday night at home against Plum, I think will be, a great night. And, win, lose, or draw, I think we'll be happy with what our kids bring.
Yeah, and I think, on top of that, for you and the coaching staff, you get to diminish that learning curve a little bit, right? You're not having to spend maybe those extra 2 or 3 days or maybe even a week going over things for guys to get them a little bit more adjusted to that varsity speed. But 2 players that you had mentioned, Connor Flem and Dom Danino, very, very impactful for you last year, not on the team this year after graduating. How do you see kind of their, the holes that they have left and get filled in? And who do you think could really step into their shoes and kind of take over those roles this year?
Yeah, and they do. It's not just their talent and what they brought that way. They brought leadership. Connor made just about every call defensively. We have a great young sophomore linebacker, Braden Anderson. It's a lot to ask for in a sophomore, but he's that guy in the middle now. We have Landon Cusick with him, Connor Jordan with him, Clifton Peterson with him. So we do have 4 linebackers that, we're really confident in. Again, not a ton of game experience, but they did get starts in there, most of them. So yeah, really excited about that. Kind of the captain of the defense will be Brennan Moore. He's a senior safety for us, has Mercyhurst and Case Western offers already. Just a tremendous athlete. A guy who's been in and out of the lineup injury-wise, so we got to hope for a healthy season from him. But yeah, I mean, a lot of young guys that are, knocking at the door. In our mind, we have 2 lockdown corners, and Isaiah Gonzalez will be a 4-year starter now. And Bart Martin on the other side, who was a basketball player, came out last year, fought injury a little bit. But he's another long 6'3", 6'4" guy that, we hope we got 2 corners that can lock people down.
Well, I'm glad you bring up Isaiah Gonzalez because that was the next player I was going to ask about, because having him returning, obviously on both sides of the ball, an all-conference player, and like you mentioned, he'll be a 4-year starter in varsity. Why does he mean so much to this team, and what does having his leadership and his experience mean to this team with it being so young?
Yeah, I mean, he's a crazy athlete, and now he's brought the leadership this year, which is, it made him even more valuable. But the Westmoreland 7-on-7, for those people that were there, and I had a PSAC coach who I won't divulge come up and say to me, people want to recruit this kid as a corner. I think he might be the best receiver here. And you'd be hard-pressed that day to not say that he was the best receiver there. He's incredible, man. And a game against Mars last year, I don't have the stats on me, but with Dom out, he had something like 8 catches and 3 touchdowns. And I know he's the leading receiver in the Whippeal that week. It's all there, and we're super excited. We have Bart Martin on the other side, so those are kind of our 2 length guys, receivers. We have a sophomore, Andrew Finney, who, when I was calling the JV plays, when Carson was throwing them, Finney was probably catching 3 touchdowns a game down in JV. So it's time for him to step up and bring that. And our other JV quarterback down there was Avon Shirley. We're going to move him to receiver this year. And he'll still back Carson up, but he'll also get some starts at receiver, and hopefully he's been looking very good too.
Well, definitely some very exciting stuff for the Kiski Area Cavaliers this upcoming season. And like you mentioned, Coach, a big game against Plum to kick things off against the season. How important, and if I'm not mistaken, I might have asked you this question last year, but I'll ask it again. How important is it for you guys to come out with a victory, not only, early in the season, but against a rival opponent?
It really is, man. I mean, it sets the tone, and we're focused on it. Matt Morgan does a great job at Plum. He has for a bunch of years now. So we know we're in for a fight. They bring back a lot of linemen. They bring back the running back who ate us up last year. So, I mean, it'll be a battle. But, we have to set the tone, because then the next week we go to Pine Richlands, and that's not going to be an easy task. And then we'll host Laurel Highlands, who, they lost talent, but it seems like they reload with D1 guys. So, we don't have an easy non-conference slate, but we have to get some wins in there, or at least, start to feel good about ourselves going into conference play.
And with that being said, that out-of-conference schedule, it toughens you up a little bit for that conference schedule and gets you ready for your conference opponents. But, Coach, it's been great to get you on our kickoff show today. Before we let you run, I'd love to hear from you. After kind of getting a little of a gauge of where the team is right now, where do you think the strengths will be for this team? And then where do you think there could be some areas of improvement?
We're going to, for probably the first time, be a pass-heavy offense. We have 2 good running backs in Landon Cusick and Carter Brown. But I think in the past we relied on that run game a little bit more. We're going to kind of let Carson loose. Carson can run too, be a dual threat guy. So we're excited. We're excited to open up in the passing game a little bit, have a high flying offense, see how that goes. And defensively, my dad's defenses, he'll blitz 1,000 times out of 1,000. So, it's exciting there, and to see some young guys step up and get their turn there is really exciting. So, yeah, I mean, we're confident in this group. I mean, obviously the biggest thing is to stay healthy. If you can stay healthy, we're confident with our starting 11. If you get dealt a bad hand with injuries, then, things get hard. But we're hopefully going to stay healthy and give it all we got.
Well, Coach, again, thanks so much for stopping by and sharing a little inside scoop about the Kiski Area Cavaliers, and good luck this season and next week against Plum.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
That's assistant coach for Kiski Area, Aaron Albert, sharing everything you need to know about the Kiski Area Cavaliers. As when we come back, the head man for the St. Vincent College football team will discuss all things Bearcat football when we come back on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on WSN.
Why the 2023 Kia Sportage plug-in hybrid? It's roomy, it's fuel efficient, it's peppy, it comes with so many extra options. And right now at Smale Kia, get $500 off MSRP, plus a level 2 charging cord. So the real question is, why not? Get $500 off MSRP on any new Smale Kia and a level 2 charge cord with all 2023 Kia plug-in hybrids and EV models. And they come with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty at Smale Kia.
In the books as we wrap things up for Our Westmoreland County High School football kickoff show live from Manor Valley Golf Course. Again, thanks so much for joining us today. It's been a long day, but it's been a very fun day as we got to hear a lot about all sorts of football teams. Want to give a big shout out to all 17 coaches that we had come through today, share a little bit about their programs, a little bit about their training camp and their upcoming season. Also want to give a big shout out to Manor Valley Golf Course, making sure that everything runs smoothly for us and taking great care of us, really. A big shout out to them as well. To all of our broadcasters on WSN, all the wonderful questions that they asked and all of the great research that they did as well. And obviously a big shout out to the man behind the scenes that put this all together, Mr. Dan Flickinger, the man that really has the plan and doing a great job for us here at WSN. Make sure that you join us all season long for our high school football coverage. Beginning next Friday for Week 0, we will have a huge slate of games for you on the network to check out. And to remind you, if you did not get a chance to check out your favorite coach today or get to check out any of it at all, this whole show will be archived and will be accessible on our YouTube channel. Make sure you leave a little subscription on our YouTube channel as well. But for now, folks, we'll be signing off here and saying a good night and a happy weekend to you all in Export, Pennsylvania, as this is Jack Ridenauer saying not a goodbye, just to see you later, and see you next Friday on the Westmoreland Sports Network.